Book 13. From Phaeacia to Ithaca. As he thus ended, all were hushed to silence, held by the spell throughout the dusky hall. At length Alcinous, answering, said, "Odysseus, having crossed the brazen threshold of my high-roofed house, you shall be aided home with no more wanderings, be sure, long as you now have suffered. And this I say insistently to everybody here, to you who in my hall drink of the elders' sparkling wine and listen to the bard. You know that in a polished chest lie garments for the stranger, with rich wrought gold and all the other gifts which the Phaeacian counsellors have brought him hither. But let us also, each man here, give a cauldron and large tripod. Then, gathering the cost among the people, we will repay ourselves. For one to give outright were hard indeed." So said Alcinous, and his saying pleased them, and now, desiring rest, they each departed homeward. But when the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they hastened to the ship and brought the gladdening bronze. Revered Alcinous, going himself aboard the vessel, stowed it all carefully beneath the benches, so that it might not incommode the crew upon the passage while they labored at the oars. Then to Alcinous' house they went and turned to feasting. In their behalf revered Alcinous offered an ox to Zeus of the dark cloud, the son of Cronos, who is the lord of all. And having burned the thighs, they held a glorious feast and made them merry. Among them sang the sacred bard Telemachus, beloved of all. Nevertheless, Odysseus would often turn his face toward the still shining sun, eager to see it setting, because he was impatient to be gone. As a man longs for supper whose pair of tawny oxen all day long have dragged the jointed plough through the fresh field, gladly for him the sunlight sinks and sends him home to supper, stiff are his knees for walking, so gladly for Odysseus sank the sun. Straightway he turned to the oar-loving Phaeacians, and speaking to Alcinous especially, he said, "Mighty Alcinous, renowned of all, pour a libation and send me safely forth. Fare you all well. All that my heart desired is ready, escort and friendly gifts, and may the gods of heaven make them a blessing. My true wife may I find on coming home, and dear ones safe. And you who stay, may you make glad your wedded wives and children. The gods bestow all happiness, and may no ill inhabit here." He spoke, and all approved, and bade send forth the stranger, for rightly had he spoken. Then said revered Alcinous to the page Pontonous, "Mix a bowl, and pass the wine to all within the hall, that with a prayer to Father Zeus we may send forth the stranger to his native land." He spoke, Pontonous stirred the cheering wine, and served to all in turn. Then to the blessed gods who hold the open sky they poured libations where they sat. But royal Odysseus rose, placed in Arete's hand the double cup, and speaking in winged words he said, "Fare you well, Queen, for all the years until old age and death, which visit all, shall come. I go my way. May you, within this home, enjoy your children, people, and Alcinous the king." So saying, royal Odysseus crossed the threshold. With him revered Alcinous sent a page to show the way to the swift ship and to the shore. Arete, too, sent damsels after, one with the spotless robe and tunic, one to accompany the close-packed chest, and one bore bread and ready wine. Now when they came to the ship and to the sea, straight the tall seamen took the stores and laid them by within the hollow ship, even all the food and drink. Then for Odysseus they spread a rug and linen sheet on the hollow vessel's deck, so that he might sleep soundly there at the stern. And he himself embarked and laid him down in silence. The other men took places at the pins, each one in order, and loosed the cable from the perforated stone. But now, when, bending to their work, they tossed the water with their oars, upon Odysseus' lids deep slumber fell, sound and most pleasant, very like to death. and as, upon a plain, 4 harnessed stallions spring forward all together at the crack of whip, and lifting high their feet speed swiftly on their way, even so the ship's stern lifted, while in her wake followed a huge upheaving wave of the resounding sea. Safely and steadily she ran. No circling hawk, swiftest of winged things, could keep beside her. Running thus rapidly, she cut the ocean waves, bearing a man of godlike wisdom, a man who had before met many griefs of heart, cleaving his way through wars of men and through the boisterous seas, yet here slept undisturbed, heedless of all he suffered. As that most brilliant star rose, which comes the surest herald of the light of early dawn, the sea-borne ship drew near the island. Now in the land of Ithaca there is a certain harbour sacred to Phorcys, the old man of the sea. Here 2 projecting jagged cliffs slope inward toward the harbour, and break the heavy waves raised by wild winds without. Inside, without a cable, ride the well-benched ships when once they reach the roadstead. Just at the harbour's head a leafy olive stands, and near it a pleasant, darksome cave, sacred to nymphs called naiads. Within the cave are bowls and jars of stone, and here bees hive their honey. Long looms of stone are here, where nymphs weave purple robes, a marvel to behold. Here are ever-flowing springs. The cave has double doors, one to the north, accessible to men, one to the south, for gods. By this men do not pass. It is the immortals' entrance. Here they rode in, knowing the place of old. The ship ran up the shore full half her length by reason of her speed. So was she driven by her rowers' arms. The men then left the timbered ship and came ashore, and straightway took Odysseus from the hollow ship, him and his linen sheet and bright-hued rug, and set him on the sands, still sunk in sleep. They also brought the treasure out, which the Phaeacian chiefs gave him at his departure, prompted by kind Athena, and laid it all together by an olive trunk, a little off the road, for fear, before Odysseus woke, some passer-by might harm it. Then they departed homeward. Nevertheless, the earth-shaker did not forget the threats with which at first he threatened great Odysseus, but thus he asked the purposes of Zeus. "O Father Zeus, no more shall I be honored among immortal gods, if mortal men, the people of Phaeacia, honor me not, though men of my own kin. For I had meant that through much hardship Odysseus should return. I never tried to cut him off from coming altogether, because you gave him once a promise and confirmed it with a nod. Yet these Phaeacians have borne him through the sea on their swift ship asleep, and set him down in Ithaca, and given him glorious gifts, such stores of bronze and gold and woven stuffs as Odysseus never would have won from Troy itself, had he returned unharmed with his due share of spoil." Then answered him cloud-gathering Zeus, and said, "For shame, wide-ruling land-shaker! What are you saying? The gods do not refuse you honor. Hard would it be to cast dishonor on our oldest and our best. And as to men, if any, led by pride and power, dishonors you, vengeance is yours and shall be ever. Do what you will, even all your heart's desire." Then earth-shaking Poseidon answered, "Soon would I do, dark-clouded one, all that you say, but that I ever dread and would avoid your wrath. Even now, this shapely ship of the Phaeacians, returning home from pilotage upon the misty sea, I would destroy, that they henceforth may hold aloof and cease to give men aid, and I would throw a lofty mound about their city." Then answered him cloud-gathering Zeus, and said, "Friend, this appears to me the better way. When all the people of the town look off and see her sailing, then turn her into stone close to the shore, yet like a swift ship still, that all the folk may marvel, and throw a lofty mound about their city." And hearing this, earth-shaking Poseidon hastened to Scheria, where the Phaeacians live, and waited there. Then, as the sea-borne ship drew near, running full swiftly, the earth-shaker drew near her too, turned her to stone, and rooted her to the bottom, forcing her under with his outspread hand, and went his way. But in winged words to one another talked the Phaeacian oarsmen, notable men at sea. And glancing at his neighbour, a Phaeacian man would say, "Ah, who stopped the swift ship on the sea as she was running in? In full sight, too, she was." So they would say, but knew not how things were. And now Alcinous addressed them thus: "Ah, surely, then, the ancient oracles are come to pass, told by my father, who said Poseidon was displeased because we were safe guides for all mankind. And he averred the god one day would wreck a shapely ship of the Phaeacians, returning home from pilotage upon the misty sea, and so would throw a lofty mound about our city. That was the old man's tale, and now it all comes true. However, what I say, let us all follow. Stop piloting the men who come from time to time here to our city. And to Poseidon let us offer 12 choice bulls, that he may have compassion, and so not throw a lofty mound about our city." He spoke, and all the people feared, and brought the bulls. And then to Lord Poseidon, standing around his altar, the captains and counsellors of the Phaeacians offered prayer. Meanwhile, within his native land, royal Odysseus woke from sleep, and did not know the land from which he had been gone so long. For a goddess spread a cloud around, even Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, that she might render him unknown, and herself tell him all, and that his wife, his townsfolk, and his friends might never know him until the suitors paid the price of all their lawless deeds. Thus, to its master, all the land looked strange, the footpaths stretching far away, the sheltered coves, steep rocks, and spreading trees. Rising, he stood and gazed upon his land, then groaned and smote his thighs with outspread hand, saying in anguish, "Alas, to what man's land am I come now? Lawless and savage are they, with no regard for right, or are they kind to strangers and reverent toward the gods? Where shall I leave my many goods, and whither shall I turn? Would these had stayed with the Phaeacians where they were, and I myself had found some other powerful prince who might have entertained me and sent me on my way. Now where to store my goods I do not know. Yet here I must not leave them to fall a prey to strangers. Not at all wise and just were the Phaeacian captains and counsellors in bringing me to this strange shore. They promised they would carry me to far-seen Ithaca, but that they did not do. May Zeus, the god of suppliants, reward them. For over all men watches Zeus, chastising those who sin. However, let me count my goods, and see that the Phaeacians took none away upon their hollow ship." So saying, he counted the beautiful tripods, the cauldrons, gold, and goodly woven stuffs, and none was lacking. Then, sighing for his native land, he paced the shore of the resounding sea in sadness. Near him Athena drew, in form of a young shepherd, yet delicate as are the sons of kings. Doubled about her shoulders she wore a fine-wrought mantle, under her shining feet her sandals, and in her hand a spear. To see her made Odysseus glad. He went to meet her, and speaking in winged words, he said, "Friend, since you are the first I find within this land, I bid you welcome, and hope you come with no ill will. Nay, save these goods, and save me too. I supplicate you as a god, and I approach your knees. And tell me truly this, that I may know full well, what land is this? What people? What sort of men dwell here? Is it a far-seen island, or a tongue of fertile mainland that stretches out to sea?" Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "You are simple, stranger, or come from far away to ask about this land. It's not quite so nameless. Many men know it well, men dwelling toward the east and rising sun, and those behind us also toward the darksome west. It is a rugged land, not fit for driving horses, yet not so very poor, though lacking plains. Grain grows abundantly, and wine as well. The showers are frequent, and the dews refreshing. Here is good pasturage for goats and cattle. Trees of all kinds are here, and never-failing springs. So, stranger, the name of Ithaca has gone as far as Troy, which is, they say, a long way from Ogygia." She spoke, and glad was long-tried royal Odysseus, filled with delight over his native land through what was said by Pallas Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus. And speaking in winged words he said, yet uttered not the truth, but turned his words awry, ever revolving in his breast some gainful purpose. "In lowland Crete I heard of Ithaca, far off beyond the sea, and now I reach it, I and these goods of mine. I left an equal portion to my children, and fled away from home. For I had killed the dear son of Idomeneus, or Silicus the runner, who on the plains of Crete beat all us toiling men in speed of foot. The cause was this: he sought to cut me off from all the Trojan spoil, to gain which I bore grief of heart, cleaving my way through wars of men and through the boisterous seas. And all because I did not, as he wished, serve with his father in the land of Troy, but led my separate men. With a brazen spear I struck him as he was coming from his farm, and I was lying with a comrade near the road. A very dark night screened the sky. No man observed us. Secretly I took his life. So after I had slain him with my brazen-pointed spear, I straightway sought a ship, asked aid of the proud Phoenicians, and gave them from my booty what they wished. I bade them take me on their ship, and set me down at Pylos, or else at sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule. But stress of wind turned them aside, though much against their will. They meant no wrong, and missing our course, here we arrived last night. With much ado we rowed into the port, and gave no thought to supper, hungry although we were, but simply disembarking from the ship we all lay down. Then, weary as I was, sweet sleep came on me, and the Phoenicians, taking my treasure from the hollow ship, laid it upon the sands where I was lying, and they embarked and sailed away to stately Sidon. So I was left behind with aching heart. As he thus spoke, the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, smiled and patted him with her hand. Her form grew like a woman's, one fair and tall and skilled in dainty work, and speaking in winged words she said, "Prudent and wily must one be to overreach you in craft of any kind, even though it be a god who strives to match you. Bold, shifty, and insatiate of wiles, will you not now within your land cease from the false misleading tales which from the bottom of your heart you love? But let us talk no longer thus, both being versed in wiles. For you are far the best of men in plots and tales, and I of all the gods am famed for craft and wiles. And yet you did not know me, Pallas Athena, daughter of Zeus, me who am ever near to guard you in all toil, me who have made you welcome to all Phaeacian folk. Now am I come to frame with you a scheme to hide the treasure which the Phaeacian chiefs, through my advice and prompting, gave you at setting forth. And I will tell you, too, what griefs you must endure within your stately house. Bear them because you must. Do not report to man or woman of them all that you are come from wandering, but silently receive all pains and bear men's buffets." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Hard is it, goddess, for a man, however wise he be, to know when you are near. You take all forms. I very well remember how kind to me you were when all we young Achaeans were in the war at Troy. But since we overthrew the lofty town of Priam, since we went away in ships, and God dispersed the Achaeans, I never once have seen you, daughter of Zeus, nor known you to draw near my ship, protecting me from harm. Yet bearing ever in my breast a stricken heart, I wandered till the gods delivered me from ill, when in the rich land of the Phaeacians you cheered me by your words and led me to the city. Now I entreat you by your father's name, for I cannot think that I am come to far-seen Ithaca. No, I have strayed to some strange shore, and you, in mockery, I think, have told this tale to cheat me. But tell me, Have I really reached my own dear land?" Then answered him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Such thoughts as these are ever in your breast. Therefore I cannot leave you even in misfortune, because you are discreet, wary, and steadfast. For any other man, on coming back from wanderings, would eagerly have hastened home to see his wife and children. But you have no desire to know or hear of them till you have proved your wife, who, as of old, sits in your hall, and wearily the nights and days are wasted with her tears. But I, for my part, never doubted. I knew within my heart that you would come, though with the loss of all your men. But I did not wish to quarrel with Poseidon, my father's brother, who bore a grudge against you in his heart, angry because you blinded his dear son. Come then, and let me point you out the parts of Ithaca, that so you may believe. Here is the port of Phorcys, the old man of the sea. Here at the harbour's head the leafy olive, and near at hand the pleasant darksome cave sacred to nymphs called naiads. Here is the arching cavern, too, where oftentimes you made due sacrifices to the nymphs. And this is the wood-clad hill of Neriton." The goddess, speaking thus, scattered the cloud, and plain the land appeared. Then glad was long-tried royal Odysseus, and he exulted in his land, and kissed the bounteous earth, and straightway prayed the nymphs with outstretched hands. "O Naiad nymphs, daughters of Zeus, I said I should not see you any more, yet now with loving prayers I give you greeting. Gifts will we also give, even as old, if the daughter of Zeus, our captain, graciously grants me life and prospers my dear son." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "Be of good courage. Let not these things vex your mind. But in a corner of the monstrous cave let us lay by the goods instantly now, here to remain in safety. Then let us plan how all may turn out well." So saying, the goddess entered the darksome cave, and searched about the cave for hiding-places. Odysseus, too, brought hither all he had, gold and enduring bronze and fair-wrought raiment, things given by the Phaeacians. All these were laid away with care, and at the entrance a stone was set by Pallas Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus. Then, sitting down at the foot of the sacred olive, they planned the death of the audacious suitors, and thus began the goddess, clear-eyed Athena. "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, consider how to lay hands on the shameless suitors who for 3 years have held dominion in your hall, wooing your matchless wife and offering bridal gifts, while she, continually mourning at heart over your coming, gives hopes to all, has promises for each, and sends each messages, but her mind has a different purpose." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Certainly, here at home, I too had met the evil fate of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, had you not, goddess, duly told me all. Come then, and frame a plot for me to win revenge. And do you stand beside me, inspiring hardy courage, even so as when we tore the shining crown from Troy. If you would stand as stoutly by me, clear-eyed one, then I would face 300 men, mated with you, dread goddess, with you for my strong aid." Then answered him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "I surely will be with you. You shall never be forgot when we begin the work. Some, too, I think, shall spatter with their blood and brains the spacious floor, some of these suitors who devour your living. But let me make you strange to all men's view. I will shrivel the fair flesh on your supple limbs, pluck from your head the yellow locks, and clothe you in such rags that they who see shall loathe the wearer. And I will blur your eyes, so beautiful before, that you may seem repulsive to all the suitors here, and even to your wife, and the son you left at home. But first seek out the swineherd, the keeper of your swine, for he is loyal, loving your son and steadfast Penelope. You will find him sitting by his swine. They feed along the Raven Crag, by the spring of Arethusa, eating the pleasant acorns and drinking the shaded water, a food which breeds abundant fat in swine. There wait, and sitting by his side, question him fully. while I go on to Sparta, the land of lovely women, to summon thence Telemachus, your son, Odysseus. He went to spacious Lacedaemon to visit Menelaus, hoping to learn if you were still alive." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Why, knowing all, did you yourself not tell him? Must he too meet with sorrow roaming the barren sea, while others eat his substance?" Then answered him the goddess clear-eyed Athena, "Nay, let him not too much oppress your heart. I was myself his guide, and helped him win a noble name by going thither. He meets no hardship there, but sits at ease within the palace of the son of Atreus, with plenty all around. Young men indeed now lie in wait on their black ship, and seek to cut him off before he gains his native land. Yet this, I think, shall never be. Rather the earth shall cover some of the suitors who devour your living." So having said, Athena touched him with her wand, shrivelled the fair flesh on his supple limbs, plucked from his head the yellow locks, and made the skin of all his limbs the skin of an old man. Likewise she bleared his eyes, so beautiful before, and gave him for his clothing a wretched frock and tunic, tattered and foul and grimed with filthy smoke. Then over all she threw a swift deer's ample hide, stripped of its hair, and gave him a staff and miserable wallet full of holes, which hung upon a cord. So, having formed their plans, they parted. And thereupon the goddess went to sacred Lacedaemon, seeking Odysseus' son. Book 14. The Stay with Eumaeus. But from the harbour, up the rocky path, along the woody country on the hills, Odysseus went to where Athena bade him seek the noble swineherd, who guarded his estate more carefully than any man royal Odysseus owned. He found him sitting in his porch, by which was built a high-walled yard upon commanding ground, a handsome yard and large, with space around. With his own hands the swineherd built it for the swine after his lord was gone, without assistance from the queen or old Laertes, constructing it with blocks of stone and coping it with thorn. Outside the yard he drove down stakes the whole way round, stout and close set, of split black oak. Inside the yard he made 12 sties alongside one another, as bedding spaces for the swine. And 50 swine that wallow in the mire were penned in each, all of them sows for breeding. The boars, much fewer, lay outside. On these the gallant suitors feasted, and kept their number small, for daily the swineherd sent away the best fat hog he had. 360 they were now. Hard by 4 dogs, like wild beasts, always lay, dogs which the swineherd bred, the overseer. He was himself now fitting sandals to his feet, cutting therefore a well-tanned hide. The other men were gone their several ways, 3 with the swine to pasture, a 4th sent to the town to take to the audacious suitors, as was ordered, a hog to slay and sate their souls with meat. But now the ever-barking dog suddenly spied Odysseus, and baying rushed upon him, whereat Odysseus calmly sat down and from his hand let fall his staff. Yet here at his own farm he would have come to cruel grief, had not the swineherd, springing swiftly after, dashed from the door and from his hand let fall the leather. Chiding the dogs, he drove them off this way and that, with showers of stones, and thus addressed his master. "Old man, my dogs had nearly torn you to pieces here, all of a sudden, and so you would have brought reproach on me. Ah, well, the gods have given me other griefs and sorrows, for over my matchless master I sit and sigh and groan and tend fat hogs for other men to eat, while he, perhaps longing for food, wanders about the lands and towns of men of alien speech, if he still lives and sees the sunshine. But follow me, old man, into the lodge, so that you too, when satisfied with food and drink, may tell where you are come from and what troubles you have borne." So saying, to the lodge the noble swineherd led the way, and bringing Odysseus in, made him a seat. Beneath he laid thick brushwood, and on the top he spread a shaggy wild goat's great soft skin, his usual bed. Odysseus was pleased that he received him so, and spoke, and thus addressed him. "Stranger, may Zeus and the other deathless gods grant all you most desire for treating me so kindly." And swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Stranger, it is not right for me to slight a stranger, not even one in poorer plight than you, for in the charge of Zeus all strangers and beggars stand, and our small gift is welcome. But so it is with servants, continually afraid when new men are their masters. Surely the gods kept him from coming who would have loved me well and given me for my own the things a generous master always allows his man, a house, a plot of ground, and a fair wife, or at least when one has laboured long and God has made his work to prosper, as he makes prosper all the work I undertake. So would my master have well rewarded me, had he but grown old here. But he is gone. Would all the tribe of Helen had gone too, down on their knees, for she has made the knees of many men grow weak. Yes, he too went for Agamemnon's honour, to Ilius, famed for horses, to fight the Trojans there." So saying, he hurriedly girt his tunic with his belt, and went to the sties where droves of pigs were penned. Selecting 2, he brought them in and killed them both, singed them and sliced them and stuck them upon spits, and roasting all the meat, offered it to Odysseus, hot, on the spits themselves. He sprinkled it with white barley. Then in an ivy bowl he mixed some honeyed wine, and taking a seat over against Odysseus, thus cheerily began. "Now, stranger, eat what servants have, this young pig's flesh. The fatted hogs are eaten by the suitors, who have no reverence in their hearts nor any pity. Yet reckless deeds the blessed gods love not. They honour justice and men's upright deeds. Why, evil-minded, cruel men who land on foreign shore, and Zeus allows them plunder so that they sail back home with well-filled ships, even on the hearts of such falls a great fear of heavenly wrath. But these men know of something, having heard the utterance of some god about his mournful end, and therefore they are minded to woo so lawlessly, never departing to their homes, but at their ease, wasting this wealth with recklessness and sparing naught. For every day and night sent us by Zeus they slay their victims, no mere one or two, and wine they also waste with reckless draughts. My master's means were vast. No noble has so much on the dark mainland or in Ithaca itself. No 20 men together have such revenues as he. I will reckon up the sum. 12 herds upon the mainland, as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of swine, as many roving bands of goats, all shepherded by foreigners and herdsmen of his own. Then here in Ithaca graze roving bands of goats, 11 in all, along the farther shore, and trusty herdsmen watch them. Of these the herdsman every day drives up the fatted goat that seems the best. My task it is to guard and keep these swine, and picking carefully the best to send it to the suitors. So spoke the swineherd, while his companion hungrily ate his meat and drank with eagerness his wine, in silence, sowing seeds of evil for the suitors. But after he had dined and stayed his heart with food, Eumaeus, filling for his guest the cup from which he drank, gave it brimful of wine. Odysseus took it, and was glad at heart, and speaking in winged words he said, "My friend, who was the man that bought you with his wealth, and was so very rich and powerful as you say? You said he died for Agamemnon's honor. Tell me, I may have known some such as he. Zeus and the other deathless gods must know if I have seen him and can give you news, for I have travelled far." Then said to him the swineherd, the overseer, "Old man, no traveller coming here to tell of him could win his wife or son to trust the story. Lightly to vagrants seeking hospitality tell lies, and never care to speak the truth. So when a vagabond reaches the land of Ithaca, he comes and chatters cheating stories to my queen, and she receives him well, and giving entertainment questions him closely, while from her weeping eyelids trickle tears. For that is the way with wives when husbands die afar. You too, old man, would soon be patching up a tale if somebody would give you clothes, a coat and tunic. But probably already dogs and swift birds have plucked the flesh from off his bones, and life has left him. Or fishes devoured him in the deep, and on the land his bones are lying, wrapped in a heap of sand. So he died, far away, and for his friends sorrow is left behind. For all of them, and most of all for me. For never another such kind master shall I find, go where I may, not even if I return to my father's and mother's house, where I was born and where my parents reared me. Yet nowadays, for them I do not greatly grieve, much as I wish to see them and to be in my own land. But longing possesses me for lost Odysseus. Why, stranger, though he is not here, I speak his name with awe, for he was very kind and loved me from his heart, and worshipful I call him even when far away." Then long-tried royal Odysseus answered thus, "Friend, though you stoutly contradict, and say he will not come, and ever unbelieving is your heart, yet I declare, not with mere words, but with an oath, Odysseus will return. Give me the fee for welcome news when he arrives at home. Then clothe me in a coat and tunic, goodly garments. Before that time, however great my need, I will take nothing. For hateful as the gates of hell is he who, pressed by poverty, tells cheating tales. First, then, of all the gods be witness Zeus. And let this hospitable table, and the hearth of good Odysseus, whereto I come, be witness. All this shall be accomplished, exactly as I say. This very year Odysseus comes. As this moon wanes, and as the next appears, He shall return and punish all who wrong his wife and gallant son." And swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Old man, I never then shall give that fee for welcome news, nor will Odysseus reach his home. Nay, drink in peace. Let us turn to other thoughts, and do not bring such matters to remembrance. Ah, my heart aches within when one recalls my honored master. As for the oath, why, let it be. Yet may Odysseus come as I desire. I and Penelope, Laertes the old man, and Prince Telemachus. But now I have unceasing grief about Odysseus' child, Telemachus, whom, when the gods had made to grow like a young sapling, and I would often say that he would stand in men's esteem no whit behind his father, glorious in form and beauty, some god or man upset the balanced mind within, and off he went for tidings of his father to hallowed Pylos. And now the lordly suitors watch for his coming home, hoping to have the race of Prince Arcesius blotted from Ithaca, and left without a name. However, let us leave him too, whether he falls or flies, or whether the son of Cronos holds over him his arm. But come, old man, relate to me your troubles, and tell me truly this, that I may know full well. Who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred? On what ship did you come? And how did sailors bring you to Ithaca? Whom did they call themselves? For I'm sure you did not come on foot." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Well, I will very plainly tell you this. But had we in the lodge food and sweet wine for long, and should we feast in quiet, letting others do our work, then might I easily not finish in a year the tale of all the toils I bore by the gods' bidding. Of a family in lowland Crete I boast that I was born a rich man's son. There were many sons besides, born and brought up within that hall, sons of a lawful wife. Me a bought mother bore, a concubine. Yet he gave me equal honor with his true-begotten sons, this Castor, son of Hylax, whose child I say I am. Among the Cretans he was honored through the land as if he were a god, because of his prosperity, his wealth, and famous sons. But death's doom bore him to the house of Hades, and his disdainful sons divided up his living, casting lots. Me they assigned a very meagre share besides my dwelling. Nevertheless, I took to wife the daughter of a wealthy house, winning her by my merit, because I was no weakling and not afraid of war. Now all is gone. Yet still, when you see stubble, I think you know the grain. Hardships innumerable have pressed me sore. In those days, Ares and Athena gave me courage and strength to break the line. And when I picked our bravest for an ambush, sowing the seeds of evil for our foes, my swelling heart cast not a look on death. But charging ever foremost, I would catch upon my spear whatever foeman showed less speed than I. Such was I once in war. Labor I never liked, nor household thrift, which breeds good children. But ships equipped with oars were ever my delight, battles and polished javelins and arrows, appalling things which are to others hateful. Whatever God put in my heart I liked, for different men delight in different deeds. Before the young Achaeans went to Troy, 9 times I led forth men and sea-bound ships to plunder foreign tribes, and much I gained. Out of the spoil I picked what pleased me, and then obtained much afterwards by lot. Thus rapidly my household grew, and I became a man of weight and honor with the Cretans. But when far-seeing Zeus ordained the unhappy voyage which made the knees of many men grow weak, they called on me, and famed Idomeneus to lead the ships to Ilios. We could not say them nay. The people's voice was stern. There, for 9 years, we young Achaeans battled, and in the 10th, destroying the town of Priam, turned homewards with our ships. But God dispersed the Achaeans, especially for hapless me wise Zeus intended ill, Only a month I stayed at home, glad in my children, in my wedded wife, and in my goods. And then my heart impelled me to make a voyage to Egypt, with gallant comrades and with ships well fitted. 9 ships I fitted, and my force was gathered soon. For 6 days afterwards my trusty comrades feasted, and I provided many victims to offer to the gods and make my men their feast. Embarking on the 7th, we sailed from lowland Crete, the north wind fresh and fair, and moved off easily as if downstream. No ship met harm, but safe and sound we sat, while wind and helmsman kept us steady. In 5 days we arrived at Egypt's flowing stream, and in the Egyptian river I anchored my curved ships. Then to my trusty men I gave command to stay there by the ships and guard the ships, while I sent scouts to points of observation. But giving way to lawlessness and following their own bent, they presently began to pillage the fair fields of the Egyptians, carrying off wives and infant children and slaughtering the men. Soon the din reached the city. The people there, hearing the shouts, came forth at early dawn, and all the plain was filled with footmen and with horsemen and with the gleam of bronze. Then Zeus, the thunderer, brought on my men a cruel panic, and none dared stand and face the foe. Danger encountered us on every side. So the Egyptians slew many of our men with the sharp sword, and carried others off alive to work for them in bondage. But Zeus himself put in my heart this plan. Would I had rather died and met my doom there by the stream of Egypt, for since that day sorrow has held me fast. Straightway I took the well-made helmet from my head, and shield from off my shoulders, and flinging away my spear, I ran to meet the horses of the king. I clasped and kissed his knees. He spared and pitied me, and seating me in his chariot, bore me weeping home. A multitude with spears rushed after, intent on killing me, for they were much enraged. He held them back, dreading the wrath of Zeus, the stranger's friend, who ever visits evil deeds with his displeasure. Here I stayed 7 years, and I amassed much wealth among the Egyptians, for they all gave me gifts. But when the 8th revolving year was come, a certain Phoenician came, full of deceiving arts, a greedy knave, one who had wrought much harm to men already. He now prevailed upon me by his wiles, and took me with him till we reached Phoenicia, where was his home and substance. Here at his house I stayed throughout the year. But after days and months were spent, as the year rolled and other seasons came, he set me on a sea-bound ship sailing for Libya, falsely professing I should share his gains, but purposing to sell me there and reap a large reward. I followed him on board, suspecting him, but helpless. And now the ship sped on, with north wind fresh and fair, through the mid-sea past Crete, Zeus purposing our ruin. For when we had left Crete, and no other land appeared, but only sky and sea, the son of Cronus set a dark cloud over the hollow ship, and the deep gloomed below. Zeus at the same time thundered, hurling his bolt against the ship. She quivered in every part, struck by the bolt of Zeus, and filled with sulphur smoke. Out of the ship my comrades fell, and then like sea-fowl were borne by the side of the black ship along the waves. God cut them off from coming home. But helping me, whose heart was filled with anguish, Zeus put the long mast of the dark-bowed ship into my hands, so that I might once more escape from death. To this I clung and drifted before deadly winds. 9 days I drifted. On the 10th, in the dark night, the vast and rolling waters cast me on the coast of the Thesprotians. Here the king of the Thesprotians, Lord Phidon, entertained me, and freely too. It was his son who found me, overcome with cold and toil, and took me home, with his own hand supporting me until we reached his father's palace. He gave me also a coat and tunic for my clothing. Here, then, I heard about Odysseus, for Phidon said he had him as a guest and friend upon his homeward voyage. He showed me all the treasure that Odysseus had obtained, the bronze and gold and well-wrought iron, and really it would support man after man 10 generations long, so large a stock was stored in the king's palace. Odysseus himself, he said, was gone at that time to Dodona, to learn from the sacred lofty oak the will of Zeus, and how he might return, whether openly or by stealth, to the rich land of Ithaca, when now so long away. Moreover, in my presence, as he offered a libation in his house, he swore the ship was launched and sailors waiting to bring him home to his own native land. But he sent me off before, for a ship of the Thesprotians happened to be starting for the Dulichian grain fields. He bade her men conduct me carefully to King Acastus, but in their hearts a wicked scheme found favour, to bring me yet once more into the depths of woe, for when the sea-bound ship was far from shore, they planned a life of slavery for me. They stripped me of my clothes, my coat and tunic, and gave instead the wretched frock and tunic full of holes, which you yourself now see. Toward night they reached the fields of far-seen Ithaca. Here, with a twisted rope, they bound me fast upon the well-benched ship, and disembarking, they hastily took supper on the shore. Meanwhile the gods themselves lightly untied my cords, and I, wrapping my frock about my head and sliding down the slippery rudder, brought my breast into the sea, where, swimming hard, I oared my way with my 2 hands, and very soon was out of the water, clear of them. Climbing the bank, where there were clumps of leafy trees, I laid me down and hid. With loud cries ran the others here and there, but when there seemed no profit in any further search, they entered their hollow ship once more. So the gods with ease concealed me, and brought me to this farm of a sagacious man. It was my lot to live still longer. Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, Alas, poor stranger, you have deeply stirred my heart by telling me this tale of all your woes and wanderings. Yet here I think you err. You never can persuade me with talk about Odysseus. Why should a man like you tell lies for nothing? I understand about my master's coming. He has been hated utterly by all the gods, who did not let him die among the Trojans, nor in the arms of friends when the skein of war was wound. Then would the whole Achaean host have made his grave, and for his son in after days a great name had been gained. Now, silently the robber winds have swept him off. I, meanwhile, dwell aloof among the swine. To the town I never go, unless sometimes heedful Penelope commands my going, when any tidings come. Then the people sit around and closely question, some grieving for their long-gone master, some glad to eat his substance and make him no amends. But as for me, I have no mind to search and question, since an Aetolian fellow cheated me with his tale. He killed a man, and wandering far and wide came to my farmstead here, and I received him kindly. He told me how, in Crete, he saw Odysseus with Idomeneus, mending the ships which storms had shattered. He said he would be here by summer or by harvest, bringing a store of wealth and all his gallant crew. You too, old woe-worn man, now heaven has brought you here, do not, by lying tales, attempt to please or win me, since out of no such cause I show respect and kindness, but out of reverence for Zeus, the stranger's friend, and pity, too, for you. Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, Surely, in you there is a heart so unbelieving that by an oath I did not move it, nor win you to believe. But let us make a covenant now, and for us both hereafter our witnesses shall be the gods who hold Olympus. If ever to this house your master comes, clothe me in coat and tunic, and send me to Dulichion, where I desire to be. But if your master does not come, as I declare he will, send out your men and throw me down the lofty cliff, that other beggars may beware of telling lying tales. Then answering said the noble swineherd, Stranger, fine fame and fortune would be mine among mankind, both now and evermore, if, after I had brought you to the lodge and given you welcome, I turned about and slew you and took away your life. With a clear heart thereafter I should pray to Zeus, the son of Cronus. Well, It is supper time, and may my comrades soon be here to get at the lodge a savoury supper." So they conversed together. Presently came the swine and those who kept them. They shut them up to sleep in their accustomed sties, and a prodigious noise arose from the penned swine. Then to his comrades recalled the noble swineherd, "Fetch me the best hog hither to slaughter for the stranger who comes from far away. We, too, will have some cheer, who for a long time now have plagued ourselves over the white-toothed swine. Others devour our labour and make us no amends." So saying, with the ruthless axe he cleft some wood. The others brought a boar, well fatted, 5 years old, and stood him on the hearth. And now the swineherd, being of upright heart, did not forget the immortal gods. At the beginning he cast into the fire hairs from the head of the white-toothed boar, and prayed to all the gods that wise Odysseus might return to his own home. Next, raising high a billet of oak, saved when he split the wood, he dealt a blow, and the boar's life departed. The others cut the throat and singed the boar, and quickly laid him open. The swineherd then laid the raw meat, selected from each joint, into rich fat. Some parts of this, sprinkled with barley meal, they cast into the fire. The rest they sliced and stuck on spits, roasted with care, drew it all off, and tossed it all together on the trenchers. And now the swineherd rose to carve, for well he knew his duties. And as he carved, divided all in 7 messes. The first mess for the nymphs and Hermes, Maia's son, he set aside with prayer, passing the rest to each. Odysseus he honoured with the whole length of the chine, cut from the white-toothed boar, and so rejoiced his master. Addressing him, said wise Odysseus, "Eumaeus, may you be as dear to Father Zeus as now to me, for honouring with kindness such as I." And swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Good stranger, eat, enjoy what lies before you. God gives and God withholds, as is his pleasure. His power is over all." He spoke, and burned the consecrated pieces to the ever-living gods. Then, pouring sparkling wine, he put the cup into the hands of city-sacking Odysseus, and sat him down by his own portion. Menelaus passed them bread, a man the swineherd had acquired after his lord was gone, without assistance from the queen or Lord Laertes. With his own means he bought him of the Taphians. So, on the food spread out before them, they laid hands. Then, after they had stayed desire for drink and food, Menelaus took away the bread. And so to sleep, sated with bread and meat, they hastened. And now the night came on, moonless and foul. Zeus reigned all night, and strong the west wind blew, a wet wind always. To his companions spoke Odysseus, making trial of the swineherd to see if he would pull off his own coat and offer him, or order one of the men to give him a coat through love of him. "Hearken, Eumaeus, and all you other men, and I will boast a bit and tell a story. For crazy wine so bids, which sets a man, even if wise, to singing loud and laughing lightly, and makes him dance and brings out stories really better left untold. But since I have begun to croak, I'll not be silent. Would I were in my prime, my vigour firm, as in the days when we went under Troy and set an ambush. Odysseus was our captain, and Atrides Menelaus, and with them I was third, for so they ordered. Now, when we reached the city and the lofty wall, in the thick bushes by the citadel, among some reeds and marsh grass, curled up beneath our armour, we laid us down to sleep. An ugly night came on, although the north wind fell, and bleak it was. From overhead came snow like hoarfrost, cold, and ice formed on the edges of our shields. Then all the other men had coats and tunics, and slept in comfort with their shields snug round their shoulders. But I, at starting, foolishly left my coat with my companions, because I did not think I should be cold at all. So off I came with nothing but my shield and coloured doublet. But when it was the third watch of the night, and the stars crossed the zenith, I spoke to Odysseus, who was near, nudging him with my elbow, and readily he listened. "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, I shall not be among the living long. This cold is killing me, because I have no coat. Some god beguiled me into wearing nothing but my tunic. Now there is no escape." So said I, and he at once had an idea in mind. So ready was he both to plan and fight, and speaking in an undertone he said, "Keep quiet for the present, lest some other Achaean hear." Then, raising his head and resting on his elbow, thus he spoke. "Hark, friends! A dream from heaven came to me in my sleep. Yes, we've come a long way from the ships. Would there were someone here to tell Atrides Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, to send us more men hither from the fleet." As thus he spoke, up Thoas sprung, Andremon's son, who quickly, casting off his purple cloak, went running to the ships. I, in his garment, lay comfortably down till gold-throned morning dawned. So would I now were in my prime, my vigour firm. Then one of the swineherds of the farm might give a coat through kindness and respect for a deserving man. Now they despise me for the sorry clothes I wear." Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Old man, the boastings you have uttered are not ill. You have not spoken an improper or a silly word. Therefore you shall not lack for clothes, nor anything besides, which it is fit a hard-pressed suppliant should find, at least for now. Tomorrow you shall wrap yourself in your own rags. There are not many coats and extra tunics here to wear, but simply one apiece. But when Odysseus' son returns, he will give you a coat and tunic for your clothing, and send you where your heart and soul may bid you go." So saying, he rose and placed a bed beside the fire, and threw upon it skins of sheep and goats. On this Odysseus laid him down, and over him Eumaeus threw a great shaggy coat which lay at hand, as extra clothing, to put on when there came a bitter storm. So here Odysseus slept, and by his side the young men slept, but not the swineherd. A bed here pleased him not, thus parted from his swine, but he prepared to venture forth. Glad was Odysseus that Eumaeus took such care of his estate while he was gone. And first Eumaeus slung a sharp-edged sword about his sturdy shoulders, put on his storm-proof shaggy coat, picked up the fleece of a large full-grown goat, took a sharp spear to keep off dogs and men, and went away to rest where lay the white-toothed swine, under a hollow rock sheltered from Boreas. Book 15. Telemachus and Eumaeus. Now to spacious Lacedaemon went Pallas Athena to seek the noble son of resolute Odysseus, wishing to call his home to mind and bid him hasten. She found Telemachus and the worthy son of Nestor lying within the porch of famous Menelaus. The son of Nestor was still wrapped in gentle sleep, but to Telemachus came no welcome sleep, for through the immortal night thoughts in his heart about his father kept him waking. So clear-eyed Athena, drawing near, addressed him thus: "Telemachus, it is not well to wander longer far from home, leaving your wealth behind and persons in your house so insolent as these. For they may swallow all your wealth, sharing with one another while you are gone a fruitless journey. Nay, with all haste, urge Menelaus, good at the war-cry, to send you forth, that you may find your blameless mother still at home. Already her father and her brothers press her to wed Eurymachus, for he excels all suitors in his gifts, and overtops their dowry. But let her not against your will take treasure from your home. You know a woman's way. She strives to enrich his house who marries her, while of her former children, and the husband of her youth, when he is dead, she thinks not, and she talks of him no more. Go then, and put your household in the charge of her among the maids who seems the best, until the gods grant you an honored wife. And let me tell you more. Lay it to heart. By a deliberate plan, the leaders of the suitors now guard the strait twixt Ithaca and rugged Samos, and seek to cut you off before you gain your native land. Yet this, I think, shall never be. Rather the earth shall cover some of the suitors who devour your living. Still, keep your staunch ship off the islands, and sail both night and day. and one of the immortals who guards and keeps you safe shall send a favouring breeze. When then you reach the nearest shore of Ithaca, send forward to the city your ship and all her crew, and go yourself, before all else, straight to the swineherd, who is the keeper of your swine and ever loyal. There rest a night, but send the swineherd to the city to bear the news to heedful Penelope, how you are safe and how you have returned from Pylos." So saying, Athena passed away to high Olympus. But from the sweet sleep Telemachus waked Nestor's son, touching him with his heel, and thus addressed him, "Wake, Nestor's son, Pisistratus. Bring out the strong-hoofed horses, and yoke them to the car, that we may make our journey." Then Nestor's son, Pisistratus, made answer, "Telemachus, we cannot, eager for the journey though we are, drive in a dusky night. It will be morning soon. Wait then a while, until the royal son of Atreus, the spearman Menelaus, brings his gifts, places them in the chariot, and sends us forth with cheering words upon our way. For a guest remembers all his days the hospitable man who showed him kindness." He spoke, and soon the gold-throned morning came, and Menelaus, good at the war-cry, now drew near, just risen from bed by fair-haired Helen. When the son of Odysseus spied him, in haste he girt his glossy tunic round his body, and threw a great cloak round his sturdy shoulders. So forth he went, and drawing near, thus spoke Telemachus, the son of princely Odysseus. "O son of Atreus, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, now at last let me go to my own native land, for my heart longs for home." Then answered Menelaus, good at the war-cry, "Telemachus, I will not keep you longer if you desire to go. I blame a host if overkind or overrude. Better good sense in all things. It is an equal fault to thrust away the guest who does not care to go, and to detain the impatient. Best make the stranger welcome while he stays, and speed him when he wishes. But wait until I bring you gifts, and place them in your chariot, beautiful gifts, as you yourself shall see. And let me bid the maids prepare a meal here in the hall from our abundant stores. It brings dignity and honor and benefit, besides, to feast before you travel along the boundless earth. Then, if you choose to make a tour through Hellas and mid-Argos, so far I will attend you, for I will yoke my horses and guide you through the towns. No one will send us empty off, but each will give some single thing to bear away, a brazen tripod, cauldron, pair of mules, or golden goblet." Then again answered him discreet Telemachus, "O son of Atreus, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, at present I had rather go to my own home, for I left behind at starting no guardian of my goods. So while I seek my godlike father, I may myself be lost, or else may lose out of my house some valued treasure." When Menelaus, good at the war-cry, heard his words, he straightway bade his wife and maids prepare a meal there in the hall from his abundant stores. And now the son of Boethus, Eteoneus, entered, just risen from his bed, for he lived not far away. Menelaus, good at the war-cry, told him to light the fire and roast the meat, and when he heard, he did not disobey. Menelaus himself, meanwhile, went down to a fragrant chamber, yet not alone, for Helen went, and Megapenthes. And when they came where lay his treasure, the son of Atreus took a double cup, and ordered Megapenthes to bring a silver bowl, while Helen lingered by the chests where were the embroidered robes which she herself had brought. Out of these robes the royal lady Helen drew forth one to bear away, one handsomest in work and largest, which sparkled like a star. It lay beneath the others. Then forth they hastened through the palace, till they found Telemachus, whom light-haired Menelaus thus addressed. "Telemachus, as your heart hopes, may Zeus the Thunderer, husband of Hera, grant you a safe return. And out of all the gifts stored in my house as treasures, I will give you that which is most beautiful and precious. I will give a well-wrought bowl. It is of solid silver, its rim finished with gold, the work of Hephaestus. Lord Phaedimus, the king of the Sidonians, gave it, when his house sheltered me on my way homeward. And now, to you I gladly give it." So saying, the lordly son of Atreus put in his hands the double cup. Then the bright silver bowl strong Megapenthes brought, and set before him, while at his side stood fair-cheeked Helen, holding the robe. And thus she spoke, and said, "I too, dear child, will give a gift, this keepsake from the hands of Helen, against the wished-for wedding time, for your wife then to wear. Meanwhile in your good mother's charge lay it away at home, and may you with rejoicing reach your stately house and native land." So saying, she laid it in his hands. He took it and was glad. Then Lord Pisistratus put in the chariot box the gifts as he received them, viewing them all with wonder. Light-haired Menelaus led them to the house, where they took seats on benches and on chairs. Now water for the hands a servant brought, in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for their washing, and spread a polished table by their side. And the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before them, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store. The son of Boethous, too, carved meat and passed them portions, and the son of famous Menelaus poured their wine. And on the food spread out before them they laid hands. Then, after they had stayed desire for drink and food, Telemachus and Nestor's gallant son harnessed the horses, mounted the gay chariot, and off they drove from porch and echoing portico. After them came the son of Atreus, light-haired Menelaus, in his right hand a golden cup of cheering wine for them to pour at starting. He stopped before the horses, and pledging them, he said, "A health to you, young men, and say the same to Nestor, the shepherd of the people, for he was kind to me as any father those days we young Achaeans were in the war at Troy." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Even as you say, O heaven-descended prince, when we arrive we will report all these your words, and would that coming home to Ithaca I there might find Odysseus in my home, and so might say how after meeting every kindness here with you, I went my way and carried many precious treasures with me." On his right, as he was speaking, flew an eagle, bearing within his claws a large white goose, a tame fowl from the yard. People ran shouting after, men and women, but as the bird drew near, he darted to the right before the horses. All saw it and were glad, and in their breasts their hearts grew warm, and thus began Pisistratus, the son of Nestor, "Think, heaven-descended Menelaus, leader of hosts, is it we to whom God shows this sign, or is it you?" He spoke, and valiant Menelaus pondered, doubting what he should think, and rightly answered. But long-robed Helen, taking up the word, spoke thus, "Hearken, and I will prophesy such things as the immortals bring to mind, things which I think will happen. As the eagle caught the goose, she fattened in the house, he coming from the hills where he was born and bred, so shall Odysseus, through many woes and wanderings, come home and take revenge. Even now, perhaps, he is at home, sowing the seeds of ill for all the suitors." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Zeus grant it so, he the loud thunderer, husband of Hera. Then would I there, too, as to any god, give thanks to you." He spoke and laid the lash upon the horses, and very quickly they started toward the plain, hastening through the city. And all day long they shook the yoke they bore between them. Now the sun sank, and all the ways grew dark, and the men arrived at Pheræ, before the house of Diocles, the son of Orsilochus, whose father was Alpheus. There for the night they rested. He gave them entertainment. Then, as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they harnessed the horses, mounted the gay chariot, and off they drove from porch and echoing portico. Telemachus cracked the whip to start, and not unwillingly the pair flew off, and by they came to the steep citadel of Pylos. Then said Telemachus to Nestor's son, "O son of Nestor, could you give and carry out a promise I shall ask? Friends from of old we call ourselves, through parents' friendship. Besides, we are alike in years, and this our journey makes the tie more close. Do not, then, heaven-descended prince, take me beyond my ship, but leave me there, for fear old Nestor, meaning kindness, detain me at his house against my will, when I should hasten on." So he spoke, and the son of Nestor doubted within his heart if he could rightly give and carry out that promise. Yet, unreflecting thus, it seemed the better way. He turned his horses toward the swift ship and the shore, took out and set by the ship's stern the goodly gifts, the clothing and the gold which Menelaus gave, and hastening Telemachus, spoke thus in winged words, "Quickly embark and summon all your crew, before I reach my home and tell old Nestor. For in my mind and heart full well I know how stern his temper is. He will not let you go. He will himself come here and call you. I tell you, too, go back he will not empty-handed, for he will be very angry, notwithstanding what you say." So saying, he drove his full-maned horses to the town of Pylos, and quickly reached the palace. Telemachus, inspiriting his crew, called to them thus, "Put all the gear in order, friends, on the black ship, and come aboard yourselves, and let us make our journey." So he spoke, and willingly they heeded and obeyed. Quickly they came on board, and took their places at the pins. With these things he was busied, and now by the ship's stern was making prayers and offerings to Athena, when up there came a wanderer, exiled from Argos through having killed a man. He was a seer, and of the lineage of Melampus. In former times Melampus lived at Pylos, the motherland of flocks, and had a very wealthy home among the Pylians. Then he went to a land of strangers, and departed from his country, flying from high-souled Neleus, lordliest of living men, who for a full year held by force his great possessions. He, meanwhile, in the halls of Phylacus, was kept in bitter bondage, and suffered great distress, because of the daughter of Neleus, and the delusion deep which the divine sharp-scourging fury brought his mind. But he escaped his doom, and drove the bellowing oxen from Phylace to Pylos, and punishing matchless Neleus for his disgraceful deed, he brought the maiden home to be his brother's wife. So he came to a land of strangers, grazing Argos, where afterwards he was to live, sovereign of many Argives. And here he took a wife, and built a high-roofed house, and he begot 2 sturdy sons, Antiphates and Mantius. Antiphates again begot brave Oacles, and Oacles Amphiaraus, the summoner of hosts, whom Zeus the aegis-bearing and Apollo tenderly loved, and showed him every favour. And yet he did not reach the threshold of age, but died at Thebes, destroyed by woman's bribes. To him were born 2 sons, Alcmaeon and Amphilochus. Now Mantius begot Clytus and Polyphides, but gold-throned Dawn took Clytus by reason of his beauty to dwell with the immortals. Of eager Polyphides Apollo made a seer, the best among mankind, when Amphiaraus died. Quarrelling with his father, he withdrew to Hipparesia, and there he dwelt and prophesied for all men. It was his son drew near, named Theoclymenus, and stood before Telemachus. He found him making offerings and prayers beside the swift black ship, and speaking in winged words he said, "Friend, since I find you offering burnt offerings here, by these offerings, and the god, I will entreat you, and by your own life too, and that of those who follow, tell truly all I ask. Hold nothing back. Who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred?" Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Well, stranger, I will plainly tell you all. By birth I am of Ithaca. My father is Odysseus, if ever such there were. But long ago he died, a mournful death. So I, with men and a black ship, am come to gather news of my long-absent father." Then answered godlike Theoclymenus, "Like you, I too am far from home, because I killed a kinsman. He has many relatives and friends in grazing Argos, and with the Achaeans their influence is large. To shun the death and the dark doom which they would deal, I flee, for I must be a wanderer now from tribe to tribe. Set me upon your ship, a fugitive and suppliant. Let them not kill me, for I know they will pursue." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "I shall not thrust you forth from the trim ship against your will. Nay, fellow, in our land you shall receive what we can give." So saying, he took the brazen spear from Theoclymenus and laid it on the deck of the curved ship. Telemachus himself came on the sea-bound ship and sat him in the stern, while by his side sat Theoclymenus. The others loosed the cables, and now Telemachus, inspiriting his men, bade them lay hold upon the tackling, and they busily obeyed. Raising the pine-wood mast, they set it in the hollow socket, binding it firm with forestays, and tightened the white sail with twisted ox-hide thongs. And a favourable wind clear-eyed Athena sent, which swept with violence along the sky, so that the scudding ship might swiftly make her way through the salt ocean water. Thus on they ran, past Cruni and the pleasant streams of Chalcis. The sun was setting, and the ways were growing dark as the ship drew near to Pheræ, driven by the breeze of Zeus. Then on past sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule. From here Telemachus steered for the pointed isles, uncertain if he should escape from death or fall a prey. Meanwhile, at the lodge, Odysseus and the noble swineherd were eating supper, and with them supped the others. And after they had stayed desire for drink and food, thus spoke Odysseus, making trial of the swineherd, to see if he would longer give a hearty welcome and urge his stay at the farm, or if he would send him straightway to the town. "Hearken, Eumaeus, and all you other men. I want to go tomorrow to beg about the town, for fear I burden you and these your men. Only direct me well, and give me a trusty guide to show the way. Once in the city, I must wander by myself, and hope some man will give a cup and crust. And if I come to the house of princely Odysseus, there I will tell my tale to heedful Penelope, and join the audacious suitors, who might perhaps give me a meal, since they have plenty. Soon I could serve them well in all they want. For let me tell you this, and do you mark and listen. By favour of the guide-god, Hermes, who lends the grace and dignity to all the deeds of men, in servants' work I have no equal. In laying a fire well, splitting dry wood, carving and roasting meat, and pouring wine, indeed, in all the ways that poor men serve their betters." Then, deeply moved, said you, swineherd Eumaeus, "Why, stranger, how came such notions in your mind? You certainly must long to die that very instant when you consent to plunge into the throng of suitors, whose arrogance and outrage reach to the iron heavens. Their servants are not such as you, but younger men, well dressed in coats and tunics, ever with glossy heads and handsome faces, are they who do them service. Their polished tables are laden with bread and meat and wine. No, stay with us. Nobody is disturbed that you are here, not I myself, nor any one of these my men. And when Odysseus' son returns, he will give a coat and tunic for your clothing, and send you where your heart and soul may bid you go." Then answered him long-tried royal Odysseus, "May you, Eumaeus, be as dear to Father Zeus as now to me, for having stopped my wandering and saved me bitter woe. Nothing is harder for a man than restless roaming. 'Tis for the cursed belly's sake that men meet cruel ills, when wandering misfortune and distresses come. Yet while you keep me here, bidding me wait your master, pray, tell me of the mother of princely Odysseus, and of his father, whom when he went away he left behind on the threshold of old age. Are they still living in the sunshine, or are they now already dead and in the house of Hades?" Then said to him the swineherd, the overseer, "Well, stranger, I will plainly tell you all. Laertes is still living, but ever prays to Zeus to let life leave his limbs here at his home, for he mourns exceedingly his absent son, and the early wedded trusty wife, whose death distressed him sorely, and brought him into premature old age. In sorrow for her famous son, she pined away a piteous death. May none die so who dwells with me, who is my friend and does me kindness. While still she lived, much as she suffered, pleasant it was to ask for her and make inquiries. for it was she who brought me up with long-robed Timony, her stately daughter, the youngest child she bore. With her I was brought up, and I was honoured little less. Then, when we reached together the longed-for days of youth, they sent Timony to Sema, and obtained large wedding gifts, while me, my lady, dressed in coat and tunic, goodly garments, and giving sandals for my feet, she sent me to the farm. Yet in her heart she loved me more and more. Now all that love I lack, though the good gods bless all I undertake. By work I get my meat and drink, and give to the deserving, but from the queen I cannot win one cheering word or deed. Trouble has fallen on the house through overbearing men. Yet servants long to speak with their mistress face to face, from her to learn of all, with her to eat and drink, and then take something also to the fields. Such things warm servants' hearts. Then answering said wise Odysseus, Swineherd Eumaeus, certainly when you were small you must have wandered far from home and kindred. Tell me about it. Tell me plainly, too. Was the wide-wayed city of your people sacked, the city where your father and honoured mother dwelt? Or, when you were alone among your sheep and cattle, did foemen take you on their ships and bring you overseas to the palace of a man who paid a proper price? Then said to him the swineherd, the overseer, Stranger, since now you ask of this and question me, quietly listen. Take your ease, and sit and drink your wine. These nights are vastly long. There's time enough to sleep, and time to cheer ourselves with hearing stories. You must not go to bed till bedtime. Too much sleeping harms. As for the others here, if anybody's heart and liking bids, let him go off and sleep. Then early in the morning, after eating, let him attend his master's swine. But let us drink and feast within the lodge, and please ourselves with telling one another tales of piteous ill. For afterwards a man finds pleasure in his pains when he has suffered long and wandered long. So I will tell you what you ask and seek to know. There's an island, Syria it is called. You may have heard its name, above Ogygia, where the sun's course turns. Not very thickly settled. Good, however, with excellent flocks and herds, and full of corn and wine. Into this land dearth never comes, nor any foul disease attacks unhappy men. But when the families throughout the town grow old, Apollo and Artemis come with silver bow and slay them with their gentle arrows. Here are 2 towns, and all the land is shared between them. Over them both my father ruled, Theseus, son of Ormenus, a man like the immortals. Thither Phoenicians came, notable men at sea, but greedy knaves, with countless trinkets in their black-hulled ship. Now, in my father's house lived a Phoenician woman, handsome and tall and skilled in dainty work, and her the wily Phoenicians led astray. In the first days, when she was washing clothes beside the hollow ship, a man seduced her by love and kindness, for these things turn the heads of womankind, even the upright too. Then he asked her who she was, and whence she came, whereat she pointed straightway to my father's high-roofed house. I boast of being born in Sidon, rich in bronze, and am the daughter of Erebus, a man of abounding wealth. But Taphian pirates seized me as I wandered through the fields, and brought me here across the sea, to the palace of a man who paid a proper price. Then said the man who secretly seduced her, Return then home again with us, to see your father's and your mother's high-roofed house, and see them too, for they are living still, and still accounted rich. Then answered him the woman thus, and said, It may be, if you sailors pledge yourselves by oath to take me home unharmed. So she spoke, and they all took the oath which she required. Then, after they had sworn and ended all their oath, once more the woman answered them, and said, Be quiet for the present. Let none among your crew utter a word to me, in meetings on the street or at the well, or someone coming to the old king's house may tell, and he, if he understands, will bind me in bitter bonds and plot your ruin. So bear in mind my words, and press the purchase of your cargo. Then, When the ship is filled with freight, let a messenger come quickly to the palace, and I will bring whatever gold I find at hand. Another kind of passage money I would gladly give. At home I tend a child, so bright a boy, who runs beside me out of doors. Him I might bring on board, and he would fetch a mighty sum from any foreign folk you visit." So saying, she departed to the stately palace, and they continued with us all the year, and by their trading gathered in their hollow ship large stores. But when the hollow ship was freighted to set sail, they sent a messenger to tell the woman, "This crafty man came to my father's house, bringing a golden necklace strung with amber beads." The maids about the house and my good mother kept fingering the chain and eyeing it and offering a price. The man, meanwhile, signed to the woman silently, and having given his sign, departed to the hollow ship. The woman, then, taking me by the hand, led me off out of doors. In the fore part of the house she found some cups and tables, where people had been feasting who waited on my father. They were now gone to a public gathering and debate. Quickly she hid 3 goblets in her breast and bore them off. I innocently followed. The sun was setting and the roads were growing dark, but we walked swiftly on and came to the well-known harbor where the Phoenicians' sea-bound ship was lying. Embarking there, the men set sail upon their watery way, making us too embark. Zeus sent us wind. 6 days we sailed, as well by night as day. But when Zeus, the son of Cronus, brought the 7th day round, the huntress Artemis struck down the woman, and like a sea-coot in the hold she dropped. They threw her overboard, a prey to seals and fishes, and I was left behind with aching heart. But wind and water bore us thence, and brought us here to Ithaca, and here Laertes bought me with his substance. This is the way I came to see this land." Then thus replied high-born Odysseus, "Eumaeus, you have deeply stirred the heart within my breast, telling these tales of all the troubles you have borne. Yet, side by side with evil, Zeus surely gave you good, since at the end of all your toils you reached the house of a kind man, who furnishes you food and drink in plenty. A comfortable life you lead, but I come here a wanderer through many cities." So they conversed together, then lay and slept a little while, not long, for soon came bright-throned dawn. Meantime, approaching shore, the comrades of Telemachus slackened their sail, hastily lowered the mast, and with their oars rowed the vessel to her moorings. Here they cast anchor and made fast the cables, and going forth themselves upon the shore prepared their dinner and mixed the sparkling wine. Then, after they had stayed desire for food and drink, discreet Telemachus was first to speak. "Sail the black-hulled ship, my men, straight to the town. I go to the fields and herdsmen. At evening, after looking at the farm, I too will come to town. Tomorrow I will make you payment for your voyage by a bounteous feast of meat and pleasant wine." Then up spoke godlike Theoclymenus. "Where shall I go, my child? To whose house come of all the men who rule in rocky Ithaca? Or shall I go directly to your mother's house and yours?" Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "At any other time I would bid you come to us, because we have no lack of means of welcome. But for yourself it would be somewhat dreary now. I shall be gone, and my mother will not see you, for she is not often in the same room with the suitors, but in an upper chamber far away she tends her loom. But I will name another man to whom you well might go, Eurymachus, the illustrious son of skilful Polybus, whom nowadays the men of Ithaca look upon as a god, for he is certainly the chief man here. He much desires to wed my mother and obtain the honors of Odysseus. Nevertheless, Olympian Zeus, who dwells in the clear sky, knows whether before the wedding he will meet a day of ill." Even as he spoke, upon his right there flew a bird, a hawk, Apollo's speedy messenger. With his claws he tore the dove he held and scattered down its feathers to the ground, midway between the ship and Telemachus himself. Then Theoclymenus, calling Telemachus aside from his companions, held fast his hand and spoke, and thus addressed him. "Telemachus, not without God's warrant flew this bird upon our right. I knew him at a glance to be a bird of omen. There is no house in Ithaca more kingly than your own, and you shall always be the rulers here." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Ah, stranger, would these words of yours might be fulfilled! Soon should you know my kindness and many a gift from me, and every man you met would call you blessed." Then turning to Piraeus, his good comrade, "Piraeus, son of Clytius, you always do my bidding best, of all the men who followed me to Pylos. So, take this stranger to your home, and treat him kindly, and show him honor till the time that I shall come." Then answered him Piraeus, the famous spearman, "Telemachus, though you stay long, I still will entertain him. No lack of welcome shall there be." So saying, Piraeus went aboard the ship, and called the crew to come on board and loose the cables. Quickly they came and took their places at the pins. Telemachus, however, bound to his feet his beautiful sandals, and took his ponderous spear, tipped with sharp bronze, from the ship's deck. The sailors loosed the cables, and thrusting off the ship, sailed to the town, as they were ordered by Telemachus, son of princely Odysseus. But him, meanwhile, his feet bore swiftly onward, until he reached the yard where were the countless swine with whom the trusty swineherd lodged, still faithful to his master. Book 16. The Recognition by Telemachus. Now, at the lodge, Odysseus and the noble swineherd prepared their breakfast in the early dawn, before the lighted fire, having already sent the herdsmen with the droves of swine forth to the fields. As Telemachus drew near, the dogs that loved to bark began to wag their tails, but did not bark. Royal Odysseus noticed the dogs wagging their tails, and the sound of footsteps reached him, and straightway to Eumaeus he spoke these winged words, "Eumaeus, certainly a friend is coming, at least a man you know, for the dogs do not bark, but wag their tails, and I hear the tramp of feet." The words were hardly uttered when his son stood in the doorway. In surprise up sprang the swineherd, and from his hands the vessels fell with which he had been busied, mixing sparkling wine. He went to meet his master, and kissed his face, each of his beautiful eyes and both his hands, letting the big tears fall. And as a loving father greets the son who comes from foreign lands 10 years away, his only child, now grown a man, for whom he long has sorrowed, even so the noble swineherd took princely Telemachus in his arms, and kissed him over and over, as one escaped from death, and sobbing said to him in winged words, "So here you are, Telemachus, dearer than light to me. I said I should not see you any more after you went away by ship to Pylos. Come in then, child, and let me cheer my heart with looking at you just come from far away. You do not often visit the farm and herdsmen. You tarry in the town, for nowadays you need to watch the wasteful throng of suitors." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "So be it, father. 'Tis for your sake I am here, to see you with my eyes, and hear you tell if my mother still is staying at the hall, or if at last some stranger won her, and so Odysseus' bed, empty of occupants, stands covered with foul cobwebs." Then answered him the swineherd, the overseer, "Indeed, she stays with patient heart within your hall, and wearily the nights and days are wasted with her tears." So saying, Eumaeus took Telemachus' brazen spear, and Telemachus went in and over the stone threshold. As he drew near, his father, Odysseus, yielded him his seat, but Telemachus, on his part, checked him, saying, "Be seated, stranger. Elsewhere we shall find a seat at this our farm. Here is a man who will give me one." He spoke, and his father turned and sat once more. But the swineherd threw green brushwood down, and on its top a fleece, on which the dear son of Odysseus sat him down. And now the swineherd brought platters of roasted meat, which those who ate the day before had left. Bustling about, he heaped bread in the baskets, and in an ivy bowl mixed honeyed wine, then took a seat himself over against princely Odysseus. And on the food spread out before them they laid hands. So, after they had stayed desire for drink and food, to the noble swineherd said Telemachus, "Father, Whence came this stranger? How did his sailors bring him to Ithaca? Whom did they call themselves? For I am sure he did not come on foot." Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Well, I will tell you all the truth, my child. He calls himself by birth of lowland Crete, but says he has passed through many cities in his wanderings. So heaven ordained his lot. Lately he ran away from a ship of the Thesprotians and came to my farm here. I place him in your charge. Do what you will. He calls himself your suppliant." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Eumaeus, truly these are bitter words which you have said. How can I take a stranger home? I am myself but young, and cannot trust my arm to right me with the man who wrongs me first. Moreover, my mother's feeling wavers whether to bide beside me here and keep the house, and thus revere her husband's bed and heed the public voice, or finally to follow some chief of the Achaeans who woos her in the hall with largest gifts. However, since the stranger has reached your lodging here, I will clothe him in a coat and tunic, goodly garments, give him a two-edged sword and sandals for his feet, and I will send him where his heart and soul may bid him go. Or, if you like, serve him yourself and keep him at the farm, and I will send him clothing and all his food to eat, so that he may not burden you and yours. Yonder, among the suitors, I would not have him go, for they are full of wanton pride, so they might mock him, a cruel grief to me. Hard is it even for a powerful man to act against a crowd, because together they are far too strong." Then said to him long-tried royal Odysseus, "Friend, for surely I too have a right to answer, my heart is sore at hearing what you say, that suitors work abomination at the palace against a man like you. But tell me, do you willingly submit, or are the people of your land adverse to you, led by some voice of God? Or have you any cause to blame your brothers, on whom a man relies for aid when bitter strifes arise? Would that to match my spirit I were young as you, and were the son of good Odysseus, or even Odysseus' self, come from his wanderings, as there still is room for hope. Then quickly should my foe strike off my head, or I would prove the bane of all these suitors when I should cross the hall of Laertes' son Odysseus. And should they by their number crush me all single and alone, far rather would I die, cut down within my hall, than constantly behold disgraceful deeds, strangers abused, and damsels dragged to shame through the fair palace, wine running waste, men eating up my bread all idly, uselessly, to win what cannot be." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Well, stranger, I will plainly tell you all. My people as a whole bear me no grudge or hate, nor yet can I blame brothers on whom a man relies for aid when bitter strifes arise. For the son of Cronos made our race run in a single line. Arcesius begot a single son, Laertes, and he, the single son Odysseus. Odysseus left me here at home, the single son of his begetting, and of me had no joy. But bands of evil-minded men now fill my house, for all the nobles who bear sway among the islands, Dulichian, Sema, and woody Zacynthus, and they who have the power in rocky Ithaca, all woo my mother and despoil my home. She neither declines the hated suit, nor has she power to end it, while they with feasting impoverish my home, and soon will bring me also to destruction. However, in the lap of the gods these matters lie. The father, quickly go and say to steadfast Penelope that I am safe and have returned from Pylos. I will stay here. Do you come hither too, and tell your tidings to her only. Let none of the rest of the Achaeans hear, for many are they that plot against me." Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "I see, I understand, you speak to one who knows. But now declare me this, and plainly say, shall I go tell Laertes on my way, wretched Laertes, who for a time, though grieving greatly for Odysseus, still oversaw his fields, and with his men at home would drink and eat, as appetite inclined, but from the day you went by ship to Pylos, did never eat nor drink the same, they say, nor oversaw his fields, but full of moans and sighs sits sorrowing, while the flesh wastes upon his bones. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "'Tis hard, but though it grieves us, we will let him be. If all that men desire were in their power, the first thing we should choose would be the coming of my father. No, give your message and return, but do not wander through the fields to find Laertes. But tell my mother to send forthwith her housemaid thither, yet privately, for to the old man she might bear the news." So saying, he dispatched the swineherd, who took his sandals, bound them to his feet, and went to town. Yet not unnoticed by Athena, swineherd Eumaeus left the farm. But she herself drew near in likeness of a woman, one fair and tall and skilled in dainty work. By the lodge door she stood, visible to Odysseus. Telemachus did not glance her way or notice her, for not to everyone do gods appear. Odysseus saw her, and the dogs, yet the dogs did not bark, but whining slunk away across the place. With her brows she made a sign. Royal Odysseus understood, came forth from the hall past the great courtyard wall, and stood before her. And Athena said, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, tell now your story to your son. Hide it no longer. Then, having planned the suitors' death and doom, go forward, both of you, into the famous city, and I myself will not be far away, for I am eager for the combat." She spoke, and with a golden wand Athena touched Odysseus. And first she laid a spotless robe and tunic on his body, and then increased his bulk and bloom. Again he grew dark-hued, his cheeks were rounded, and dark the beard became about his chin. This done she went away, and now Odysseus entered the lodge. His son was awe-struck, and reverently turned his eyes aside, fearing it was a god. Then, speaking in winged words, he said, "Stranger, you seem a different person, now and a while ago. Your clothes are different, and your flesh is not the same. You surely are one of the gods who hold the open sky. Nay, then, be gracious. So will we give you grateful offerings and fine-wrought gifts of gold. Have mercy on us." Then long-tried royal Odysseus answered, "I am no god. Why liken me to the immortals? I am your father, him for whom you sighed and suffered long, enduring outrage at the hands of men." So saying, he kissed his son, and down his cheeks upon the ground let fall a tear, which always hitherto he sternly had suppressed. But Telemachus, for he did not yet believe it was his father, finding his words once more, made answer thus, "No, you are not Odysseus, not my father. Some god beguiles me, to make me weep and sorrow more. No mortal man by his own wit could work such wonders, unless a god came to his aid, and by his will made him with ease a young man or an old. For lately you were old and meanly clad, now you are like the gods who hold the open sky." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Telemachus, it is not right when here your father stands to marvel overmuch and to be so amazed. Be sure no other Odysseus ever will appear. But as you see me, it is I who have suffered long and wandered long, and now in the 20th year come to my native land. This is the work of our captain, Athena, who makes me what she will, for she has power, now like a beggar, now again a youth in fair attire. Easily can the gods who hold the open sky give glory to a mortal man, or give him shame." So saying, down he sat, whereat Telemachus, throwing his arms round his good father, began to sob and pour forth tears, and in them both arose a longing of lament. Loud were their cries, and more unceasing than those of birds, ospreys, or crook-clawed vultures, when farmers take away their young before the wings are grown. and daylight had gone down upon their weeping, had not Telemachus suddenly addressed his father thus: "Why, father, by what ship did sailors bring you to Ithaca? Whom did they call themselves? For I am sure you did not come on foot." Then said to him long-tried royal Odysseus, "Well, I will tell you, child, the very truth. The Phaeacians brought me here, notable men at sea, who pilot others, too, who come their way. They brought me across the sea on a swift ship asleep, landed me here in Ithaca, and gave me glorious gifts, much bronze and gold and woven stuff, which treasures by God's command are laid away in caves. Here I now am by bidding of Athena, that we may plan together the slaughter of our foes. Come, tell me then the number of the suitors, that I may know how many and what sort of men they are, and so, weighing the matter in my gallant heart, I may decide if we can meet them quite alone, without allies, or whether we shall seek the aid of others." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Verily, father, I have ever heard your great renown, what a warrior you are in arm, and what a sage in counsel. But now you speak of something far too vast. I'm astonished. 2 could not fight a troop of valiant men. The suitors number no mere 10 or twice 10 either, many more. You shall soon learn their number. From Dulichian 52 chosen youths, and 6 attendants, 24 men from Same, from Zacynthus 20 young Achaeans, 12 out of Ithaca itself, all men of mark, with whom are also the page Medon and the sacred bard, besides 2 followers skilled in table service. If we confront all these within the hall, bitter and grievous may the vengeance be over your coming. So if you possibly can think of aid, consider who will aid." Us now wholeheartedly. Then said to him long-tried royal Odysseus, "Nay, let me speak, and do you mark and listen. Consider if Athena, joined with Father Zeus, suffice for us, or shall I seek for other aid?" Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Excellent helpers are the 2 you name, who sit among the clouds on high. All else they govern, all mankind and the immortal gods." Then said to him long-tried royal Odysseus, Not long will they be absent from the mighty fray, when in my hall, betwixt the suitors and ourselves, the tug-of-war is tried. But go at early morning straightway home, and join the audacious suitors. Thereafter the swineherd shall bring me to the city, like an old and wretched beggar. And if they treat me rudely in my home, let the faithful heart within your breast endure what I must bear. Yes, though they drag me through the palace by the heels and out of door, or hurl their missiles at me, see and be patient still. Bid them, however, cease their folly, and with gentle words dissuade. They will not heed you, for their day of doom draws near. But this I will say further, mark it well. When wise Athena puts it in my mind, then I will nod my head, and you take note. And all the fighting gear that lies about the hall do you collect, and lay in a corner of the lofty chamber, carefully, every piece. Then with soft words beguile the suitors, when they, because they miss it, question you. I put it by out of the smoke, for it looks no longer like the armor which Odysseus left behind when he went away to Troy. It is all tarnished, where the scent of fire has come nigh. Besides, the son of Cronos brought this graver fear to mind. You might, when full of wine, begin a quarrel, and give each other wounds, making a scandal of the feast and of your wooing. Steel itself draws men on. Yet privily reserve 2 swords, 2 spears, 2 leathern shields for us to seize, to rush and seize. And thereupon shall Pallas Athena and all-wise Zeus confound the suitors. Nay, this I will say further, mark it well. If you are truly mine, my very blood, then that Odysseus now is here let no man know. Let not Laertes learn it, let not the swineherd, let none of the household, nor Penelope herself. But you and I alone will test the temper of the women. And we might also try the serving men, and see who honors and respects us in his heart, and who neglects and scorns a man like you. Then answered him his noble son, and said, My father, you shall know my heart, believe me, by and by. No laggard thoughts are mine. And yet I think your plan will prove, for neither of us, gain. And so I say, consider. Long will you vainly go, trying the different men among the farms, while undisturbed within the hall these waste your wealth with recklessness and do not spare. But I advise your finding out the women, and learning who dishonor you and who are guiltless. As to the men about the place, I would not prove them. Let that, at any rate, be thought of later, when you are really sure of signs from aegis-bearing Zeus. So they conversed together. But in the meanwhile, on to Ithaca ran the staunch ship which brought Telemachus and all his crew from Pylos. When they had entered the deep harbour, they hauled the black-hulled ship ashore, and stately squires carried their armour, and straightway bore the goodly gifts to Clytius' house. And now they sent a page to the palace of Odysseus, to tell the news to heedful Penelope, how Telemachus was at the farm, but had ordered that the ship sail to the city, lest the stately queen should be alarmed and shed a swelling tear. So the 2 met, the herald and the noble swineherd, upon the self-same errand, bearing tidings to the queen. And when they reached the palace of the noble king, the page said to Penelope in hearing of her maids, O queen, your son has come from Pylos. But the swineherd stood beside Penelope, and so reported all that her dear son had bade him say. Then, when he had delivered all his charge, he departed to his swine, and left the court and hall. But the suitors grew dismayed and downcast in their hearts, and came forth from the hall past the great courtyard wall, and there before the gate sat down to counsel. And first Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, addressed them. Friends, here is a monstrous action impudently brought to pass, this journey of Telemachus. We said it should not be. Come, then, and let us launch the best black ship we have, and get together fishermen for rowers, quickly to carry tidings to our friends, and bid them sail for home with all speed they may. The words were hardly uttered, when Amphinomus, turning in his place, sighted the ship in the deep harbour, some of her crew furling the sail, and some with oars in hand. Then, lightly laughing, thus he called to his companions, No need to send a message now, for here they are. Some god has told our plot, or our men saw the vessel pass and could not catch her." He spoke, and all arose and hastened to the shore. Swiftly the black-hulled ship was hauled ashore, and stately squires carried their armour. The men themselves went in a body to the assembly, and suffered no one, either young or old, to join them there. And thus Antinous, Eupeithes' son, addressed them. "Strange how the gods help this man out of danger. By day our sentries sat upon the windy heights, posted in close succession, and after sunset we did not pass the night ashore, but sailed our swift ship on the sea, awaiting sacred dawn, lying in wait to seize and slay Telemachus. Meantime, some god has brought him home. Then let us here contrive a miserable ending for Telemachus, not letting him escape. For while he lives, nothing, be sure, will prosper. He is himself shrewd in his thoughts and plans, and people here proffer us no more aid. Come then, before he gathers the Achaeans in a council. Backward he will not be, I think. He will be full of wrath, and rising he will tell to all how we contrived his instant death, but could not catch him. And when men hear our evil deeds, they will not praise them, but they may cause us trouble and drive us from our country, and we may have to go away into the land of strangers. Let us be quick, then, and seize him in the fields far from the city, or on the road at least, and let us take possession of all his substance and his wealth, sharing all suitably among ourselves. The house, however, we might let his mother keep, or him who marries her. If this plan does not please you, and you will let him live to hold his father's fortune, then let us not devour his store of pleasant things by gathering here, but from his own abode let each man make his wooing and press his suit with gifts. So may Penelope marry the man who gives her most and comes with fate to favour." As he thus spoke, the rest were hushed to silence. But Amphinomus, the illustrious son of noble Nisus and grandson of Aretius, who from Dulichion, rich in wheat and grass, had led a band of suitors, and more than all the rest found favour with Penelope, through what he said, because his heart was upright. He, with good will, addressed them thus, and said, "Nay, friends, I would not like to kill Telemachus. It is a fearful thing to kill one of a royal line. Let us, at least, first ask the gods for counsel, and if the oracles of mighty Zeus approve, I will myself share in the killing, and urge the others too. But if the gods turn from us, I warn you to forbear." So said Amphinomus, and his saying pleased them. Soon they arose and entered the hall of Odysseus, and went and took their seats on polished chairs. Heedful Penelope, meanwhile, had planned anew to show herself among the suitors, overweening in their pride. Within the palace she learned of the intended murder of her son, for the page Medon told her, who overheard the plot. So to the hall she went with her attendant women. And when the royal lady reached the suitors, she stood beside a column of the strong-built roof, holding before her face her delicate wimple. And she rebuked Antinous, and spoke to him, and said, "Antinous, full of all insolence and wicked guile, in Ithaca they say you are the foremost person of your years, in judgment and in speech. But such you never were, madman. Why do you seek the death and ruin of Telemachus, and pay no heed to suppliants, though Zeus be witness for them? 'Tis impious plotting crimes against one's fellow men. Do you not know your father once took refuge here, in terror of the people? For they were very angry because he joined with Taphian pirates, and troubled the Thesprotians, men who were our allies. So the people would destroy him, would snatch his life away, and swallow all his large and pleasant living. But Odysseus held them back and stayed their madness. Yet you insultingly devour his house, you woo his wife, murder his child, and make me wholly wretched. Forbear, I charge you, and bid the rest forbear." Then answered her Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, "Daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, be of good courage. Let not these things vex your mind. The man is not alive, and never will be born, who shall lay hands upon your son Telemachus, so long as I have life and sight on earth. For this I tell you, and it shall be done. Soon the dark blood of such a man shall flow around my spear. Many a time the spoiler of towns, Odysseus, has set me on his knee, put roasted meat into my hands, and given me ready wine. Therefore I hold Telemachus dearest of all mankind. I bid him have no fear of death, at least not from the suitors. Death from the gods can no man shun." So he spoke, cheering her, yet was himself plotting the murder. But she, going to her bright upper chamber, bewailed Odysseus, her dear husband, till on her lids clear-eyed Athena caused a sweet sleep to fall. At evening the noble swineherd joined Odysseus and his son. Busily they prepared their supper, having killed a yearling pig, and Athena, drawing near, touched with her wand Laertes' son, Odysseus, and made him old once more, and clad him in mean clothes, for fear the swineherd, looking in his face, might know, and go and tell the tale to steadfast Penelope, not holding fast the secret in his heart. Now Telemachus first addressed the swineherd, saying, "So, you are come, noble Aeneas. What news, then, in the town? Are the haughty suitors at home again after their ambuscade, or are they watching still for me to pass?" Then swineherd Eumaeus answered him, and said, "I had no mind to search and question while stumbling through the town. My inclination bade me to tell my message with all speed and hasten home. There overtook me, though, an eager newsman of your crew, a page, who told his story to your mother first. Moreover, this I know, because I saw it. I was already on the road above the town, where stands the hill of Hermes, when I saw a swift ship entering our harbour. A crowd of men were on her. Heavy she was, with shields and double-pointed spears. 'Twas they, I thought, and yet I do not know." As he thus spoke, revered Telemachus smiled, and, glancing at his father, shunned the swineherd's eye. Now, ceasing from their labour of laying out the meal, they fell to feasting. There was no lack of appetite for the impartial feast, and after they had stayed desire for drink and food, they turned toward bed, and took the gift of sleep. Book 17. The Return of Telemachus to Ithaca. Soon as the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, Telemachus, the son of princely Odysseus, bound to his feet his goodly sandals, took the ponderous spear which fitted well his hand, and setting off to town, addressed his swineherd thus: "Father, I go to the city to let my mother see me, for I know she will not cease from gloomy grief and crying until she sees my very self. This charge I lay on you: bring the poor stranger to the city, to beg his living there, and whosoever will shall give a cup and crust. I cannot put up all, my heart is full of trouble, and if the stranger chafes at this, so much the worse for him. I like to speak the truth." But wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Friend, I do not care to tarry here. Better a beggar should beg his living in the town than in the fields, and he who will may give, for I am now too old to stay about a farm and answer all the orders of an overseer. Go then your way. This man shall be my guide, even as you bid, when I have warmed me at the fire and when the sunshine comes. The clothes I wear are miserably bad, and the early frost may harm me. The town is far, they say." He spoke, and through the farmstead passed Telemachus, moving with rapid stride and sowing seeds of evil for the suitors. And when he reached his stately dwelling, he took his spear and set it up by a tall pillar, while he himself went farther in and over the stone threshold. His nurse was first to see him, Eurycleia, now busy spreading fleeces on the carven chairs. With a burst of tears she came straight forward, and other maids of hardy Odysseus gathered round and fondly kissed his face and neck. Then from her chamber came heedful Penelope, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. Round her dear son, weeping, she threw her arms and kissed his face and both his beauteous eyes, and sobbing said to him in winged words, "So you are come, Telemachus, dearer than light to me. I said I should not see you any more after you went away by ship to Pylos so secretly, without consent of mine, to hear about your father. Come then, and tell me all you chance to see." But wise Telemachus made answer, "My mother, do not stir my tears, nor move my heart within, for I am only now escaped from utter ruin. But bathe, and putting on fresh garments, go to your upper chamber with your maids, and vow to pay full hecatombs to all the gods, if Zeus some day will grant us deeds of vengeance. But I will go to the marketplace, to find a stranger who joined me on my journey here from Pylos. I sent him forward with my gallant crew, and bade Piraeus take him home, and entertain him well, and give him honor till the time that I should come." Such were his words. Unwinged they rested with her. Bathing and putting on fresh garments, she vowed to all the gods to pay full hecatombs, if Zeus some day would grant her deeds of vengeance. Presently, through all the hall, forth went Telemachus, his spear in hand, 2 swift dogs following after. And marvellous was the grace Athena cast about him, that all the people gazed as he drew near. And round him flocked the haughty suitors, kind in their talk, but in their hearts brooding on evil. He turned aside from the great company of these, and off where Mentor sat with Antiphus and Halitherses, who were of old his father's friends, he went and sat him down. And much they questioned. Piraeus, the famous spearman, now drew near, leading the stranger through the city to the marketplace. Not long then from his guest delayed Telemachus, but came to meet him, though Piraeus was the first to speak, and say, "Telemachus, quickly send women to my house, and let me send to you what Menelaus gave." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Piraeus, as yet we do not know how matters here will be. Suppose the haughty suitors at the palace should slay me privily, and share my father's goods. I had rather you yourself should keep and enjoy the gifts than any one of these. But if I sow for these men death and doom, when I am merry, merrily fetch all here." So saying, he led the way-worn stranger home, and entering the stately buildings, they threw their coats upon the couches and the chairs, and went to the polished baths and bathed. And when the maids had bathed them, and anointed them with oil, and put upon them fleecy coats and tunics, out of the baths they came, and sat upon the couches. And water for the hands a servant brought, in a beautiful pitcher made of gold, and poured it out over a silver basin for their washing, and spread a polished table by their side. Then the grave housekeeper brought bread and placed before them, setting out food of many a kind, freely giving of her store. The mother of Telemachus sat on the farther side, by a column of the hall, resting upon a couch, spinning fine threads of yarn. So on the food spread out before them they laid hands, and after they had stayed desire for drink and food, then thus began heedful Penelope. "Telemachus, I go to my upper chamber and lay me on my bed, which has become for me a bed of sorrows, ever watered with my tears since Odysseus went away to Ilios with the Atridae, because you did not deign, before the haughty suitors entered, plainly to tell what tidings you have heard about your father's coming." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Nay, mother, I will tell you all the truth. We went to Pylos, to Nestor, the shepherd of the people, and he, receiving me within his lofty palace, gave me such hearty welcome as a father gives his child when lately come from far, after a long time away. So heartily he entertained me, he and his noble sons. Of hardy Odysseus, he said he had not heard from any man on earth if he were alive or dead. But with horses and a strong-built chariot he sent me to the son of Atreus, to the spearman Menelaus. There I saw Argive Helen, her in behalf of whom Argives and Trojans bore so much at the gods' bidding. And Menelaus, good at the war-cry, soon asked me on what errand I came to royal Lacedaemon. I told him all the truth, and then he answered thus, and said to me, "Heavens, in a very brave man's bed they sought to lie, the weaklings, as when in the den of a strong lion a hind has laid, asleep, her new-born sucking fawns, then roams the slopes and grassy hollows seeking food, and by into his lair the lion comes, and on both hind and fawns brings ghastly doom. So shall Odysseus bring a ghastly doom on these. Ah, Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, if with the power he showed one day in stately Lesbos, when he rose and wrestled in a match with Philomelides, and down he threw him heavily while the Achaeans all rejoiced, if, as he was that day, Odysseus now might meet the suitors, they would all find quick turns of fate and bitter rites of marriage. But as to what you ask thus urgently, I will not turn to talk of other things and so deceive you. But what the unerring old man of the sea told me, in not a word will I disguise or hide from you. He said he saw Odysseus on an island, in great distress, at the hall of the nymph Calypso, who holds him there by force. No power has he to reach his native land, for he has no ships fitted with oars, nor crews to bear him over the broad ocean ridges. So said the son of Atreus, the spearman Menelaus. And this accomplished, back I sailed. The gods gave breezes and brought me swiftly to my native land. So he spoke, and stirred the heart within her breast. But godlike Theoclymenus addressed them thus: O honored wife of Laertes' son Odysseus, certainly Menelaus did not know the truth. Listen instead to words of mine, for I will plainly prophesy and not conceal. First, then, of all the gods be witness Zeus, and let this hospitable table and the hearth of good Odysseus, whereto I come, be witness. Odysseus is already within his native land, biding his time or moving, and understanding all these wicked deeds is sowing seeds of ill for all the suitors. As proof, while on the well-benched ship I marked a bird of omen, and I announced it to Telemachus. Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Ah, stranger, would these words of yours might be fulfilled. Soon should you know my kindness and many a gift from me, and every man you met would call you blessed." So they conversed together. Meanwhile, before the palace of Odysseus, the suitors were making merry, throwing the discus and the hunting spear upon the level pavement, holding riot as of old. But now, when it was dinner-time, and from the fields around the flocks returned, the shepherds leading who were wont to lead, then Medon spoke, a man most loved of all the pages, one who was ever present at their feasts. "Now, lads, since all your hearts are cheered with sports, come to the house and let us lay the table. One's dinner at the proper time is no bad thing." He spoke, and up they sprang and went to heed his words. And entering the stately buildings, they threw their coats upon the couches and the chairs, and they began to kill great sheep and fatted goats, to kill sleek pigs and the heifer of the herd, and so to make their meal. Meanwhile, at the farm, Odysseus and the noble swineherd were making ready to depart to town. And thus began the swineherd, the overseer. "Stranger, so you desire to go to town today, just as my master ordered, though I myself would rather leave you as a watchman for the farm. But of him I stand in fear and awe, lest he hereafter chide me. Hard is a master's censure. Come then, and let us go. The day is passing. It will be colder by and by toward night." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "I see, I understand, you speak to one who knows. Let us go on, and all the way be you my guide. But give me a stick, if you have one cut, to lean upon, for you said the road was rough." He spoke, and round his shoulders slung his miserable wallet full of holes, which hung upon a cord. Aeneas gave the staff desired, and so the two set forth. But dogs and herdsmen stayed behind to keep the farm. Unto the town Eumaeus led his lord, like an old and wretched beggar leaning upon a staff. Upon his back were miserable clothes. Now, as they walked along the rugged road, nearing the city, they reached a stone-built fountain running clear, from which the townsfolk draw their water, a fountain made by Ithaca, by Neritus and Polyctor. There was a grove of stream-fed poplars encircling it, and from the rock above ran the cool water, while at the top was built an altar to the nymphs, where all who passed made offerings. Here the son of Dolius, Melanthius, met them, driving the goats that were the best of all the flock, to make the suitors' dinner. 2 herdsmen followed after. Seeing Eumaeus and Odysseus, he broke into abuse, and speaking to them used rude and indecent words, which stirred Odysseus' blood. Now, sure enough, the vile man leads the vile. As ever, God brings like and like together. Where are you carrying that glutton, you good-for-nothing swineherd, that nasty beggar to make mischief at our feasts? A man to stand and rub his back on many doors and tease for scraps of food, but not for swords and cauldrons. If you would let me have him for a watchman at my farm, to be a stable cleaner and fetch fodder to the kids, he might by drinking whey grow a big thigh. But no, for he has learned bad ways and will not turn to work. He will prefer to beg about the town, teasing for stuff to feed his greedy maw. But this I tell you, and it shall be done. If he comes near the house of princely Odysseus, many a footstool, from men's hands flying round his head, his ribs shall rub as he is knocked about the house. He spoke, and as he passed, recklessly kicked Odysseus on the hip, but did not force him from the pathway. Fixed he stood. Odysseus doubted whether to spring and with his cudgel take his life, or to lift him in the air and dash his head upon the ground. But he was patient, and by thought restrained himself. And now the swineherd, looking him in the face, rebuked the man, and, stretching forth his hands, prayed thus aloud: "Nymphs of the fountain, daughters of Zeus, if ever Odysseus burned on thy altars thighs of lambs and kids, and wrapped them in rich fat, grant this my prayer. May he return, and heaven be his guide. Then would he scatter all the smartness you now recklessly assume, roaming continually around the town, while careless herdsmen let the flock decay." Then answered him Melanthius the goatherd. So, how the cur talks, as if he knew some magic arts. Some day I'll take him on a black and well-benched ship far off from Ithaca, and get me a great fortune. Oh, that Apollo of the silver bow would smite Telemachus at home today, or let him fall before the suitors, as certainly as for Odysseus, far in foreign lands, the day of coming home is lost. So saying, he left them, slowly plodding on, and off he went, and soon he came to the king's palace. Entering at once, he took his seat among the suitors, over against Eurymachus, for he liked him best of all. Then those who served passed him a portion of the meat, while the grave housekeeper brought bread and set before him for him to eat. Meantime Odysseus and the noble swineherd halted as they drew near, while round them came notes of the hollow lyre. For Phemius lifted up his voice to sing before the suitors. And taking the swineherd by the hand, Odysseus said, "Surely, Aeneas, this is the goodly palace of Odysseus, easy to notice even among many. Building joins building here. The court is built with wall and cornice, and a double gate protects. No man may scorn it. I notice, too, that a great company are banqueting within, for the savoury steam mounts up, and in the house resounds the lyre, made by the gods the fellow of the feast." And the swineherd Eumaeus answered him, and said, "You notice quickly, dull of thought in nothing. Come then, and let us plan what we must do. You enter the stately building first, and mingle with the suitors, while I stay here behind. Or, if you like, wait you, and I will go. But do not linger long, or somebody may spy you at the door and throw a stone or strike you. Take care, I say." Then long-tried royal Odysseus answered, "I see, I understand. You speak to one who knows. But go you on before. I will stay here behind, for I am not unused to blows and missiles. Staunch is my soul, for many dangers have I borne from waves and war. To those let this be added. Yet I cannot disregard a gnawing belly, the pest which brings so many ills to men. To ease it, timbered ships are fitted and carry woe to foemen over barren seas." So they conversed together. But a dog, lying near, lifted his head and ears. Argus it was, the dog of hearty Odysseus, whom long ago he reared but never used. Before the dog was grown, Odysseus went to sacred Ilios. In the times past, young men would take him on the chase for wild goats, deer, and hares, but now he lay neglected, his master gone away, upon a pile of dung which had been dropped before the door by mules and oxen, and which lay there in a heap for slaves to carry off and dung the broad lands of Odysseus. Here lay the dog, this Argus, full of fleas. Yet even now, seeing Odysseus near, he wagged his tail and dropped both ears, but toward his master he had not strength to move. Odysseus turned aside and wiped away a tear, swiftly concealing from Aeneas what he did. Then straightway thus he questioned, "Aeneas, it is strange this dog lies on a dunghill. His form is good, but I am not sure if he has speed of foot to match his beauty, or if he is merely what the table dogs become which masters keep for show." And swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him, and said, "Aye, truly, that is the dog of one who died afar. If he were as good in form and action as when Odysseus left him and went away to Troy, you would be much surprised to see his speed and strength. For nothing could escape him in the forest depths, no creature that he started. He was keen upon the scent. Now he has come to ill. In a strange land his master perished, and the slack women give him no more care. For slaves, when masters lose control, will not attend to duties. Ah, half the value of a man far-seeing Zeus destroys when the slave's lot befalls him." So saying, he entered the stately house and went straight down the hall among the lordly suitors. But upon Argus fell the doom of darksome death, when he beheld Odysseus 20 years away. By far the first to see the swineherd as he walked along the hall was princely Telemachus, and he quickly gave a nod to call him to his side. Glancing around, Eumaeus took a stool which stood at hand, where the carver sat at feasts within the hall, when carving for the suitors the many joints of meat. Carrying the stool to the table of Telemachus, he placed it on the farther side, and there sat down. And then a page took up a dish of meat and passed it, and from the basket gave him also bread. Close following after, Odysseus entered the palace, like an old and wretched beggar leaning upon a staff. Upon his back were miserable clothes. He sat down on the ash-wood threshold just within the door, leaning against the cypress post which long ago the carpenter had smoothed with skill and levelled to the line. But to the swineherd said Telemachus, calling him to his side and taking a whole loaf from the goodly basket, and also all the meat his hand stretched wide would hold, "Take this, and give the stranger, and bid him move about and beg of all the suitors. Shyness is no good comrade for a needy man." He spoke, and the swineherd went as soon as he heard the order, and standing by Odysseus, said in winged words, "Stranger, Telemachus gives this, and bids you move about and beg of all the suitors. Shyness, he says, is no good comrade for a beggar man." Then answering him, said wise Odysseus, "O Zeus above, may Telemachus be blessed among mankind, and may he get whatever in his heart he longs for." He spoke and took the food with both his hands, and laid it down before his feet on his mean wallet, and so ate, the while within the hall the bard was singing. But when the meal was ended, and the sacred bard had ceased, the suitors raised an uproar in the hall. And now Athena, drawing near Laertes' son Odysseus, urged him to gather crusts among the suitors, and learn who were the righteous ones and who the lawless, though not even thus would she preserve a man of them from ruin. So off he went to beg of all from left to right, stretching his hand around as if he had been long a beggar. They pitied him and gave, and wondering at the man, asked one another who he was and whence he came. And Melanthius the goatherd said, "Hear from me, suitors of the illustrious queen, something about the stranger. I saw him a while ago, and certainly it was the swineherd brought him hither. The man himself I do not really know, nor of what tribe he boasts himself to be." When he had spoken, Antinous rebuked the swineherd thus, Infamous swineherd, why bring this man to town? Have we not here already plenty of vagabonds and nasty beggars to make mischief at our feasts? Do you not mind that men devour the living of their lord by gathering here? And do you ask this fellow too to come?" Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered him and said, "Antinous, you speak but ill, noble although you are. Whoever goes and calls a stranger from abroad, unless indeed the stranger is a master of some craft, a prophet, healer of disease, or builder, or else a wondrous bard who pleases by his song. For these are welcomed by mankind the wide world through. A beggar who would ask to be a torment to himself? But you are always harsh, more than the other suitors, to the servants of Odysseus, especially to me. And yet I do not care so long as heedful Penelope is living in the palace, Penelope and Prince Telemachus." Then said discreet Telemachus, "Hush, do not make him a long answer. It is Antinous' way ever to tease with ugly talk. He stirs up others too." He spoke, and to Antinous in winged words he said, "Antinous, finely you care for me, as a father for his son, bidding me drive this stranger forth by a compulsive word. God let that never be. Take of the food and give him. I do not grudge it. Indeed, I bid you give. Be not disquieted about my mother or any servant of the house of great Odysseus. But in your breast there is no thought of giving. Far better you like to eat than give to others." Then answering said Antinous, "Telemachus of the lofty tongue and the unbridled temper, what do you mean? If every suitor gave as much as I, for 3 months' space at least, the house would miss him." So saying, he seized his stool and drew it out from under the table where it lay. On it he used to set his dainty feet while feasting. Now all the rest had given food and filled with bread and meat the beggar's wallet. A moment, and Odysseus would go back to the threshold to taste the Achaeans' bounty. Before Antinous he paused and said, "Give me some food, kind sir. You do not seem the poorest of Achaeans, rather the chief, for you are like a king. So you shall give me bread more generously than others, and I will sing your praise the wide world through. For once I lived in luxury among my mates in a rich house, and often gave to wanderers, careless who they might be or with what needs they came. Servants I had in plenty, and everything besides by which men live at ease and are reputed rich. But Zeus, the son of Cronos, brought me low. His will it was. He sent me with a roving band of plunderers to Egypt, a long voyage to my ruin. In Egypt's stream I anchored my curved ships. Then to my trusty men I gave command to stay there by the ships and guard the ships, while I sent scouts to points of observation. But giving way to lawlessness and following their own bent, they presently began to pillage the fair fields of the Egyptians, carrying off wives and infant children and slaughtering the men. Soon the din reached the city. The people there, hearing the shouts, came forth at early dawn, and all the plain was filled with footmen and with horsemen and with the gleam of bronze. Then Zeus the Thunderer brought on my men a cruel panic, and none dared stand and face the foe. Danger encountered us on every side. So the Egyptians slew many of our men with the sharp sword, and carried others off alive to work for them in bondage. They gave me to a friend, who chanced to meet them upon his way to Cyprus, Meteor, son of Iasus, who ruled with power in Cyprus. Thence I am now come hither, sore distressed." Then answered him Antinous and said, "What god has brought to us this pest, this mar-feast here? Stand off there in the middle, back from my table, or you shall find a bitter Egypt and a bitter Cyprus too, brazen and shameless beggar that you are. You go to all in turn, and they give lavishly. No scruple or compunction do they feel at being generous with others' goods, while there remains abundance for themselves." Then stepping back, said wise Odysseus, "Indeed, in you, then, wisdom does not go with beauty. From your own house you would not give a suppliant salt, if sitting at another's table you will not take and give me bread. Yet here there is abundance." As he thus spoke, Antinous was angered in his heart the more, and looking sternly on him, said in winged words, "Now you shall never leave the hall in peace, I think, now you have taunted me." So saying, he seized his footstool, flung it, and struck Odysseus on the back of the right shoulder near the spine. Firm as a rock he stood. The missile of Antinous did not move him. Silent he shook his head, brooding on evil. Then, once more, walking toward the threshold, down he sat, laid off his well-filled wallet, and thus addressed the suitors. "Hearken, you suitors of the illustrious queen, and let me tell you what the heart within me bids. One feels no smart or indignation in his mind, if struck while fighting for his own possessions, his oxen, say, or white-wooled sheep. But Antinous gave this blow because of my poor belly, that wretched part which brings to men such ills. If then for beggars there be gods and furies, may death's doom seize Antinous before his marriage." Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, "Stranger, sit still and eat, or go off elsewhere. Or for such talk as this, young men will drag you through the house by hand and foot, and strip off all your skin." At these his words all were exceeding wroth, and a rude youth would say, "Antinous, 'twas not well done to assault the wretched wanderer. A doomed man you, if he should be a god come down from heaven. And gods in guise of strangers from afar in every form do roam our cities, marking the sin and righteousness of men." So said the suitors. Antinous did not heed their words, but Telemachus nursed in his heart great indignation at the blow, yet let no tear fall from his eyelids to the ground. Silent he shook his head, brooding on evil. When heedful Penelope heard how in the hall a man was struck, she said to her maids, "May the archer god Apollo strike you even so." Whereat Eurynome, the housekeeper, made answer, "If only prayers of ours might be fulfilled, no one of them should see another bright-throned dawn." And heedful Penelope replied, "Nurse, hateful are they all. Their ways are evil. But Antinous is like dark doom itself. Into the house strays some poor stranger, and begs for bread as need compels. Then, while all others gave and filled his wallet, Antinous struck him with a footstool on the back of the right shoulder." So talked Penelope with her maids, as she sat within her chamber, while royal Odysseus was busied with his meal. Then, calling the noble swineherd, thus she spoke, "Go, noble Eumaeus, go bid the stranger come to me. I wish to greet him, and to ask if he has heard of hardy Odysseus, or with his own eyes seen him. He looks a travelled man." Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered her, and said, "Would, Queen, the Achaeans would be still. What he can tell would charm your very soul. 3 nights I had him, 3 days I kept him at the lodge. He came to me at once on escaping from his vessel. Yet all that time he never ended telling me his troubles. And just as when men gaze upon a bard who has been taught by gods to sing them moving lays, and they long to listen endlessly so long as the bard will sing, even so he held me spellbound as he sat within my room. He calls Odysseus his ancestral friend, and says his home is Crete, where the race of Minos dwell. Thence he is now come hither, sore distressed, and onward driven near. He declares he has heard that Odysseus is at hand in the rich land of the Thesprotians, a living man, and that he brings a mass of treasure home." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Go call him hither, to tell his story here before my face. Let men make merry, sitting before the door, or here within the house. Their hearts are gay. Untouched at home their goods are lying, their bread and their sweet wine. On these their servants feed. But haunting this house of ours day after day, killing our oxen, sheep, and fatted goats, these suitors hold high revel, drinking sparkling wine with little heed. Much goes to waste, for there's no man here fit like Odysseus to keep damage from our doors. But if Odysseus should return home to his native land, soon with his son's help he would punish these men's crimes." As she spoke thus, Telemachus loudly sneezed, and all the hall gave a great echo. Penelope laughed, and to Eumaeus straightway said in winged words, "Pray go, and call the stranger before me as I bade. Do you not notice how my son sneezed at my words? Therefore no partial death shall strike the suitors. On all it falls, none shall escape from death and doom. Nay, this I will say farther, mark it well. If I shall find that all the stranger tells is true, I will clothe him in a coat and tunic, goodly garments." She spoke, and the swineherd went as soon as he heard the order, and standing near the stranger said in winged words, "Hear, good old stranger, heedful Penelope is calling, the mother of Telemachus. Her heart inclines her to ask for tidings of her husband, so full of grief is she. And if she finds that all you tell is true, she will clothe you in a coat and tunic, things you greatly need. Moreover, you shall beg your bread about the land and fill your belly. Whoever will shall give." Then said to him long-tried royal Odysseus, "Eumaeus, I would straightway tell my whole true story to the daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, for well I know about Odysseus. We have borne the self-same sorrows. But I have fears about this crowd of cruel suitors, whose arrogance and outrage reaches the iron heavens. For even now, when, as I walked along the hall, doing no harm, this person struck and hurt me, neither Telemachus nor others interfered. Bid then Penelope, however eager, wait in the hall till sunset. Then let her ask about her husband's coming, after giving me a seat beside the fire, for the clothes I wear are poor. That you yourself well know, because it was of you I first sought aid." He spoke, and the swineherd went as soon as he heard the order. But as he crossed the threshold, thus spoke Penelope, "Are you not bringing him, Eumaeus? What does the wanderer mean? Is he afraid of some bad man, or simply shy at being in the palace? To be a homeless man and shy is bad." Then swineherd Eumaeus, you answered her, and said, "Rightly he speaks, as any man must think, if he would shun the violence of these audacious men. He bids you wait till sunset. And it is better, too, for you, my queen, to speak to the stranger privately and listen to his tale." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Not without wisdom thinks the stranger thus, whoever he may be, for mortal men have never yet so wantonly wrought outrage." She spoke, and the noble swineherd entered the throng of suitors when he had told her all, and straightway to Telemachus he spoke these winged words, his head bent close that others might not hear. "My dear, I go to guard the swine and matters there, your livelihood and mine. Do you mind all things here? Above all else, keep yourself safe and see that nothing happens. Many of the Achaeans are forming wicked plans, whom Zeus confound before harm falls on us." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "So be it, father. Go when you have supped, and in the morning come and bring us goodly victims. To me and the immortal gods leave all things here." He spoke, and once more down Eumaeus sat upon a polished bench. Then, after having satisfied desire for food and drink, he departed to his swine, leaving the courts and hall crowded with feasters, who with dance and song were making merry, for evening now drew near. Book 18. The Fight of Odysseus and Iris. There came into the hall a common beggar, who used to beg about the town of Ithaca, and everywhere was noted for his greedy belly, eating and drinking without end. He had no strength nor sinew, but in bulk was large to see. Aeneas was his name, the name his honored mother gave him at his birth. But Iris all the young men called him, because he used to run on errands at anybody's bidding. Coming in now, he tried to drive Odysseus from the house, and jeeringly he spoke these winged words. "Get up, old man, and leave the doorway, or you'll soon be dragged off by the leg. Do you not see how everybody gives the wink and bids me drag you forth? I still hold back. Up then, or soon our quarrel comes to blows." But looking sternly on him, wise Odysseus said, "Sir, I am doing you no harm by deed or word, nor do I grudge it when men take and give you much. This door will hold us both. Surely you should not grudge the goods of others. You seem a wanderer like myself, but the gods may grant us fortune. Yet do not challenge me too far with show of fist, or you may rouse my rage. And old as I am, I still might stain your breast and lips with blood. Then I should have more peace tomorrow than today. For a second time, I think, you would not seek the hall of Laertes' son Odysseus." Then angrily replied the beggar Iris, "Sure, how glibly the glutton talks, like an old oven-woman. But I will do him an ugly turn, knocking him right and left and scattering all the teeth out of his jaws upon the ground, as if he were a pig spoiling the corn. Gird yourself, then, that all these men may watch our fighting. Yet how could you defend yourself against a younger man?" Thus, on the well-worn threshold before the lofty door, they fiercely wrangled. Revered Antinous observed them, and, gaily laughing, he thus addressed the suitors. "Friends, nothing so good as this has ever happened. What sport God sends this house! The stranger here and Iris are goading one another on to blows. Let us quickly set them on." He spoke, and laughing, all sprang up and flocked around the tattered beggars. And Antinous, Eupeithes' son, called out, "Hearken, you haughty suitors, while I speak. Here are goat paunches lying by the fire, set there for supper, full of fat and blood. Whichever wins and proves the better man, let him step forth and take what one of these he will. And that man shall hereafter always attend our feasts, and we will allow no other beggar to come here asking alms." So said Antinous, and his saying pleased them. But in his subtlety said wise Odysseus, "It is not fair, my friends. A younger man should fight an old one broken, too, by trouble. Yet a reckless belly forces me to bear his blows. Come then, all swear a solemn oath, that nobody helping Iris will strike with heavy hand an unfair blow, and put me down before the man perforce." He spoke, and all then took the oath which he required. And after they had sworn and ended all their oath, once more revered Telemachus spoke out among them. "Stranger, if heart and daring spirit tempt you to meet the man, be not afraid of any of the Achaeans, for he shall fight the crowd who strikes at you. I am the host. The princes, too, assent, Antinous and Eurymachus, both honest-minded men." He spoke, and all approved. Meanwhile Odysseus gathered his rags around his waist, and showed his thighs, so fair and huge, and his broad shoulders came in sight, his breast and sinewy arms. Athena, drawing nigh, filled out the limbs of the shepherd of the people, that all the suitors greatly wondered, and glancing at his neighbor one would say, "Iris will soon be no more Iris, but catch a plague of his own bringing. So big a thigh the old man shows under his rags." So they spoke, and Iris' heart was sorely shaken. Nevertheless, the serving man girt him and led him out, forcing him on in spite of fears. The muscles quivered in his limbs, but Antinous rebuked him and spoke to him and said, "Better you were not living, loud-mouthed bully, and never had been born, if you quake and are so mightily afraid at meeting this old man, one broken by the troubles he has had. Nay, this I tell you, and it shall be done. If he shall win and prove the better man, I will toss you into a black ship and send you to the mainland, off to King Echetus, the bane of all mankind, and he will cut your nose and ears off with his ruthless sword, and tearing out your bowels give them raw to dogs to eat." So he spoke, and a trembling greater still fell on the limbs of Iris. But into the ring they led him, and both men raised their fists. Then long-tried royal Odysseus doubted whether to strike him so that life might leave him as he fell, or to strike lightly and but stretch him on the ground. Reflecting thus, it seemed the better way lightly to strike, for fear the Achaeans might discover it was he. So when they raised their fists, Iris struck the right shoulder of Odysseus. But he struck Iris on the neck below the ear, and crushed the bones within. Forthwith from out his mouth the red blood ran, and down in the dust he fell with a moan, gnashing his teeth and kicking on the ground. The lordly suitors raised their hands and almost died with laughter. But Odysseus caught Iris by the foot, and dragged him through the doorway until he reached the courtyard and the opening of the porch. Against the courtyard wall he set him up aslant, then thrust a staff into his hand, and speaking in winged words he said, "Sit there a while, and scare off dogs and swine, and do not try to be the lord of strangers and of beggars, while pitiful yourself, or haply some worse fate may fall upon you." He spoke, and round his shoulders slung his miserable wallet full of holes, which hung upon a cord. Then, once more, walking to the threshold, he sat down. Meanwhile, the others pressed indoors with merry laughter, and thus accosted him. "Stranger, may Zeus and the other immortal gods grant all you wish for most, even all your heart's desire, for stopping this insatiate fellow's begging through the land. Soon we'll take him to the mainland, off to King Echetus, the bane of all mankind." So they spoke, and royal Odysseus was happy in the omen. Antinous, too, set a great paunch before him, full of fat and blood. And Amphinomus took 2 loaves out of the basket, and offered them, and pledged him in a golden cup, and said, "Hail, aged stranger! May happiness be yours in time to come, though you are tried by many troubles now." Then wise Odysseus answered him, and said, "Indeed, Amphinomus, you seem a man of understanding. Such was your father, too. For I've heard a good report of Nisus of Dulichion, how he was brave and rich. They say you are his son. You appear kind. So I will speak, and do you mark and listen. Earth breeds no creature frailer than a man, of all that breathe and move upon the earth. For he says he never more will meet with trouble, so long as the gods give vigor and make his knees be strong. Then, when the blessed gods send sorrow, this too he bears with patient heart, though much against his will. Ever the mood of man, while on the earth, is as the day, which the Father of men and gods bestows. Once, among men, I too was counted prosperous, but many wrongs I wrought, led on by pride and sense of power, confident in my father's and my brother's aid. Wherefore, let none in any wise be reckless, but calmly take whatever gifts the god provide. Yet I behold you suitors working wrong, wasting the wealth and worrying the wife of one who, I can tell you, will not be absent long from friends and native land, for he is very near. May then some heavenly power conduct you to your homes, and may you not encounter him whenever he returns to his own native land. Surely not bloodless will the parting be between the suitors and himself, when underneath this roof he comes once more." He spoke, and pouring a libation, drank the honeyed wine, then back in the hands of the guardian of the people placed the cup. Amphinomus walked down the hall, heavy at heart, shaking his head. His soul foreboded ill. Yet, even so, he did not escape his doom, for Athena bound him fast beneath the hand and spear of Telemachus, to be perforce laid low. So back he turned, and took the seat from which he first arose. And now the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, put in the mind of Icarius' daughter, heedful Penelope, to show herself among the suitors, that she might thus open the suitors' hearts most largely, and so become more highly prized by husband and by son than heretofore. Idly she laughed, and thus she spoke, and said, "Eurynome, my heart is longing as it never longed before, to show myself among the suitors, hateful although they be. I would say to my son a word that may be useful, Tell him to mingle not at all with the audacious suitors, for they speak kindly but have evil thoughts behind." And in her turn Eurynome, the housewife, answered, "Truly, my child, in all this you speak rightly. Go then, and tell this saying to your son, and do not hide it. Only first wash your body and anoint your cheeks. Go not with such a tear-stained face. To grieve incessantly makes matters worse. And now your son is what you often prayed the immortals you might see him, a bearded man already." Then said to her heedful Penelope, "Eurynome, urge me not, out of kindness, to wash my body and anoint me with the oil. All charm of mine the gods who hold Olympus took away when he departed in the hollow ships. But tell Autonoe and Hippodamia to come hither, to attend me in the hall. Among the men I will not go alone for very shame." So she spoke, and through the hall forth the old woman went to give the message to the maids, and bid them come with speed. And then a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. She poured sweet slumber on the daughter of Icarius, and lying back she slept, and every joint relaxed there on her couch. Meanwhile the heavenly goddess gave her immortal gifts, to make the Achaeans marvel, and first she bathed her lovely cheeks with an immortal bloom. She made her also taller and larger to behold, and made her whiter than the new-cut ivory. So having done, the heavenly goddess went her way, and out of the hall the white-armed damsels came, entering the room with noise. Sweet slumber left Penelope. She drew her hands across her cheeks, and thus she spoke. "Ah, utterly wretched as I am, soft slumber wrapped me round. Would that chaste Artemis would send a death so soft, instantly now, that sad at heart no more I might not waste my days mourning the many-sided worth of him, my husband, the best of all Achaeans." So saying, down she went from her bright upper chamber, yet not alone. 2 damsels followed her. And when the royal lady reached the suitors, she stood beside a column of the strong-built roof, holding before her face her delicate wimple, the while a faithful damsel stood upon either hand. The suitors' knees grew weak, with love in their hearts were tranced. Each prayed to be her spouse. But she addressed Telemachus, her own dear son. "Telemachus, your mind and judgment are no longer sound. While still a boy you managed more discreetly, but now, when you are grown and come to man's estate, and any stranger would call you the son of a man of worth, if he observed your height and beauty, now mind and judgment are not trusty any more. For only see what happened in the hall. You let this stranger be maltreated there. And what will be thought if a stranger, seated within our house, should meet with harm through brutal handling? Shame and disgrace would come on you from all men." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "Mother, I do not blame you for your anger. Yet in my heart I know and fully understand the right and wrong. Before I was a child, and I am not always able now to see what wise ways are. For the suitors disconcert me, coming on every side with wicked plans, while I have none to help. However, the quarrel of Iris and the stranger turned out in no wise to the suitor's mind. In strength the stranger proved the better man. Ah, Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, would that the suitors in our halls might, beaten, hang their heads, some in the yard, some in the house, and so their limbs be loosed, as that same Iris at the courtyard gate now sits and hangs his head, like a man drunk, and cannot stand straight on his feet, nor go off home, wherever that may be, because his limbs are loose." So they conversed together. But now Eurymachus addressed Penelope. "Daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, if all Achaeans in Iasian Argos could behold you now, more suitors would be feasting in your halls tomorrow. For you excel all womankind in beauty, height, and balanced mind within." Then answered him heedful Penelope, "Eurymachus, all excellence of mine in face or form the immortals took away the day the Argive host took ship for Ilios, and with them went my lord Odysseus. If he would come and tend this life of mine, greater would be my fame and fairer then. Now I am in distress, such woes God thrusts on me. Oh, when he went and left his native land, holding my hand, my right hand, by the wrist, he said, Wife, I do not think the male Achaeans will all come back from Troy safe and unharmed. For they say the Trojans are good fighters, hurlers of spears, drawers of bows, and riders on swift horses, such men as soon decide the struggle of uncertain war. Therefore I do not know if God will bring me back, or if I shall be captured there in Troy. On you must rest the care of all things here. Be mindful of my father and my mother here at home, as you are now, and even more when I am gone. And when you see our son, a bearded man, then marry whom you will, and leave the house now yours. Such were his words, and all now nears its end. The night will come when a detested marriage falls on doomed me, whom Zeus has stripped of fortune. One bitter vexation, too, touches my heart and soul. This never was the way with suitors heretofore. They who will woo a lady of rank, a rich man's daughter, rivaling one another, bring oxen and sturdy sheep to feast the maiden's friends, and give rich gifts besides. They do not, making no amends, devour another's substance. She spoke, and glad was long-tried royal Odysseus to see her winning gifts and charming the suitors' hearts with pleasing words, while her mind had a different purpose. Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, Daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, if any Achaean cares to bring gifts hither, accept them, for it is not gracious to refuse a gift. But we will never go to our estates, nor elsewhere either, till you are married to the best Achaean here. So said Antinous, and his saying pleased them. And for the bringing of the gifts each man sent forth his page. The page of Antinous brought a fair large robe of many colors. On it were golden brooches, 12 in all, mounted with twisted clasps. To Eurymachus his page presently brought a chain wrought curiously in gold and set with amber, bright as the sun. His servants brought Eurydamas a pair of earrings, each brilliant with 3 drops. From them great beauty sparkled. Out of the house of Lord Pisander, son of Polyctor, his servant brought a necklace, a jewel exceeding fine, and other servants brought still other fitting gifts from the Achaeans. Then went the royal lady to her upper chamber, her damsels carrying the goodly gifts. Meanwhile the suitors to dancing and the gladsome song turned merrily, and waited for the evening to come on. And on their merriment dark evening came. Straightway they set 3 braziers in the hall to give them light, and piled upon them sapless logs, long seasoned, very dry, and freshly split, with which they mingled brands. By turns the maids of hardy Odysseus fed the fire, and he, the high-born wise Odysseus, thus addressed them. You damsels of Odysseus, a master long away, go to the room where your honored mistress stays. There twirl your spindles by her side, and furnish her good cheer, as you sit within her hall, and card with your hands the wool. I will supply the light for all these here. Yes, if they wish to stay till bright-throned dawn, they will not weary me. I am practised to endure. At these his words the damsels laughed and glanced at one another, and Melantho rudely reviled Odysseus. Melantho, the fair-faced girl, daughter of Dolius, whom Penelope had reared and treated as her child, granting her every whim. But for all this she entertained no sorrow for Penelope, but loved Eurymachus and was his paramour. She now reviled Odysseus in these abusive words. Why, silly stranger, you are certainly some crack-brained person, unwilling to go to the coppersmith's to sleep or to the common lodge. But here you prate continually, braving these many lords, and unabashed at heart. Surely the wine has touched your wits, or else it is your constant way to chatter idly. Are you beside yourself because you beat that scapegrace Iris? A better man than Iris may by and by arise, to box your pate with doughty blows and pack you out of doors, all dabbed with your blood." But looking sternly on her, wise Odysseus said, "You cur! I go, and at once tell Telemachus what words you use, and he shall rend you limb from limb upon the spot." So saying, by his words he frightened off the women. They hurried along the hall. The knees of each grew weak with terror, for they thought he spoke in earnest. He, meanwhile, keeping up the fire, stood by the blazing braziers, observing all the men. But other thoughts his heart debated, thoughts not to fail of issue. Yet Athena allowed the haughty suitors not altogether yet to cease from biting scorn. She wished more pain to pierce the heart of Laertes' son Odysseus. So Eurymachus, son of Polybus, began to speak, and jeering Odysseus raised a laugh among his mates. "Hearken, you suitors of the illustrious queen, and let me tell you what the heart within me bids. Not without guidance of a god this fellow comes to the household of Odysseus. At any rate, a torchlight seems to rise from his very head, for hair upon it there is none, no, not the least." With that he called to the spoiler of towns, Odysseus, "Stranger, if I would take you, would you like to work for hire on the outskirts of my farm? There will be pay enough, gathering stones for walls and setting out tall trees. There, for a year, I would provide you food, furnish you clothing, and put sandals on your feet. Still, now that you have learned bad ways, you will not care to work, but will prefer to beg about the town, so long as you can find wherewith to stuff your greedy maw." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Eurymachus, I wish that we might have a match at work, in springtime when the days are long upon the grass. And I would take a well-curved scythe, and you another like it, to test our power of work, fasting right up till dark, with grass still plenty. Or, if again the match were driving oxen, choice, tawny, large ones, both well fed with grass, equal in years, and pulling well together, tireless in strength. And here were a field 4 acres large, whose soil would take the plough. Then you should see if I could cut a straight and even furrow. Or once more, if the son of Cronos by some means stirred up war this very day, and I had a shield and pair of spears and a brazen helmet fitted to my brow, then would you see me join the foremost in the fight, and you would no longer jest and talk about my belly. No, you are very proud, and your temper is disdainful. No doubt you seem a great man and a mighty because you mix with few and they of little worth. But should Odysseus come and reach his native land, soon would these doors, however wide, prove all too narrow, as you hurried through the porch." As he spoke thus, Eurymachus grew angrier still at heart, and looking sternly on Odysseus, he spoke these winged words. "Wretch, I shall do you mischief soon for prating so, braving these many lords and unabashed at heart. Surely the wine has touched your wits, or else it is your constant way to chatter idly. Are you beside yourself because you beat that scapegrace Iris?" So saying, he seized a footstool. Odysseus crouched by the knees of Amphinomus of Dulichium, fearing Eurymachus, who hit the right hand of the wine-pourer. Down went his beaker, clattering to the ground, and he himself fell moaning in the dust. But the suitors broke into uproar up and down the dusky hall, and glancing at his neighbor, one would say, "Would that the vagabond had perished elsewhere before he came in here. He would not then have caused this din. Here we are, brawling over beggars. No more delight in jolly feasts. Now worse things have their way." Then said to them revered Telemachus, "Sirs, you are mad, and do not hide what you have drunk and eaten. Some god excites you. But now that you have feasted well, go home to bed as quickly as you please, yet I drive none away." He spoke, and all with teeth set in their lips marvelled, because Telemachus had spoken boldly. And then Amphinomus, the illustrious son of noble Nisus and grandson of Aretias, addressed them, saying, "Friends, in answering what is fairly said, none should be angry and retort with spiteful words. Let none abuse the stranger, nor any of the servants in great Odysseus' hall. Come then, and let the wine-pourer give pious portions to our cups, that after a libation we each go home to bed. And let us leave the stranger here within Odysseus' hall, to be cared for by Telemachus, for to his house he came." He spoke, and to them all his words were pleasing. So a bowl was brewed by the lord Mulius, a Dulichian page and follower of Amphinomus. To all in turn he served, and they, with a libation to the blessed gods, drank of the honeyed wine. Then, after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, desiring rest, they each departed homeward. Book 19. The Meeting with Penelope, and the Recognition by Eurycleia. So in the hall was royal Odysseus left behind, plotting to slay the suitors with Athena's aid. And straightway to Telemachus he spoke these winged words: "Telemachus, this fighting gear must all be laid away, and with soft words you must beguile the suitors when they, because they miss it, question you. I put it by out of the smoke, for it looks no longer like the armor which Odysseus left behind when he went away to Troy. It is all tarnished where the scent of fire has come nigh. Besides, this graver fear some god put in my mind: you might, when full of wine, begin a quarrel and give each other wounds, making a scandal of the feast and of your wooing. Steel itself draws men on." He spoke, and Telemachus heeded his dear father, and calling aside nurse Eurycleia, said, "Nurse, go and keep the women in their rooms, while I place in the chamber my father's goodly armor, which, as it lies uncared for round the house, smoke stains while he is gone. I have been foolish. Now I will place it where no scent of fire shall come nigh." Then said to him his dear nurse Eurycleia, "Oh, would, my child, you might incline to heedful ways, and mind the house, and guard its treasures. But who shall go and bear the light? You will not let the women stir, who might have lighted you." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "This stranger here, for I will allow no idle man to touch my bread, come he from whence he may." Such were his words. Unwinged they rested with her. She locked the doors of the stately hall. And now arose Odysseus and his gallant son, and bore away the helmets, bulging shields, and pointed spears. Before them Pallas Athena, holding a golden lamp, made beauteous light. Thereat Telemachus said to his father quickly, "Father, my eyes behold a mighty marvel. The palace walls and the fair interspaces, the pine-wood beams and the uprising pillars are all aglow as from a blazing fire. Surely a god is in this house, even such as they who hold the open sky." But wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Hush! Check your thoughts and ask no question. It is indeed a signal from the gods who hold Olympus. Go you to rest. I will continue here, to try these damsels and your mother more, and she shall weep and question me of all." So he spoke, and through the hall forth went Telemachus with blazing torch, to rest within that chamber where he always lay when pleasant sleep drew near. Here then he laid him down, awaiting sacred dawn, while in the hall royal Odysseus stayed behind, plotting to slay the suitors with Athena's aid. Now from her room came heedful Penelope, like Artemis or golden Aphrodite. Beside the fire where she was wont to sit, they placed a chair fashioned with spiral work of ivory and silver, which Icmalius the carpenter had made long time ago, setting upon the lower part a rest for feet, fixed to the chair itself. Over the whole a large fleece had been thrown. Here heedful Penelope now sat down. Soon came the white-armed damsels from their hall, and cleared away the abundant food, the tables and the cups from which the proud lords had been drinking. The embers from the braziers they threw upon the floor, and in the braziers piled fresh heaps of wood to furnish light and warmth. Then thus Melantho once more chid Odysseus. "Stranger, are you still here to plague us all night long, prowling about the house, watching the women? Be off, vile thing, and be content with eating, or you will soon be hit with a brand and go." But looking sternly on her, wise Odysseus said, "Woman, why rail at me with such an angry heart? Is it that I am foul and wear mean clothes and beg about the land? Necessity constrains me. This is what beggars and what homeless people are. Yet once I lived in luxury among my mates, in a rich house, and often gave to wanderers, careless who they might be or with what need they came. Servants I had in plenty, and everything besides, by which men live at ease and are reputed rich. But Zeus, the son of Cronos, brought me low. His will it was. And you, too, woman, some day yet may lose those charms in which you now excel the other maids. Your mistress may become provoked to anger with you. Odysseus may return. There still is room for hope. But if he is dead, as you suppose, and to return no more, yet by Apollo's grace he has a worthy son, Telemachus, whose eye no woman in the hall escapes in her misdeeds, because he is no longer now the child he was." Heedful Penelope heard what he was saying, and she rebuked her maid, and spoke to her, and said, "Not in the least, you bold and shameless creature, have you escaped my eye in doing guilty deeds. Your head shall answer for them. Full well you knew, you heard it from myself, that I intended to ask tidings of this stranger here in my hall about my husband, for I am sore distressed." She spoke, and to the housekeeper, Eurynome, she said, "Eurynome, pray, bring a bench and a fleece on it, and let the stranger sit and tell his tale, and listen too to me, I wish to question him." She spoke. The other with all speed brought her a polished bench, and placed it there, and on it laid a fleece. Then long-tried royal Odysseus sat him down, and thus began heedful Penelope, "Stranger, I will myself first ask you this. Who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred?" Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Lady, no man upon the boundless earth may speak dispraise of you, because your fame is wide as is the sky. Such is the glory of a blameless king who reverences God, and rules a people numerous and mighty, upholding justice. For him the dark-soiled earth produces wheat and barley, trees bend low with fruit, the flock has constant issue, and the sea yields fish under his righteous sway. Because of him his people prosper. Question me then of all things else while I am here. But do not ask my lineage and home, nor fill my heart with still more pains by recollection. I am a man of sorrows, yet must I not in a strange house sit down to weep and wail. To grieve incessantly makes matters worse. One of these maids, or you yourself, might take it ill, and say my flood of tears came with a weight of wine." Then answered him heedful Penelope, "Stranger, all excellence of mine in face or form the immortals took away the day the Argive host took ship for Ilios, and with them went my lord Odysseus. If he would come and tend this life of mine, greater would be my fame and fairer then. Now I am in distress, such woes God thrusts upon me. For all the nobles who bear sway among the islands, Dulichian, Sema, and woody Zacynthus, and they who here in far-seen Ithaca dwell round about, sue for unwilling me and waste my house. Wherefore I pay no heed to strangers or to suppliants, nor even to heralds who ply a public trade. But longing for Odysseus, I waste my heart away. These men urge on my marriage. I wind my skein of guile. First, heaven inspired my mind to set up a great loom within the hall, and weave a robe, fine and exceeding large. And to the men said I, Young men, who are my suitors, though royal Odysseus now is dead, forbear to urge my marriage till I complete this robe. Its threads must not be wasted. A shroud for Lord Laertes against the time when the fell doom of death that lays men low shall overtake him. Achaean wives about the land, I fear, might give me blame if he should lie without a shroud, he who had great possessions. Such were my words, and their high hearts assented. Then in the daytime would I weave at the great web, but in the night unravel after my torch was set. Thus for 3 years I hid my craft, and cheated the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came, as time rolled on, when the months waned and the long days were done, then, through the means of maids, the thankless creatures, they came and caught me and upbraided me. So then I finished it, against my will, perforce. Now I can neither shun the match, nor find a fresh device. My parents, too, press me to marry, and my son chafes at the men who swallow up his living, noting it now, for now he is a man and fully able to heed his house, and Zeus vouchsafes him honor. Yet what of this? Tell me the lineage of which you come. You are not born of immemorial oak or rock. Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, O honored wife of Laertes' son Odysseus, will you not cease to question my lineage? Well, I will tell the tale, though you deliver me to sorrows more than I now bear. But so it ever is, when one is absent from his land as long as I, wandering from town to town, he meets with hardship. Still, I will tell you what you ask and seek to know. There is a country, Crete, in the midst of the wine-dark sea, a fair land and a rich, begirt with water. The people there are many, innumerable indeed, and they have 90 cities. Their speech is mixed, one language joins another. Here are Achaeans, here brave native Cretans, here Sidonians, crested Dorians, and noble Pelasgians. Of all their towns, the capital is Knossos, where Minos became king when 9 years old. Minos, the friend of mighty Zeus, and father of my father, bold Deucalion. Deucalion begot me, and Prince Idomeneus. Idomeneus, however, went in beaked ships to Ilios, in train of the Atridae. My own proud name is Aethon, and I am the younger born. He was the older and the better man. Here it was that I saw Odysseus, and gave him entertainment. For into Crete a strong wind bore him, and while he steered toward Troy, it forced him past Malea. He anchored at Amnisus, where is Eleuthias' cave, in a harbor hard to win, and he scarcely cleared the storm. Straightway he came to town, inquiring for Idomeneus, for he said he was his friend, beloved and honored. But it was now the 10th dawn, or the 11th, since Idomeneus had gone with the beaked ships to Ilios. And so it happened, it was I who brought him to the palace, where I entertained him well, and gave him generous welcome from the abundance of my house. To him and all the men who followed I furnished barley meal and sparkling wine from out the public store, with oxen enough for sacrifice to fill their heart's desire. Here for 12 days the noble Achaeans tarried. The strong wind Boreas constrained them, and even near the shore let them not lie at anchor. Some baffling power aroused it. But on the 13th day the wind went down, and so they put to sea. He made the many falsehoods of this tale seem like the truth. So, as she listened, drops ran down, she melted into tears. And as the snow melts on the lofty mountains, when Eurus melts what Zephyrus has scattered, and at its melting flowing rivers fill, so did her fair cheeks melt with flowing tears as she bewailed her husband, who was seated by her side. Odysseus, in his heart, pitied his sobbing wife, but his eyes stood fixed as horn or iron, motionless in their sockets. Through craft he checked his tears. But when she had had her fill of tears and sighs, finding her words once more, she said to him, "Now, stranger, I shall put you to the test, I think, and see if at your hall you really entertained my husband and his gallant comrades, as you say. Tell me what sort of clothes he wore, what the man himself was like, and the comrades who were with him." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Oh, lady, it is hard with so long a time between to tell you that, for 20 years are gone since he set forth and left my land. Still, I will tell you how my mind makes him appear. A cloak of purple wool Odysseus wore, made with a double fold. A brooch of gold upon it was fashioned, with twin buckles, the front part ornamented. In his forepaws a dog held down a spotted fawn, and clutched it as it writhed. This all admired, and marvelled how, though things of gold, the dog would clutch and choke the fawn, and how the fawn that struggled to escape would twitch its feet. His tunic, too, I noticed, sheeny across the flesh, just like the skin stripped down from a dried onion, so smooth it was and glistening like the sun. And truly, many a woman gazed on the man with wonder. But this I will say further, mark it well. I do not know if Odysseus wore this dress at home, or if a comrade gave it when he entered the swift ship, or yet perhaps some host. Odysseus was beloved by many men, few of the Achaeans equally. I gave him gifts myself, a sword of bronze, a beautiful purple doublet, and a bordered tunic, and I sent him off with honor on his well-benched ship. A herald, a little older than himself, attended him. I will describe what manner of man this herald was. Bent in the shoulders, swarthy, curly-haired, a man named Eurybates. Odysseus honored him beyond his other comrades, because he had a mind that suited well his own. So he spoke, and stirred still more her yearning after tears, as she recognized the tokens which Odysseus exactly told. But when she had had her fill of tears and sighs, finding her words once more, she said to him, "From this time forth, stranger, you who before were pitied shall in my halls be one beloved and honored. For I it was who gave the clothes which you describe. I folded them in the chamber and fixed the glittering brooch to be his pride. But I shall never more receive him homeward, returning to his native land. Wherefore through evil fate Odysseus went by hollow ship to see accursed Ilius, name never to be named." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "O honored wife of Laertes' son Odysseus, mar your fair face no more, nor waste your heart with sorrowing for your husband. And yet I do not blame you, for any woman weeps to lose the husband of her youth, whose children she has borne, whose love she tasted, though he were other than Odysseus, who they say is like the gods. Still, cease your grief, and mark my word. For I will speak unerringly, and nothing will I hide of what I'd lately heard about the coming of Odysseus, how he is near, in the rich country of the Thesprotians, a living man, and bringing with him much good treasure, which he has begged throughout the land. His trusty crew and hollow ship he lost on the wine-dark sea, when coming from the island of Thrinacia. For Zeus and the sun were angry with him, because his crew killed the sun's kine. So they all perished in the surging sea. But he, on his ship's keel, was cast by a wave ashore on the coast of the Phaeacians, who are kinsmen of the gods. They honored him exceedingly, as if he were a god, and gave him many gifts, and themselves wished to bring him home unharmed. And here in Ithaca Odysseus would have been long time ago, only it seemed a thing of greater profit to gather wealth by roaming far and wide. So many gainful ways beyond all mortal men Odysseus understands. No living man can match him. This is the story which the king of the Thesprotians, Phidon, told me. Moreover, in my presence, as he offered a libation in his house, he swore the ship was launched and sailors waiting to bring him home to his own native land. But he sent me off before, for a ship of the Thesprotians happened to be starting for the Dulichian grain fields. He showed me all the treasure that Odysseus had obtained, and really it would support man after man, 10 generations long, so large a stock was stored in the king's palace. Odysseus himself, he said, was gone at that time to Dodona, to learn from the sacred lofty oak the will of Zeus, and how he might return, whether openly or by stealth, to his dear native land when now so long away. So he is safe, and soon will come, and now is near at hand, and parted from friends and native land he will not tarry long. Lo, I will add an oath. First, then, of all the gods be witness Zeus, highest of gods and noblest. And let the hearth of good Odysseus, whereto I come, be witness. All this shall be accomplished exactly as I say. This very year Odysseus comes, as this moon wanes and the next appears. Then said to him heedful Penelope, Ah, stranger, would these words of yours might be fulfilled. Soon should you know my kindness and many a gift from me, and every man you met would call you blessed. But yet the thought is in my heart how it will really be. Odysseus will return no more, nor you get convoy hence. For there are no more masters in the house, able, as once Odysseus was, if ever he was here, to speed the worthy stranger forth, or kindly to receive. Still, wash the stranger's feet, my women, and prepare his bed, bedstead and robes and bright-hued rugs, that well and warmly he may spend the time till gold-throned dawn. And early in the morning bathe and anoint him well, so that indoors, beside Telemachus, he may await his meal, seated within the hall. And woe to him who persecutes or frets the man. Henceforth he shall get nothing here, though he be sorely vexed. For how could you think me, stranger, better than other women in will and careful wisdom, if you should sit at table in my hall unkempt and meanly clad? Men are short-lived, and if a man is harsh and thinks harsh thoughts, on him all call down curses while he lives, and when he dies revile him. But he who is gentle and thinks gentle thoughts, his praises, strangers, carry far and wide to all mankind, and many speak him well. Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, O honored wife of Laertes' son, Odysseus, hateful to me are robes and bright-hued rugs, since first I left the snowy hills of Crete on board the long-oared ship. Here I would rest, just as I used to lie through sleepless nights, for many a night I spent on a rough bed, awaiting sacred bright-throned dawn. Baths for the feet give me no pleasure, and foot of mine shall not be touched by any of these maids who serve the palace, unless indeed there be some aged woman, sober-minded, one who has borne as many sorrows as myself. It would not trouble me that such a one should touch my feet. Then said to him heedful Penelope, Dear stranger, and none discreet as you among the travelling strangers has been more welcome at my house, so suitably discreet is all you say. I have an aged woman of an understanding heart, who gently nursed and tended that unfortunate, and took him in her arms the day his mother bore him. She, feeble as she is, shall wash your feet. Come, rise up, heedful Eurycleia, and wash a man old as your master. Perhaps Odysseus is already such as he, in feet and hands, for soon in times of trouble men grow old. As she spoke thus, the old woman hid her face in her hands, and shed hot tears, and uttered wailing words. Alas for you, my child! Helpless am I. Zeus surely hated you beyond all humankind, God-fearing though you were. For no man ever burned to Zeus the Thunderer fat thighs so good or such choice hecatombs as you have offered when you prayed to reach a hale old age and rear your gallant son. And yet, From you alone he utterly cut off the day of coming home. Even so, perhaps women reviled him too at foreign tables when he reached some lordly house, just as these brutes are all reviling you. To shun their insults and their many taunts, you do not let them wash you. And I, not loath, am bidden to do it by the daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope. So I will wash your feet, both for Penelope's own sake and for your own, because my heart within is stirred by sorrow. Yet mark the words I say. Many a way-worn stranger has come hither, but one so like Odysseus I declare I never saw as you are like him, form and voice and feet. Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, Yes, woman, so says everyone who sees us two, that we are like each other, even as you shrewdly say. As he spoke thus, the old woman took the glittering basin which she used for washing feet and poured in much cold water, afterwards adding warm. Now Odysseus was sitting by the hearth, but soon turned toward the darkness, for suddenly into his mind there came the thought that in touching him she might detect the scar, and thus the facts be known. So she drew near him and began to wash her master, and presently she found the scar, which a boar inflicted long ago with his white tusk, when to Parnassus came Odysseus, to see Autolycus and his sons. Good Autolycus was the father of the mother of Odysseus, and was famous among men for thievery and oaths. Hermes, the god, had given him skill, because to him Autolycus had burned well-pleasing things of lambs and kids. So Hermes gladly served him. Now Autolycus, visiting the fertile land of Ithaca, found there his daughter's son, a child new-born. And after supper Eurycleia laid the child upon his knees, and speaking thus she said, Autolycus, choose now a name to give your child's own child. He has been wished for long. Then answered her Autolycus and said, My son-in-law and daughter, give him the name I say, since I come hither odious to many men and women on the bounteous earth. Therefore Odysseus be his name. And I, when he is grown and visits the great palace of his mother's kin upon Parnassus, where my possessions lie, will give thereof to him, and send him home rejoicing. On this account Odysseus came to get the glorious gifts. And Autolycus and his sons gave him a welcome with friendly hands and courteous words. And Amphithea, his mother's mother, took Odysseus in her arms and kissed his face and both his beauteous eyes. Then Autolycus bade his famous sons to lay the dinner ready, and they hearkened to his call. They quickly brought an ox 5 years old, and flayed and dressed it, laid it asunder, sliced it with skill, stuck it on spits, and roasting it with care served out the portions. Thus all throughout the day till setting sun they held their feast. There was no lack of appetite for the impartial feast. But when the sun had set and darkness came, they laid them down and took the gift of sleep. When now the early rosy-fingered dawn appeared, they started on the hunt. The dogs went forth, the men themselves, the sons of Autolycus, and with them went royal Odysseus too. They climbed the steep and wood-clad mountain of Parnassus, and soon they reached its windy ridges. Just then the sun began to touch the fields as he ascended from the calm and brimming stream of ocean. And now to a glen the prickers came. Before them, following the tracks, the hounds ran on, the sons of Autolycus hastening after. With the sons went royal Odysseus, close on the hounds, wielding his outstretched spear. In a dense thicket, there a huge boar lay. It was a spot no force of wind with its chill breath could pierce, no sunbeams smite, no rain pass through, so dense it was, and a thick fall of leaves was in it. Here, round the boar, there came the tramp of men and dogs as the prickers pushed along. Facing them from his lair, with bristling back, fire flashing in his eyes, the boar stood close at bay. Odysseus first sprang forward, raising the long spear in his sinewy hand, eager to give the blow. But the boar was quick and struck him on the knee, and by a side thrust of his tusk tore the flesh deep, but reached no bone. And now Odysseus, by a downward blow, struck the right shoulder of the boar. Clean through it the bright spear point passed. Down in the dust he fell with a moan, and his life flew away. Then the good sons of Autolycus looked to the boar, and the wound of gallant princely Odysseus they bound up skilfully, and with a spell staunched the black blood, and soon they reached their father's house. So Autolycus and his sons, when they had fully healed Odysseus, and given him glorious gifts, pleasing by kindness him who pleased them too, sent him with speed to Ithaca, where his father and honoured mother rejoiced at his return, and questioned much how he had got the scar. He told them how, while he was hunting, a boar inflicted it with his white tusk, when he had gone to Parnassus with Autolycus' sons. This was the scar the woman felt with her flat hand. She knew it by the touch, and dropped the foot. The leg fell in the basin, the copper rang, and, tilting sideways, let all the water run upon the ground. Then joy and grief together seized her breast. Her 2 eyes filled with tears, her full voice stayed, and laying her hand upon Odysseus' chin, she said, "You really are Odysseus, my dear child, and I never knew you till I handled my master over and over." She spoke, and cast her eyes upon Penelope, meaning to let her know her lord was there. But Penelope could not catch the glance nor understand, because Athena drew away her notice, and Odysseus, feeling for Eurycleia's throat, clutched it with his right hand, then drew her closer toward him with his left, and said, "Why, mother, will you kill me? It was yourself who nursed me at the breast, and now through many hardships I come in the 20th year to my own native land. Though you have found me out, and a god inspired your heart, be silent, lest some other person in the hall may know. Or else, I tell you, and certainly it shall be done, if God by me subdues the lordly suitors, I will not spare even you, nurse though you are, when I shall slay the other serving women in my halls." Then answered heedful Eurycleia, "My child, what word has passed the barrier of your teeth? You know how steadfast, how inflexible my spirit is. I shall hold fast like stubborn rock or iron. And this I will say further, mark it well. If God by you subdues the lordly suitors, then I will name the women of the hall, and tell you who dishonour you, and who are guiltless." But wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Mother, why talk of them? You have no need. I will myself observe them well and find out each. Be quiet with your story. Leave the matter to the gods." So he spoke, and through the hall forth went the aged woman to fetch water for his feet, for all the first was spilled. Now when she had washed him and anointed him with oil, again Odysseus drew his bench closer beside the fire to warm himself, but with his tatters hid the scar. And thus began heedful Penelope, "Stranger, there is but little more that I will ask, because the season of sweet rest will soon be here, for those to whom kind sleep will come when they are sad. But upon me God sends incessant sorrow. Day after day my joys are tears and sighs, as I watch my household tasks and watch my women. Then when night comes and slumber visits all, I lie in bed, and crowding on my heavy heart, sharp cares sting me to weeping, as when Pandareus' daughter, the russet nightingale, sings sweetly at the coming in of spring, perched in the thick-leaved trees, and to and fro pours out her trilling voice in lamentation for her dear child Italus, whom with the sword she one day blindly slew, her son by royal Zethus. So does my doubtful heart toss to and fro, whether to bide beside my son and keep all here in safety, my goods, my maids, and my great high-roofed house, and thus revere my husband's bed and heed the public voice, or finally to follow some chief of the Achaeans, who woos me in my hall with countless gifts. My son, while but a child and slack of understanding, did not permit my marrying and departing from my husband's house. But now that he is grown and come to man's estate, he prays me to go home again and leave the hall. So troubled is he for that substance which the Achaeans waste. But come, interpret now and hear this dream of mine. I have 20 geese about the place, who pick up corn out of the water, and I amuse myself with watching them. But from the mountain came a great hook-beaked eagle, and broke the necks of all, and killed my geese. In heaps they lay, scattered about the buildings, while he was borne aloft into the sacred sky. So I began to weep and wail, still in my dream, and fair-haired Achaean damsels gathered round and found me, sadly sobbing that the eagle killed my geese. Then down again he came, lit on a jutting rafter, and with a human voice he checked my tears, and said, "Courage, O daughter of renowned Icarius! This is no dream, but true reality, which yet shall come to pass. The geese are suitors, and I, the eagle, was at the first a bird, but now this second time am come your husband, to bring a ghastly doom on all the suitors." At these his words, sweet slumber left me, and opening my eyes I saw the geese about the buildings, devouring corn beside the trough, just as they used to do. Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Lady, the dream cannot be understood by wresting it to other meanings. Odysseus surely has himself revealed what yet shall be. The suitor's overthrow is plain. On all it falls. None shall escape from death and doom." But heedful Penelope said to him once more, "Stranger, in truth dreams do arise perplexed and hard to tell, dreams which come not in men's experience to their full issue. 2 gates there are for unsubstantial dreams, one made of horn and one of ivory. The dreams that pass through the carved ivory delude and bring us tales that turn to naught. Those that come forth through the polished horn accomplish real things whenever seen. Yet through this gate came not, I think, my own strange dream. Ah, welcome were it so to me and to my child. But this I will say further. Mark it well. This is the fatal dawn which parts me from Odysseus' home. For now I shall propose a contest with the axes, which, when at home, he used to set in line, like trestles, 12 in all. Then he would stand a great way off and send an arrow through. This contest I shall now propose to all the suitors, and whoever with his hands shall lightliest bend the bow and shoot through all 12 axes, him I will follow and forsake this home, this bridal home, so very beautiful and full of wealth, a place I think I shall remember even in my dreams." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "O honoured wife of Laertes' son Odysseus, delay no longer this contest at the hall, for wise Odysseus will be here before the suitors, handling the polished bow, can stretch the string and shoot an arrow through the iron." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Stranger, if you were willing to sit beside me here and entertain me, no sleep should ever fall upon my eyes. And yet one cannot be forever without sleep. For to each thing the immortals fix a season, to be ordained for men upon the fruitful earth. So I will go to my upper chamber and lay me on my bed, which has become for me a bed of sorrows, ever watered with my tears, since Odysseus went away to see accursed Ilius, name never to be named. There I must lie. Do you lie in the hall. Make a bed upon the floor, or the maids shall bring you bedding." So saying, she went to her bright upper chamber, yet not alone. Beside her went her waiting women too. And coming to the chamber with the maids, she there bewailed Odysseus, her dear husband, till on her lids clear-eyed Athena caused a sweet sleep to fall. Book 20. Before the Slaughter. Royal Odysseus made his bed within the porch. Upon the floor he spread an untanned hide, and on it many fleeces of the sheep which the Achaeans had been slaying. And when he had laid him down, Eurynome threw over him a cloak. So, meditating in his heart how he might harm the suitors, here lay Odysseus sleepless. Forth from the hall came women who had long been paramours of the suitors, now making jests and merriment among themselves. The heart of Odysseus stirred within, and in his mind and heart he doubted much whether to hasten after and deal out death to each, or to allow to the audacious suitors one last and latest night. Within him growled his spirit, even as a dog walks round her tender young, growling at any man she does not know, and resolute to fight him. So within growled his spirit, wroth at these evil deeds. But he smote upon his breast, and thus reproved his heart. "Bear up, my heart. A thing more hideous than this you once endured with patience, that day the Cyclops, unrestrained in fury, devoured your sturdy comrades. Then you bore up till crafty planning brought from the cave you who had thought to die." So he spoke, chiding the very spirit in his breast, and therefore in obedience his heart held firm and steadfast. Yet he himself kept tossing to and fro, as when a man near a great glowing fire turns to and fro a sausage full of fat and blood, anxious to have it quickly roast. So to and fro Odysseus tossed, and pondered how to lay hands upon the shameless suitors, he being alone, and they so many. Near him Athena drew, descending out of heaven. In a woman's form she stood beside his head, and thus addressed him: "Why, wakeful still, unhappiest of men! This is your home, and in this home your wife and child, even such a son as others pray for." But wise Odysseus answered her and said, "In all this, goddess, you speak rightly, and yet my heart within is pondering how to lay hands upon the shameless suitors, I being alone while they are always here together. A graver fear besides I ponder in my mind. Suppose I slay them by the aid of Zeus and you, where shall I flee then? Tell me this, I pray." Then said to him the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, "O doubter, men trust weaker friends, friends who are mortal and not wise as I. I am a god and will protect you to the end through all your toils. And let me tell you plainly, should 50 troops of mortal men stand round about us, eager in the fight to slay, you still might drive away from them their oxen and sturdy sheep. Nay, nay, let slumber come. Evil it is to watch and wake all the night long. You shall come forth from peril yet." So spoke she, and poured sleep upon his eyelids. And then the heavenly goddess departed to Olympus. But as the slumber seized him, freeing his heart from care, easing his members, his faithful wife awoke, and sitting up in her soft bed began to weep. When she had satisfied her heart with weeping, the royal lady prayed, and first to Artemis. "O honored goddess Artemis, daughter of Zeus, strike now, I pray, an arrow in my breast, and take away my life this very instant. Or let a sweeping storm bear me its windy way, and cast me in the streams of restless ocean. As when storms seized Pandareus' daughters, whose parents gods had slain, and they were left at home as orphans. Then goddess Aphrodite brought them cheese, sweet honey, and pleasant wine. Hera endowed them, beyond all other women, with beauty and understanding. Chaste Artemis gave stature. Athena taught them skill and honorable work. But while heavenly Aphrodite went to high Olympus, to win the maids the final boon of happy marriage, a boon from Zeus the Thunderer, who understands all well, all fortunes, good or ill, of mortal men, the Harpies swept away the maids, and gave them over to be servants to the dread avengers. Even so may those who have their dwellings on Olympus blot out me, or else may I receive a shaft from fair-haired Artemis, that I may go to my dread grave, seeing Odysseus still, and never gladden heart of meaner husband. Yet ills like these are bearable, if with a burdened heart one weeps by day, and then by night has sleep. For such an one forgets all good and ill when once the eyelids close. But as for me, heaven sends me cruel dreams. Again tonight there lay beside me one like
him, such as he was when he departed with the army. My heart was glad. I said it was no dream, but truth at last. While she was speaking, gold-throned morning came, and as she wept, royal Odysseus heard her voice and mused a while. In his heart she seemed to know him and to stand beside his head. Gathering up the cloak and fleece in which he slept, he laid them in the hall upon a chair, carried the ox-hide out of doors and spread it down, and with uplifted hands prayed thus to Zeus. "O Father Zeus, if of good will ye gods have led me over field and flood to my own land, though ill ye brought me also, let some one now awake, speak a good word indoors, and another sign from Zeus be given outside the house." So spoke he in his prayer, and wise Zeus heard him, and straightway thundered out of bright Olympus, out of the clouds above. Royal Odysseus was made glad. Moreover, a woman grinding corn sent forth an ominous cry out of the house hard by, where stood the mills of the shepherd of the people. 12 women in all worked here, preparing barley, meal, and corn, men's marrow. The rest were sleeping, having ground their wheat. One only had not ended, for she was very weak. She, stopping at last her mill, uttered these words, an omen for her master. "O Father Zeus, who rulest over gods and men, loud hast thou thundered from the starry sky, and no cloud anywhere. Surely in this thou givest man a sign. Then bring to pass for miserable me the words I speak. May the suitors today, for the last and latest time, hold their glad feast within Odysseus' hall. They who with galling labor made my knees grow weak, while I prepared them meal, may they now feast their last." She spoke, and royal Odysseus was gladdened by her cry and by the thunder of Zeus. He said that woe was come upon the guilty. And now the other handmaids of the goodly palace of Odysseus came together, and kindled on the hearth a steady fire. Telemachus also, a mortal like a god, rose from his bed, put on his clothes, slung his sharp sword about his shoulder, under his shining feet bound his fair sandals, then took his ponderous spear tipped with sharp bronze, and went and stood upon the threshold, saying to Eurycleia, "Good nurse, have you provided for the stranger in the house comfort in bed and food, or does he lie neglected? That is my mother's way, wise though she is. Blindly she honors one of the meaner sort, and sends the better man away unhonored." Then heedful Eurycleia answered, "Now do not blame a blameless person, child. He sat and drank his wine as long as he inclined, and he said he wanted no more bread. She asked him that. And as soon as he began to think of rest and sleep, she bade her damsels spread his bed. Then he, like a man quite mean and miserable, refused to sleep upon a bed and under blankets, but on an undressed hide and fleecy sheepskins lay down within the porch. We put a cloak upon him." So she spoke. And through the hall forth went Telemachus, his spear in hand, 2 swift dogs following after. He hastened to the assembly, to join the male Achaeans. But noble Eurycleia, daughter of Ops, Picenor's son, called to the women, "Come, stir about, and sweep the house, and sprinkle it, and beat the purple coverings on the shapely chairs. And others, take your sponges, and wipe off all the tables, and clean the mixing bowls, and well-wrought double cups. And others still, go to the well for water, and fetch it quickly here. It is not long the suitors will be absent from the hall. They will be here right early. Today is for them all a holiday." She spoke, and very willingly they heeded and obeyed. 20 went to the dark well. The others plied their tasks with skill about the house. Soon came the Achaeans' laboring men, who neatly and skillfully split logs of wood. There came the women also, returning from the well. After them came the swineherd, driving 3 fat hogs, the best of all his herd. He let them feed about the pleasant yard, and said to Odysseus kindly, "Stranger, do the Achaeans look after you any better, or do they still insult you in the hall as at the first?" Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Eumaeus, May the gods requite the wrongs which these in their abominable pride work in a house not theirs. They have no touch of shame."
So they conversed together. Melanthius now drew near the goatherd, driving the goats that were the best of all his flock to make the suitors' dinner. 2 shepherds followed after. He tied his goats under the echoing portico, and said to Odysseus rudely, "Stranger, will you still be a nuisance in the house and beg of people? Will you not quit our doors? We never shall quite settle things, I think, until you taste my fists. Beyond all decency you keep on begging. Surely there are Achaean feasts elsewhere." He spoke, but not a word did wise Odysseus answer. Silent he shook his head, brooding on evil. A third now joined them, Philetius, ever foremost, and brought the suitors a barren cow and fatted goats. The ferrymen brought them over, they who bring people, too, whenever anybody comes their way. He tied the cattle carefully under the echoing portico, and drawing near the swineherd, asked, "Who is the stranger, swineherd, lately come and staying at the hall? Out of what tribe does he profess to be? Where are his kinsmen and his native fields? Poor man, he seems in bearing like a lordly king. The gods may well send homeless people troubles, when even for kings they weave a web of grief." He spoke, and turning to Odysseus, gave his right hand in welcome, and speaking in winged words, he said, "Hail, good old stranger! May happiness be yours in time to come. Now you are bound by many ills. Oh, Father Zeus, none of the gods is crueler than thou. Thou carest not that men, when thou hast given them birth, be plunged in misery and sharp distress." A sweat came over me in looking at the man. My eyes were filled with tears for memory of Odysseus. For he, too, I suppose, in just such tatters, is a wanderer among men, if indeed he yet lives and sees the sunshine. But if he is already dead and in the house of Hades, then woe is me for good Odysseus, who gave me charge of cattle when I was but a boy in the land of the Cephalenians. And now the herds have grown enormously. No breed of broad-browed cattle ever bladed better. But strangers bid me drive these now for them to eat. For the son of the house they do not care, nor do they tremble at the wrath of gods, but they are bent on parting out their long-gone master's goods. And as for me, around one point my heart within keeps turning. 'Tis very bad while the sun lives to go to the land of strangers, cattle and all, to foreigners. Worse still to stay with strangers' herds and sit about and suffer. Certainly long ago I would have fled and found some other mighty king. Life here cannot be borne. But still I think of that unfortunate, how he may come from somewhere and make a scattering of the suitors up and down the house." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Herdsman, because you do not seem a common senseless person, but I perceive wisdom is in your heart, I will speak out and swear a solemn oath on what I say. So, first of all the gods be witness, Zeus, and let this hospitable table and the hearth of good Odysseus whereto I come be witness. While you are here, Odysseus shall return, and you with your own eyes shall see him, if you will, slaying the suitors who now lord it here." Then answered him the herdsman of the cattle, "Ah, stranger, may the son of Cronos fulfill these words of yours. Then shall you know what might is mine, and how my hands obey." So also did Eumaeus pray to all the gods that wise Odysseus might return to his own house. So they conversed together. Now for Telemachus the suitors had been plotting death and doom. But toward them, on the left, a bird came flying, a soaring eagle clutching a timid dove. Whereat Amphinomus called to them thus, and said, "Ah, friends, this plan of ours will not run well, this murder of Telemachus. Let us rather turn to feasting." So said Amphinomus, and his saying pleased them. Entering the house of princely Odysseus, they threw their coats upon the couches and the chairs, and they began to kill great sheep and fatted goats, to kill sleek pigs and the heifer of the herd. They roasted the inward parts and passed them round, and mixed wine in the mixers. The swineherd passed the cups.
Philetius, ever foremost, handed them bread in goodly baskets. Melanthius poured the wine. So on the food spread out before them they laid hands. And now Telemachus, with crafty purpose, seated Odysseus within the stately hall, by the stone threshold, providing him a common bench and little table. He gave him portions of the inward parts, and, pouring him wine into a golden cup, he thus addressed him. "Sit here among the men and sip your wine, and I will keep you from the taunts and blows of all the suitors. This is no public house. It is Odysseus' own, acquired for me. Therefore, you suitors, check your taste for insult and abuse, or else there may be strife and quarrel here." He spoke, and all with teeth set in their lips marveled, because Telemachus had spoken boldly. Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, "Harsh as it is, Achaeans, let us take the bidding of Telemachus. He speaks with lofty threatening. Zeus, son of Cronus, hindered, or long ago we in the hall had stopped him, shrill talker though he be." So said Antinous. Telemachus did not heed his words. For pages came, leading along the town a hecatomb of cattle sacred to the gods. Long-haired Achaeans, too, assembled in the shady grove of the archer-king Apollo. But when the rest had roasted the outer flesh and drawn it off, dividing up the portions, they held a famous feast, and those who served set for Odysseus a portion quite as large as that they took themselves. For this was the bidding of Telemachus, the son of princely Odysseus. Yet Athena allowed the haughty suitors not altogether yet to cease from biting scorn. She wished more pain to pierce the heart of Laertes' son Odysseus. There was among the suitors a man of lawless life. Ctesippus was his name. He lived in Same. Proud of vast wealth, he wooed the wife of Odysseus long away. He it was now who thus addressed the audacious suitors. "Hearken, you haughty suitors, while I speak. This stranger here a while ago received a portion, and, as was proper, one as large as ours, for it is neither honourable nor fitting to worry strangers who may reach this palace of Telemachus. Come then, and let me also give a hospitable gift, and he shall have wherewith to give a present to the bath-keeper, or to some servant in the house of great Odysseus." So saying, he flung with his strong hand an ox-hoof which lay near, taking it from the basket. Odysseus, with quick turning of the head, avoided it, and in his heart smiled grimly. It struck the massive wall. But Telemachus rebuked Ctesippus thus. "Surely, Ctesippus, that was lucky for your life. You missed our guest. He shunned your missile. Else I had run you through the middle with my pointed spear, and in the place of wedding feast your father had been busied with a funeral here. Let no man in this house henceforth show rudeness. For I now mark and understand each deed, good deeds as well as bad. Before, I was a child, and even yet we bear what nevertheless we see, sheep slain, wine drunk, bread wasted. For hard it is for one to cope with many. Nay then, do me no more deliberate wrong. But if you seek to slay me with a sword, that I would choose, and better far were death, than constantly to behold disgraceful deeds, strangers abused, and damsels dragged to shame through the fair palace." So he spoke, and all were hushed to silence. But by and by said Agelaus, son of Damastor, "Friends, in answering what is fairly said, none should be angry and retort with spiteful words. Let none abuse the stranger, nor any of the servants in great Odysseus' hall. But to Telemachus and his mother I would say one friendly word. Perhaps it may find favour in the mind of each. So long as your hearts hoped wise Odysseus would return to his own home, it was no harm to wait and hold the suitors at the palace. That was the better way, if but Odysseus had returned and reached his home once more. Now it is plain that he will never come. Go then. Sit down beside your mother and plainly tell her this, to marry the man who is the best and offers most. So shall you keep in peace all that your father left, to eat and drink your fill, and she shall guide the household of another. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, Nay, Agelaus, by Zeus I swear, and by the sufferings of my father, who far away from Ithaca is dead or lost, it is not I delay my mother's marriage. Indeed, I urge her to marry whom she will. I will give countless gifts. But I hesitate to drive her forth against her will by a compulsive word. God, let that never be. So spoke Telemachus, but Pallas Athena woke uncontrollable laughter in the suitors. She turned their wits awry. Now they would laugh as if with others' faces, and blood bedabbled was the flesh they ate. Their eyes were filled with tears, their heart felt anguish, and godlike Theoclymenus addressed them thus. Oh, wretched men, what woe befalls you? Night shrouds your heads, your faces, and lower still your knees. Wild cries are kindled, cheeks are wet with tears, walls and the fair mid-spaces drip with blood. The porch is full, the court is full, of shapes that haste to Erebus down into darkness. The sun is blotted from the heavens, a foul fog covers all. He spoke, and all burst into merry laughter, and thus began Eurymachus, the son of Polybus. A crazy stranger this, new come from foreign lands. Quick then, young man, and guide him out of doors, off to the market, since he finds it here like night. Then godlike Theoclymenus made answer, Eurymachus, I do not ask a guide. I have my eyes and ears and my 2 feet, and in my breast a steadfast mind of no mean sort. By their aid I go forth, for I perceive evil approaching you, which none shall shun or flee, nay, not a man among these suitors, who in the house of great Odysseus work wantonly abominations to mankind. So saying, forth he went out of the stately palace, and found Piraeus, who received him kindly. Then all the suitors, glancing at one another, began to tease Telemachus by laughing at his guests, and a rude youth would say, Telemachus, no man is more unfortunate in guests than you. For instance, what a filthy vagabond is this you keep, one always wanting bread and wine, incapable of work or deeds of strength, simply a cumberer of the ground. And now this other fellow stands up and plays the prophet. But if you would heed me, the better way were this, to toss your guests into a ship of many oars and pack them off to Sicily, where they would fetch their price. So said the suitors. Telemachus did not heed their words. Silent, he watched his father, waiting ever till he should lay hands on the shameless suitors. Now, having set her goodly seat just opposite the door, the daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, attended to the talk of all within the hall. With laughter they prepared their dinner, a pleasant meal, such as they liked, and many a beast was slaughtered. But how could feast be more unwelcome than the supper which a goddess and a valiant man were soon to serve them? For from the first they had wrought deeds of shame. Book 21. The Trial of the Bow. And now the goddess, clear-eyed Athena, put in the mind of Icarius' daughter, heedful Penelope, to offer to the suitors in the hall the bow and the grey steel as a means of sport and harbingers of death. She mounted the long stairway of her house, holding a crooked key in her firm hand, a goodly key of bronze having an ivory handle, and hastened with her damsels to a far-off room where her lord's treasure lay, bronze, gold, and well-wrought steel. Here also lay his curved bow and the quiver for his arrows, and many grievous shafts were in it still, gifts which a friend had given Odysseus when he met him once in Lacedaemon, Iphitus, son of Eurytus, a man like the immortals. At Messina the two met, in the house of wise Orsilochus. Odysseus had come hither to claim a debt which the whole district owed him, for upon the ships of many oars Messenians carried off from Ithaca 300 sheep, together with their herdsmen. In the long quest for these, Odysseus took the journey when he was but a youth, for his father and the other elders sent him forth. Iphitus, on the other hand, was seeking horses, for 12 mares had been lost, which had as foals 12 hardy mules. These afterwards became the death and doom of Iphitus, when he met the stalwart son of Zeus, the hero Hercules, who well knew deeds of daring. For Hercules slew Iphitus in his own house, although his guest, and recklessly did not regard the anger of the gods, nor yet the proffered table, but slew the man and kept at his own hall the strong-hoofed mares. It was when seeking these that Iphitus had met Odysseus, and given the bow which, in old days, great Eurytus was wont to bear, and which, undying in his lofty hall, he left his son. To Iphitus Odysseus gave a sharp-edged sword and a stout spear, as the beginning of a loving friendship. They never sat, however, at one another's table. Ere that could be, the son of Zeus slew godlike Iphitus, the son of Eurytus, who gave the bow. Royal Odysseus, when going off to war in the black ships, would never take this bow. It always stood in its own place at home, as a memorial of his honored friend. In his own land he bore it. Now when the royal lady reached this room, and stood on the oaken threshold, which long ago the carpenter had smoothed with skill, and levelled to the line, fitting the posts thereto, and setting the shining doors, then quickly from its ring she loosed the strap, thrust in the key, and with a careful aim shot back the door-bolts. As a bull roars when feeding in the field, so roared the goodly door, touched by the key, and open flew before her. She stepped to a raised dais, where stood some chests in which lay fragrant garments. Thence, reaching up, she took from its peg the bow in the glittering case which held it. And now she set her down, and laid the case upon her lap, and loudly weeping drew her lord's bow forth. But when she had had her fill of tears and sighs, she hastened to the hall to meet the lordly suitors, bearing in hand the curved bow and the quiver for the arrows, and many grievous shafts were in it still. Beside her, damsels bore a box in which lay many a piece of steel and bronze, implements of her lord's for games like these. And when the royal lady reached the suitors, she stood beside a column of the strong-built roof, holding before her face her delicate wimple, the while a faithful damsel stood upon either hand, and straightway she addressed the suitors, speaking thus: "Hearken, you haughty suitors, who beset this house, eating and drinking ever now my husband is long gone. No word of excuse can you suggest except your wish to marry me and win me for your wife. Well then, my suitors, since before you stands your prize, I offer you the mighty bow of Prince Odysseus, and whoever with his hands shall lightliest bend the bow and shoot through all 12 axes, him I will follow and forsake this home, this bridal home so very beautiful and full of wealth, a place I think I ever shall remember, even in my dreams." So saying, she bade Eumaeus, the noble swineherd, deliver to the suitors the bow and the grey steel. With tears Eumaeus took the arms and laid them down before them. Near by, the neatherd also wept to see his master's bow. But Antinous rebuked them, and spoke to them, and said, "You stupid boors, who only mind the passing minute, wretched pair, what do you mean by shedding tears, troubling this lady's heart, when already her heart is prostrated with grief at losing her dear husband? Sit down and eat in silence, or else go forth and weep, but leave the bow behind, a dread ordeal for the suitors. For I am sure this polished bow will not be bent with ease. There is not a man of all now here so powerful as Odysseus. I saw him once myself, and well recall him, though I was then a child." He spoke, but in his breast his heart was hoping to draw the string and send an arrow through the steel. Yet he was to be the first to taste the shaft of good Odysseus, whom he now wronged, though seated in his hall, while to look like outrage he encountered all his comrades. To these now spoke revered Telemachus. "Oh, Zeus, the son of Cronus, has made me play the fool. My mother, and wise she is, says she will follow some strange man and quit this house, and I but laugh, and in my silly soul am glad. Come then, you suitors, since before you stands your prize, a lady whose like cannot be found throughout Achaean land, in sacred Pylos, Argos, or Mycenae, in Ithaca itself, or the dark mainland, as you yourselves well know. What needs my mother praise? Come then, delay not with excuse, nor longer hesitate to bend the bow, but let us learn what is to be. I too might try the bow, and if I stretch it, and send an arrow through the steel, then with no shame to me my honored mother may forsake this house and follow someone else, leaving me here behind, for I shall then be able to wield my father's arms." He spoke, and flung his red cloak from his neck, rising full height, and put away the sharp sword also from his shoulder. First, then, he set the axes, marking one long furrow for them all, aligned by cord. The earth on the two sides he stamped down flat. Surprise filled all beholders to see how properly he set them, though he had never seen the game before. Then he went and stood upon the threshold, and began to try the bow. 3 times he made it tremble as he sought to make it bend. 3 times he slackened his strain, still hoping in his heart to draw the string and send an arrow through the steel. And now he might have drawn it by force of a 4th tug, had not Odysseus shook his head and stayed the eager boy. So to the suitors once more spoke revered Telemachus. "Fie, shall I ever be a coward and a weakling? Or am I still but young, and cannot trust my arm to right me with the man who wrongs me first? But come, you who are stronger men than I, come try the bow and end the contest." So saying, he laid by the bow and stood it on the ground, leaning it on the firm-set polished door. The swift shaft, too, he likewise leaned against the bow's fair knob, and once more took the seat from which he first arose. Then said to them Antinous, Eupeithes' son, "Rise up, in order, all, from left to right, beginning where the cupbearer begins to pour the wine." So said Antinous, and his saying pleased them. Then first arose Leiodes, son of Enops, who was their soothsayer, and had his place beside the goodly mixer, farthest along the hall. To him alone their lawlessness was hateful. He abhorred the suitor crowd. He it was now who first took up the bow and the swift shaft. And going to the threshold, he stood and tried the bow. He could not bend it. Tugging the string made sore his hands, his soft, unhorny hands. And to the suitors thus he spoke. "No, friends, I cannot bend it. Let some other take the bow. Many chiefs this bow shall rob of life and breath. Yet better far to die than live, and still to fail in that for which we constantly are gathered, waiting expectantly from day to day. Now each man hopes and purposes at heart to win Penelope, Odysseus' wife. But when he shall have tried the bow and seen his failure, then to some other fair-robed woman of Achaea let each go, and offer her his suit, and woo her with his gifts. So may Penelope marry the man who gives her most and comes with fate to favor." When he had spoken, he laid by the bow, leaning it on the firm-set, polished door. The swift shaft, too, he likewise leaned against the bow's fair knob, and once more took the seat from which he first arose. But Antinous rebuked him, and spoke to him, and said, "Leiodes, what words have passed the barrier of your teeth? Strange words and harsh, vexatious words to hear, as if this bow must rob our chiefs of life and breath because you cannot bend it. Why, your good mother did not bear you for a brandisher of bows and arrows, but others among the lordly suitors will bend it by and by." So saying, he gave an order to Melanthius, the goatherd. "Hasten, Melanthius, and light a fire in the hall, and set a long bench near, with fleeces on it. Then bring me the large cake of fat which lies inside the door, that after we have warmed the bow and greased it well, we young men may try it, and so end the contest." He spoke, and straightway Melanthius kindled a steady fire, and set a bench beside it with a fleece thereon, and brought out the large cake of fat which lay inside the door. And so the young men warmed the bow, and made their trial. But yet they could not bend it. They fell far short of power. Antinous, however, still held back, and Prince Eurymachus, who were the suitors' leaders, for they in manly excellence were quite the best of all. Meanwhile, out of the house at the same moment came two men, princely Odysseus, herdsman of the oxen and the swine, and after them came royal Odysseus also. And when they were outside the gate, beyond the yard, speaking in gentle words, Odysseus said, "Neatherd, and you too, swineherd, may I tell a certain tale, or shall I hide it still? My heart bids me speak. How ready would you be to aid Odysseus, if he should come from somewhere, thus on a sudden, and a god should bring him home? Would you support the suitors, or Odysseus? Speak freely, as your heart and spirit bid you speak." Then said to him the herdsman of the cattle, "O Father Zeus, grant this my prayer. May he return, and heaven be his guide. Then shall you know what might is mine, and how my hands obey." So prayed Eumaeus, too, to all the gods, that wise Odysseus might return to his own home. So when he knew with certainty the heart of each, finding his words once more, Odysseus said, "Lo, it is I, through many grievous toils, now in the 20th year, come to my native land. And yet I know that of my servants none but you desires my coming. From all the rest I have not heard one prayer that I return. To you then I will truly tell what shall hereafter be. If God by me subdues the lordly suitors, I will obtain you wives and give you wealth and homes established near my own. And henceforth in my eyes you shall be friends and brethren of Telemachus. Come then, and I will show you too a very trusty sign, that you may know me certainly and be assured in heart. The scar the boar dealt long ago with his white tusk, when I once journeyed to Parnassus with Autolycus' sons." So saying, he drew aside his rags from the great scar. And when the two beheld and understood it all, their tears burst forth. They threw their arms round wise Odysseus, and passionately kissed his face and neck. So likewise did Odysseus kiss their heads and hands. And daylight had gone down upon their weeping, had not Odysseus stayed their tears, and said, "Have done with grief and wailing, or someone coming from the hall may see, and tell the tale indoors. Nay, go in, one by one, not all together. I will go first, you after. And let this be agreed. The rest within, the lordly suitors, will not allow me to receive the bow and quiver. But, noble Eumaeus, bring the bow along the room and lay it in my hands. Then tell the women to lock the hall's close-fitting doors. And if from their inner room they hear a moaning or a strife within our walls, let no one venture forth, but stay in silence at her work. And noble Philetius, in your care I put the courtyard gates. Bolt with the bar and quickly lash the fastening." So saying, Odysseus made his way into the stately house, and went and took the seat from which he first arose. And soon the serving-men of princely Odysseus entered too. Now Eurymachus held the bow and turned it up and down, trying to heat it at the glowing fire. But still with all his pains he could not bend it. His proud soul groaned aloud. Then bitterly he spoke. These were the words he said, "Oh, here is woe for me and woe for all. Not that I so much mourn missing the marriage, though vexed I am at that. Still, there are enough more women of Achaia, both here in sea-girt Ithaca and in the other cities. But if in strength we fall so short of princely Odysseus that we cannot bend his bow, oh, the disgrace for future times to hear." Then said Antinous, Eupeithes' son, "Not so, Eurymachus, and you yourself know better. Today throughout the land is the archer-god's high feast. Who then could bend a bow? Nay, quietly lay it by, and for the axes, what if we leave them standing? Nobody, I'm sure, will carry one away and trespass on the house of Laertes' son Odysseus. Come then, and let the wine-pourer give pious portions to our cups, that after a libation we may lay aside curved bows. Tomorrow morning tell Melanthius the goatherd to drive us here the choicest of goats of all his flock, and we will set the thighs before the archer-god Apollo. Then try the bow and end the contest." So said Antinous, and his saying pleased them. Pages poured water on their hands. Young men brimmed bowls with drink, and served to all, with a first pious portion for the cups. And after they had poured and drunk as their hearts would, then in his subtlety said wise Odysseus, "Hearken, you suitors of the illustrious queen, and let me tell you what the heart within me bids. I beg a special favour of Eurymachus, and great Antinous too, for his advice was wise, that you now drop the bow and leave the matter with the gods, and in the morning God shall grant the power to whom he may. But give me now the polished bow, and let me in your presence prove my skill and power, and see if I have yet such vigour left as once there was within my supple limbs, or whether wanderings and neglect have ruined all." At these his words all were exceeding wroth, fearing that he might bend the polished bow. So Antinous rebuked him, and spoke to him, and said, "You scurvy stranger with not a whit of sense! Are you not satisfied to eat in peace with us, your betters, unstinted in your food, and hearing all we say? Nobody else, stranger or beggar, hears our talk. 'Tis wine that goads you, honeyed wine, a thing that has brought others trouble when taken greedily and drunk without due measure. Wine crazed the centaur, famed Eurytion, at the house of bold Pirithous, on his visit to the Lapithae. And when his wits were crazed with wine, he madly wrought foul outrage on the household of Pirithous. So indignation seized the heroes. Through the porch and out of doors they rushed, dragging Eurytion forth, shorn by the pitiless sword of ears and nose. Crazed in his wits he went his way, bearing in his bewildered heart the burden of his guilt. And hence arose a feud between the centaurs and mankind. But the beginning of the woe he himself caused by wine. Even so I prophesy great harm to you, if you shall bend the bow. No kindness will you meet from any in our land, but we will send you by black ship straight to King Echetus, the bane of all mankind, out of whose hands you never shall come clear. Be quiet then, and take your drink. Do not presume to vie with younger men." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Antinous, it is neither honourable nor fitting to worry strangers who may reach this palace of Telemachus. Do you suppose the stranger, if he bends the great bow of Odysseus, confident in his skill and strength of arm, will lead me home and take me for his wife? He, in his inmost soul, imagines no such thing. Let none of you sit at table disturbed by such a thought, for that could never, never be." Then answered her Eurymachus, the son of Polybus, "Daughter of Icarius, heedful Penelope, we do not think the man will marry you. Of course that could not be. And yet we dread the talk of men and women, and fear lest one of the baser sort of the Achaeans say, 'Men far inferior sue for a good man's wife, and cannot bend his polished bow.' But someone else, a wandering beggar, came and easily bent the bow, and sent an arrow through the steel. This will they say, to us a shame indeed." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "Eurymachus, men cannot be an honour in the land, and rudely rob the household of their prince. Why then count this a shame? The stranger is right tall, and well knit too, and calls himself the son of a good father. Give him the polished bow, and let us see. For this I tell you, and it shall be done, if he shall bend it, and Apollo grants his prayer, I will clothe him in a coat and tunic, goodly garments, give him a pointed spear to keep off dogs and men, a two-edged sword, and sandals for his feet, and I will send him where his heart and soul may bid him go." Then answered her discreet Telemachus, "My mother, No Achaean has better right than I to give or to refuse the bow to any as I will. And out of all who rule in rocky Ithaca, or in the islands off toward grazing Elis, none may oppose my will, even though I wish to put these bows into the stranger's hands and let him take them once for all away. Then seek your chamber and attend to matters of your own, the loom, the distaff, and bid the women ply their tasks. Bows are for men, for all, especially for me, for power within this house rests here." Amazed, she turned to her own room again, for the wise saying of her son she laid to heart. And coming to the upper chamber with her maids, she there bewailed Odysseus her dear husband, till on her lids clear-eyed Athena caused a sweet sleep to fall. Meanwhile, the noble swineherd, taking the curved bow, was bearing it away. But the suitors all broke into uproar in the hall, and a rude youth would say, "Where are you carrying the curved bow forth, you miserable swineherd? Crazy fool! Soon out among the swine, away from men, swift dogs shall eat you, dogs you yourself have bred. Will but Apollo and the other deathless gods be gracious!" At these their words the bearer of the bow laid it down where he stood, frightened because the crowd within the hall cried out upon him. But from the other side Telemachus called threateningly aloud, "Nay, father, carry the bow. You cannot well heed all. Take care, or I, a nimbler man than you, will drive you to the fields with pelting stones. Superior in strength I am to you. Oh, would I were as much beyond the others in the house, beyond these suitors, in my skill and strength of arm. Then would I soon send somebody away in sorrow from my house, for men work evil here." He spoke, and all burst into merry laughter, and laid aside their bitter anger with Telemachus. And so the swineherd, bearing the bow along the hall, drew near to wise Odysseus and put it in his hands. Then, calling aside nurse Eurycleia, thus he said, "Telemachus bids you, heedful Eurycleia, to lock the hall's close-fitting doors. And if a woman from the inner room hears moaning or a strife within our walls, let her not venture forth, but stay in silence at her work." Such were his words. Unwinged they rested with her. She locked the doors of the stately hall. Then silently from the house Philetius stole forth, and straightway barred the gates of the fenced court. Beneath the portico there lay a curved ship's cable made of byblos plant. With this he lashed the gates, then passed indoors himself, and went and took the seat from which he first arose, eyeing Odysseus. Now Odysseus already held the bow and turned it round and round, trying it here and there to see if worms had gnawed the horn while its lord was far away, and glancing at his neighbour one would say, "A sort of fancier and trickster with the bow this fellow is. No doubt at home he has himself a bow like that, or means to make one like it. See how he turns it in his hands this way and that, ready for mischief. Rascal." Then would another rude youth answer thus, "Oh, may he always meet such luck, as when he is unable now to bend the bow." So talked the suitors. Meantime, wise Odysseus, when he had handled the great bow and scanned it closely, even as one well skilled to play the lyre and sing, stretches with ease round its new peg a cord, securing at each end the twisted sheep-gut. Death gave his heart no care, for who could think that in this company of feasters one of the crowd, however strong, could bring upon him cruel death and dismal doom? But Odysseus aimed an arrow and hit him in the throat. Right through his tender neck the sharp point passed. He sank down sideways. From his hand the goblet fell when he was hit, and straightway from his nose ran a thick stream of human blood. Roughly he pushed his table back, kicking it with his foot, and scattered off the food upon the floor. The bread and roasted meat were thrown away. Into a tumult broke the suitors round about the hall when they saw the fallen man. They sprang from their seats, and hurrying through the hall, peered at the massive walls on every side. But nowhere was there shield or ponderous spear to seize. Then they assailed Odysseus with indignant words. "Stranger, To your sorrow you turn your bow on men. You never shall take part in games again. Swift death awaits you, for you have killed the leader of the noble youths of Ithaca. To pay for this, vultures shall eat you here." So each one spoke. They thought he had not meant to kill the man. They foolishly did not see that for them, one and all, destruction's cords were knotted. But looking sternly on them, wise Odysseus said, "Dogs! You have been saying all the time I never should return out of the land of Troy, and therefore you destroyed my home, outraged my women servants, and, I alive, covertly wooed my wife, fearing no gods that hold the open sky, nor that the indignation of mankind would fall on you hereafter. Now for you, one and all, destruction's cords are knotted."
As he spoke thus, pale fear took hold on all. Each peered about to flee from instant death. Only Eurymachus made answer, saying, "If you indeed be Ithacan Odysseus, now returned, justly have you described what the Achaeans have been doing. Full many crimes here at the hall, and many in the field. But there, at last, lies he who was the cause of all, Antinous. For it was he who set us on these deeds, not so much needing and desiring marriage, but with this other purpose, which the son of Cronos never granted, that in the settled land of Ithaca he might himself be king, when he should treacherously have slain your son. Now he is justly slain. But spare your people, and we hereafter, making you public recompense for all we drank and ate here in the hall, will pay a fine of 20 oxen each, and give you bronze and gold enough to warm your heart. Till this is done, we cannot blame your wrath." But looking sternly on him, wise Odysseus said, "Eurymachus, if you would give me all your father's goods and all your own and all that you might gather elsewhere, I would not stay my hands from slaying until the suitors paid the price of all their lawless deeds. It lies before you then to fight or flee, if any man will save himself from death and doom. But some here will not flee, I think, from instant death." As he spoke thus, their knees grew feeble, and their very souls. But Eurymachus called out a second time, "Come, friends! The man will not hold back his ruthless hands, but having got possession of a polished bow and quiver, he will shoot from the smooth threshold until he kills us all. Let us then turn to fighting. Draw swords, and hold the tables up against his deadly arrows. Have at him altogether. Perhaps we may dislodge him from the threshold and the door, then reach the town and quickly raise the alarm. So would the fellow soon have shot his last." So saying, he drew his sharp two-edged bronze sword and sprang upon Odysseus with a fearful cry. But on the instant royal Odysseus shot an arrow and hit him in the breast beside the nipple, fixing the swift bolt in his liver. Out of his hand his sword dropped to the ground, and he himself, sprawling across the table, bent and fell, spilling the food and double cup upon the floor. With his brow he beat the pavement in his agony of heart, and with his kicking shook the chair. Upon his eyes gathered the mists of death. Then Amphinomus assaulted glorious Odysseus, and dashing headlong forward drew his sharp sword, hoping to make Odysseus yield the door. But Telemachus was quick and struck him with his brazen spear upon the back, between the shoulders, and drove the spear point through his chest. He fell with a thud and struck the ground flat with his forehead. Telemachus sprang back, and left the long spear sticking in Amphinomus, for he feared if he should draw the long spear out, an Achaean might attack him, rushing on him with his sword, and, as he stooped, might stab him. So off he ran and hastily went back to his dear father, and standing close beside him, he said in winged words, "Now, father, I will fetch a shield and pair of spears, and a brazen helmet also, fitted to your brow, and I will go unarmed myself, and give some armor to the swineherd, and to the neatherd too, for to be armed is better." Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Run, bring the arms, while I have arrows to defend me, or they will drive me from the door when I am left alone." He spoke, and Telemachus heeded his dear father, and hastened to the chamber where the glittering armor lay. Out of the store he chose 4 shields, 8 spears, and 4 bronze helmets, having horsehair plumes. These he bore off, and hastily went back to his dear father.
Telemachus first girt his body with the bronze. Then the 2 servants likewise girt themselves in goodly armour, and so all took their stand by Odysseus, keen and crafty. He, just as long as he had arrows to defend him, shot down a suitor in the hall with every aim, and side by side they fell. Then, when his arrows failed the princely bowman, he leaned the bow against the doorpost of the stately room, letting it stand beside the bright face-wall. And he too slung a 4-fold shield about his shoulders, put on his sturdy head a shapely helmet, horsehair plumed. Grimly the crest above it nodded, and took in hand 2 ponderous spears pointed with bronze. Now in the solid wall there was a postern door, and level with the upper threshold of the stately hall, an opening to a passage closed with jointed boards. Odysseus ordered the noble swineherd to guard this postern door, and in its neighbourhood to take his stand, since this was the only exit. But to the suitors said Agelaus, speaking his words to all, "Friends, could not one of you climb by the postern door and tell our people, and quickly raise the alarm? So would the fellow soon have shot his last." Then said to him Melanthius the goatherd, "No, heaven-descended Agelaus, that may in no wise be, for the good courtyard door is terribly near at hand, and the mouth of the passageway is narrow. One person there, if resolute, could bar the way for all. Yet I will fetch you from the chamber arms to wear, for there, I think, and nowhere else, Odysseus stored the armour, he and his gallant son." So having said, Melanthius the goatherd climbed to the chambers of Odysseus through the vent-holes of the hall. Out of the store he chose 12 shields, as many spears, and just as many brazen helmets having horsehair plumes. Then, turning back, he brought them very quickly and gave them to the suitors. And now did Odysseus' knees grow feeble, and his very soul, when he saw them donning arms and waving in their hands long spears. Large seemed his task, and straightway to Telemachus he spoke these winged words. "Surely, Telemachus, a woman of the house aids the hard fight against us, or else it is Melanthius." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "Father, the fault is mine, no other is to blame. For I it was who opened the chamber's tight-shut door and left it open. Their watchman was too good. But, noble Eumaeus, go and close the chamber door, and see if any woman has a hand in this, or if, as I suspect, it is the son of Dolius, Melanthius." So they conversed together. And now Melanthius the goatherd went to the room again to fetch more goodly armour. The noble swineherd spied him, and quickly to Odysseus, standing near, he said, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, there is the knave whom we suspected just going to the chamber. Speak plainly. Shall I kill him if I prove the better man, or shall I bring him here to pay for all the crimes he plotted in your house?" Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Here in the hall Telemachus and I will hold the lordly suitors, rage as they may. You two tie the man's feet and hands, and drag him within the chamber. There fasten boards upon his back, and lashing a twisted rope around him, hoist him aloft, up the tall pillar, and bring him to the beams, that he may keep alive there long, and suffer grievous torment." So he spoke, and willingly they heeded and obeyed. They hastened to the chamber, unseen of him within. He was engaged in searching after armour in a corner of the room, while the pair stood outside the door-posts, one on either hand, and waited. Soon as Melanthius the goatherd crossed the threshold, in one hand bearing a goodly helmet, and in the other a broad old shield beflecked with mould, the shield of Lord Laertes, which he carried in his youth, now laid away, its strap-seams parted. Then on him sprang the two, and dragged him by the hair within the door, threw him all horror-stricken to the ground, bound hands and feet together with a galling cord, which tight and fast they tied, as they were ordered by Laertes' son, long-tried royal Odysseus. Then they lashed a twisted rope around and hoisted him aloft, up the tall pillar, and brought him to the beams, and, mocking him, said, "You, swineherd Eumaeus, now then, Melanthius, you shall watch the whole night long, stretched out on such a comfortable bed as suits you well. The early dawn out of the ocean stream shall not in golden splendour slip unheeded by, when you should drive goats for the suitors at the hall to make their meal." Thus was he left there, fast in deadly bonds. The pair put on their armor, closed the shining door, and went to join Odysseus, keen and crafty. Here they stood, breathing fury, 4 of them on the threshold, although within the hall were many men of might. But near them came Athena, the daughter of Zeus, likened to Mentor in her form and voice. To see her made Odysseus glad, and thus he spoke, "Mentor, save us from ruin. Remember the good comrade who often aided you. You are of my own years." He said this, though he understood it was Athena, the summoner of hosts. But the suitors shouted from the other side, down the hall, and foremost in abuse was Agelaus, son of Damastor. "Mentor, do not let Odysseus lure you by his words to fight the suitors and to lend him aid. For I am sure even then we still shall work our will, and after we have slain these men, father and son, you too shall die beside them for deeds you thought to do within the hall. Here with your head you shall make due amends. And when with the sword we have cut short your power, whatever goods you have, within doors and without, we will confound with the possessions of Odysseus. We will not let your sons and daughters live at home, nor let your true wife linger in the town of Ithaca." As he spoke thus, Athena grew more wroth in spirit and chid Odysseus with these angry words. "Odysseus, you have no longer such firm power and spirit as when, for the sake of white-armed, high-born Helen, you fought the Trojans 9 years long, unflinchingly, and vanquished many men in mortal combat, and by your wisdom Priam's wide-wayed city fell. Why now, returned to home and wealth, and here confronted with the suitors, do you shrink from being brave? Nay, nay, good friend, stand by my side. Watch what I do, and see how in the presence of the foe, Mentor, the son of Alcimus, repays a kindness." She spoke, but gave him not quite yet the victory in full. Still she made trial of the strength and spirit, both of Odysseus and his valiant son. Up to the roof-beam of the smoky hall she darted like a swallow, resting there. Now the suitors were led by Agelaus, son of Damastor, by Eurynomus, Amphimedon, Demoptolemus, by Pisander, son of Polyctor, and wise Polybus. For these in manly excellence were quite the best of all who still were living, fighting for their lives. The rest the bow and storm of arrows had laid low. So to these men said Agelaus, speaking his words to all, "Now, friends, at last the man shall hold his ruthless hands, for Mentor has departed after uttering idle boasts, and the men at the front door are left alone. So hurl your long spears, but not all together. Now then, 6 let fly first, and see if Zeus allows Odysseus to be hit and us to win an honor. No trouble about the rest when he is down." He said, and all to whom he spoke let fly their spears with power. Athena made all vain. One struck the door-post of the stately hall, one the tight-fitting door, another's ashen shaft, heavy with bronze, crashed on the wall, and when the men were safe from the suitors' spears, then thus began long-tried royal Odysseus. "Friends, let me give the word at last to our side, too. Let fly your spears into the crowd of suitors, men who seek to slay and strip us, adding this to former wrongs." He spoke, and all with careful aim let fly their pointed spears. Odysseus struck down Demoptolemus, Telemachus, Euryades, the swineherd, Elatus, and the herdsman of the cattle, Pisander. All these together bit the dust of the broad floor, the other suitors falling back from the hall to deep recess. Odysseus' men sprang forward, and from the bodies of the dead pulled out the spears. And now the suitors let fly again their pointed spears with power. Athena made them for the most part vain. One struck the door-post of the stately hall, one the tight-fitting door, another's ashen shaft, heavy with bronze, crashed on the wall. But Amphimedon wounded Telemachus on the wrist of the right hand, though slightly. The metal tore his outer skin. Anticippus with his long spear grazed Eumaeus on the shoulder, which showed above his shield. The spear flew past and fell upon the ground. Once more the men beside Odysseus, keen and crafty, let fly their sharp spears on the crowd of suitors. And now by Odysseus, the spoiler of cities, Eurynomus was hit. by Telemachus Amphimedon, by the swineherd Polybus, and afterwards the herdsman of the cattle hit Ctesippus in the breast, and cried in triumph, "Ha, son of Polytherses, ready mocker, never again give way to folly and big words. Leave boasting to the gods, they're stronger far than you. This gift offsets the hoof you gave to great Odysseus a little while ago, when in his house he played the beggarman." So spoke the herdsman of the crook-horned kine. Then Odysseus wounded Damastor's son with his long spear, when fighting hand to hand. Telemachus wounded Evenor's son Leiocritus with a spear thrust in the middle of the waist, and drove the point clean through. He fell on his face and struck the ground flat with his forehead. And now Athena from the roof above stretched forth her murderous aegis. Their souls were panic-stricken. They scurried through the hall like herded cows on whom the glancing gadfly falls, and maddens them in springtime when the days are long. And as the crook-clawed, hook-beaked vultures, descending from the hills, dart at the birds which fly the clouds and skim the plain, while the vultures pounce and kill them, defence they have not, and have no escape, and men are merry at their capture, so the four chased the suitors down the hall and smote them right and left. There went up moans, a dismal sound, as skulls were crashed, and all the pavement ran with blood. But Leiodes, rushing forward, clasped Odysseus by the knees, and spoke imploringly these winged words, "I clasp your knees, Odysseus. Oh, respect and spare me, for I protest I never harmed a woman of the house by wicked word or act. No, and I used to try to stop the rest, the suitors, when one of them would do such deeds. But they were never ready to hold their hands from wrong, so through their own perversity they met a dismal doom, and I, their soothsayer, although I did no ill, must also fall. There is no gratitude for good deeds done." Then looking sternly on him, wise Odysseus said, "If you avow yourself their soothsayer, many a time you must have prayed within the hall that the issue of a glad return might be delayed for me, while my dear wife should follow you and bear you children. Therefore you shall not now avoid a shameful death." So saying, he seized in his sturdy hand a sword that lay nearby, a sword which Agelaus had dropped upon the ground when he was slain, and drove it through the middle of Leiodes' neck. While yet he spoke, his head rolled in the dust. But the bard, the son of Terpes, still had escaped dark doom, Phemius, who sang perforce among the suitors. He stood, holding the tuneful lyre in his hands, close to the postern door, and in his heart he doubted whether to hasten from the hall to the massive altar of great Zeus, guardian of courts, and take his seat where oftentimes Laertes and Odysseus had burned the thighs of beeves, or whether he should run and clasp Odysseus by the knees. Reflecting thus, it seemed the better way to touch the knees of Laertes' son Odysseus. He laid his hollow lyre upon the ground, midway between the mixer and the silver-studded chair, ran forward to Odysseus, clasped his knees, and spoke imploringly these winged words, "I clasp your knees, Odysseus. Oh, respect and spare me. To you yourself hereafter grief will come if you destroy a bard who sings to gods and men. Self-taught am I. God planted in my heart all kinds of song, and I had thought to sing to you as to a god. Then do not seek to slay me. Telemachus, your own dear son, will say how not through will of mine, nor seeking gain, I lingered at your palace, singing to the suitors at their feasts. For being more and stronger men than I, they brought me here by force." What he had said revered Telemachus heard, and he quickly called to his father, who was standing near, "Hold, for the man is guiltless. Do not stab him with the sword. And let us also spare Medon the page, who here at home used to have charge of me while I was still a child, unless, indeed, Philetius or the swineherd slew him, or he encountered you as you stormed along the hall." What he was saying, Medon, that man of understanding, heard, for he lay crouching underneath a chair, wrapped in a fresh-flayed ox's hide, seeking to shun dark doom. Straightway he rose from underneath the chair, quickly cast off the hide, sprang forward to Telemachus, clasped his knees, and cried imploringly in winged words, "Friend, stay your hand. It is I. And speak to your father, or exulting in his sharp sword he will destroy me out of indignation at the suitors, who wasted the possessions in his halls, and in their folly paid no heed to you." But wise Odysseus, smiling, said, "Be of good cheer, for he has cleared you and saved you. that in your heart you may perceive and may report to others how much more safe is doing good than ill. But both of you, leave the hall and sit outside, out of this bloodshed, in the court, you and the full-voiced bard, till I have accomplished in the house all that I still must do." Even as he spoke, the pair went forth and left the hall, and both sat down by the altar of great Zeus, peering about on every side as still expecting death. Odysseus, too, peered round his hall to see if any living man were lurking there, seeking to shun dark doom. He found them all laid low in blood and dust, and in such numbers as the fish which fishermen draw to the shelving shore out of the foaming sea in meshy nets. These all, sick for the salt sea wave, lie heaped upon the sands, while the resplendent sun takes life away. So lay the suitors, heaped on one another. And now to Telemachus said wise Odysseus, "Telemachus, go call nurse Eurycleia, that I may speak to her the thing I have in mind." He spoke, and Telemachus heeded his dear father, and shaking the door, said to nurse Eurycleia, "Up, aged woman, who have charge of all the damsels in our hall, come hither. My father calls, and I will speak with you." Such were his words. Unwinged they rested with her. Opening the doors of the stately hall, she entered. Telemachus led the way. And there among the bodies of the slain she found Odysseus, dabbled with blood and gore, like a lion come from feeding on some stall-fed ox. Its whole breast and its cheeks on either side are bloodied, terrible as the beast to see. So dabbled was Odysseus' feet and hands. And when she saw the bodies and the quantity of blood, she was ready to cry aloud at the sight of the mighty deed. But Odysseus held her back and stayed her madness. And speaking in winged words, he said, "Woman, be glad within, but hush, and make no cry. It is not right to glory in the slain. The gods' doom and their reckless deeds destroyed them, for they respected nobody on earth, bad man or good, who came among them. So, through their own perversity, they met a dismal doom. But name me now the women of the hall, and tell me who dishonor me and who are guiltless." Then said to him his dear nurse Eurycleia, "Then I will tell you, child, the very truth. You have 50 women servants at the hall, whom we have taught their tasks, to card the wool and bear the servant's lot. Out of these women, 12 in all have gone the way of shame, paying no heed to me, nor even to Penelope. It is but lately Telemachus has come to manhood, and his mother has never suffered him to rule the maids. But let me go above to the bright upper chamber, and tell your wife, whom a god has laid asleep." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Do not wake her yet. Tell those women to come here, who in the past behaved unworthily." So he spoke, and through the hall forth the old woman went, to give the message to the maids and bid them come with speed. Meanwhile Odysseus, calling to his side Telemachus, the neatherd and the swineherd, spoke to them thus in winged words. "Begin to carry off the dead, and bid the women aid you. Then let them clean the goodly chairs and tables with water and porous sponges. And when you've set in order all the house, lead forth these serving maids out of the stately hall, to a spot between the round house and the neat courtyard wall, and smite them with your long swords till you take life from all, so that they may forget the love they had among the suitors, when they would meet them unobserved." He spoke, and the women came, trooping along together in bitter lamentation, letting the big tears fall. First they carried out the bodies of the dead, and laid them by the portico of the fenced court, piling them there one on another. Odysseus gave the orders and hastened on the work, and only because compelled the maids bore off the bodies. Then, afterwards, they cleaned the goodly chairs and tables with water and porous sponges. Telemachus, the neatherd and the swineherd, with shovels scraped the pavement of the strong-built room, and the maids took up the scrapings and threw them out of doors. And when they had set in order all the hall, they led the serving maids out of the stately hall to a spot between the round house and the neat courtyard wall, and there they penned them in a narrow place, whence there was no escape. Then thus began discreet Telemachus. "By no honorable death would I take away the lives of those who poured reproaches on my head and on my mother, and were the suitors' comrades." He spoke, and tied the cable of a dark-bowed ship to a great pillar. then lashed it to the roundhouse, stretching it high across, too high for one to touch the feet upon the ground. And as the wide-winged thrushes or the doves strike on a net set in the bushes, and when they think to go to roost, a cruel bed receives them, even so the women held their heads in line, and around every neck a noose was laid, that they might die most vilely. They twitched their feet a little, but not long. Then forth they led Melanthius across the porch and yard. With rustless sword they lopped his nose and ears, pulled out his bowels to be eaten raw by dogs, and in their rage cut off his hands and feet. Afterwards, washing clean their own hands and their feet, they went to meet Odysseus in the house, and all the work was done. But to his dear nurse Eurycleia said Odysseus, "Woman, bring sulphur, a protection against harm, and bring me fire to fumigate the hall. And bid Penelope come hither with her women, and order all the maids throughout the house to come." Then said to him his dear nurse Eurycleia, "Truly, my child, in all this you speak rightly. Yet let me fetch you clothes, a coat and tunic, and do not, with this covering of rags on your broad shoulders, stand in the hall. That would be cause for blame." But wise Odysseus answered her and said, "First let a fire be lighted in the hall." At these his words his dear nurse Eurycleia did not disobey, but brought the fire and sulphur. Odysseus fumigated all the hall, the buildings, and the court. And now the old woman passed through the goodly palace of Odysseus to take his message to the maids and bid them come with speed. Out of their room they came, with torches in their hands. They gathered round Odysseus, hailing him with delight. Fondly they kissed his face and neck and held him by the hand. Glad longing fell upon him to weep and cry aloud. All these, he knew, were true. Book 23. The Recognition by Penelope. So the old woman, full of glee, went to the upper chamber to tell her mistress her dear lord was in the house. Her knees grew strong, her feet outran themselves. By Penelope's head she paused, and thus she spoke. "Awake, Penelope, dear child, to see with your own eyes what you have hoped to see this many a day. Here is Odysseus. He is come at last, and slain the haughty suitors, the men who vexed his house, devoured his substance, and oppressed his son." Then heedful Penelope said to her, "Dear nurse, the gods have crazed you. They can befool one who is very wise, and often they have set the simple in the paths of prudence. They have confused you. You were sober-minded heretofore. Why mock me when my heart is full of sorrow, telling wild tales like these? And why arouse me from the sleep that sweetly bound me and kept my eyelids closed? I have not slept so soundly since Odysseus went away to see accursed Ilius, name never to be named. Nay, then, go down, back to the hall. If any other of my maids had come and told me this and waked me out of sleep, I would soon have sent her off in sorry wise into the hall once more. This time age serves you well." Then said to her the good nurse Eurycleia, "Dear child, I do not mock you. In very truth it is Odysseus. He is come, as I have said. He is the stranger whom everybody in the hall has set at naught. Telemachus knew long ago that he was here, but out of prudence hid his knowledge of his father till he should have revenge from those bold men for wicked deeds." So spoke she, and Penelope was glad, and springing from her bed fell on the woman's neck, and let the tears burst from her eyes, and speaking in winged words she said, "Nay, tell me then, dear nurse, and tell me truly, if he is really come as you declare, how was it he laid hands upon the shameless suitors, being alone, while they were always here together?" Then answered her the good nurse Eurycleia, "I did not see, I did not ask. I only heard the groans of dying men. In a corner of our protected chamber we sat and trembled. The doors were tightly closed, until your son Telemachus called to me from the hall, for his father bade him call. And there among the bodies of the slain I found Odysseus standing. All around, covering the trodden floor, they lay one on another. It would have warmed your heart to see him, like a lion dabbled with blood and gore. Now all the bodies are collected at the courtyard gate, while he is fumigating the fair house by lighting a great fire. He sent me here to call you. Follow me, then, that you may come to gladness in your true hearts together, for sorely have you suffered. Now the long hope has been at last fulfilled. He has come back alive to his own hearth, and found you still, you and his son, within his hall. And upon those who did him wrong, the suitors, on all of them, here in his home, he has obtained revenge. Then heedful Penelope said to her, Dear nurse, be not too boastful yet, nor filled with glee. You know how welcome here the sight of him would be to all, and most to me and to the son we had. But this is no true tale you tell. Nay, rather some immortal slew the lordly suitors in anger at their galling insolence and wicked deeds, for they respected nobody on earth, bad man or good, who came among them. So for their sins they suffered. But Odysseus, far from Ogygia, lost the hope of coming home. Nay, he himself was lost. Then answered her the good nurse Eurycleia, My child, what word has passed the barrier of your teeth to say your husband, who is now beside your hearth, will never come? Your heart is always doubting. Come, then, and let me name another sign most sure. The scar the boar dealt long ago with his white tusk. I found it as I washed him, and I would have told you then, but he laid his hand upon my mouth, and in his watchful wisdom would not let me speak. But follow me. I stake my very life. If I deceive you, slay me by the vilest death. Then heedful Penelope answered her, Dear nurse, 'tis hard for you to trace the counsels of the everlasting gods, however wise you are. Nevertheless, let us go down to meet my son, and see the suitors who are dead, and him who slew them. So saying, she went from her chamber to the hall, and much her heart debated whether aloof to question her dear husband, or to draw near and kiss his face and take his hand. But when she entered, crossing the stone threshold, she sat down opposite Odysseus, in the firelight, beside the farther wall. He sat by a tall pillar, looking down, waiting to hear if his stately wife would speak when she should look his way. But she sat silent, long. Amazement filled her heart. Now she would gaze with a long look upon his face, and now she would not know him for the mean clothes that he wore. But Telemachus rebuked her, and spoke to her, and said, Mother, hard mother of ungentle heart, why do you hold aloof so from my father, and do not sit beside him, plying him with words and questions? There is no other woman of such stubborn spirit to stand off from the husband who, after many grievous toils, comes in the 20th year home to his native land. Your heart is always harder than a stone. Then said to him heedful Penelope, My child, my soul within is dazed with wonder. I cannot speak to him, nor ask a question, nor look him in the face. But if this is indeed Odysseus come at last, we certainly shall know each other better than others know, for we have signs which we too understand, signs hidden from the rest. As she, long-tried, spoke thus, royal Odysseus smiled, and said to Telemachus forthwith in winged words, Telemachus, leave your mother in the hall to try my truth. She soon will know me better. Now, because I am foul and dressed in sorry clothes, she holds me in dishonor, and says I am not he. But you and I have yet to plan how all may turn out well. For whoso kills one man among a tribe, though the man leaves few champions behind, becomes an exile, quitting king and country. We have destroyed the pillars of the state, the very noblest youths of Ithaca. Form, then, a plan, I pray. Then answered him discreet Telemachus, Look you to that, dear father. Your wisdom is, they say, the best among mankind. No mortal man can rival you. Zealously will we follow, and not fail, I think, in daring, so far as power is ours. Then wise Odysseus answered him and said,
Then I will tell you what seems best to me. First, wash and put on tunics, and bid the maids about the house array themselves. Then let the sacred bard with tuneful lyre lead us in sportive dancing, that men may say, hearing us from without, it is a wedding, whether such men be passers-by or neighbouring folk, and so broad rumour may not reach the town about the suitors' murder till we are gone to our well-wooded farm. There will we plan, as the Olympian shall grant us wisdom. So he spoke, and willingly they heeded and obeyed. For first they washed themselves and put on tunics, and the women also put on their attire. And then the noble bard took up his hollow lyre, and in them stirred desire for merry music and the gallant dance, and the great house resounded to the tread of lusty men and gay-girt women. And one who heard the dancing from without would say, Well, well, some man has married the long-courted queen. Hard-hearted, for the husband of her youth she would not guard her great house to the end till he should come. So they would say, but knew not how things were. Meanwhile, within the house, Eurynome, the housekeeper, bathed resolute Odysseus and anointed him with oil, and on him put a goodly robe and tunic. Upon his face Athena cast great beauty. She made him taller than before, and stouter to behold, and made the curling locks to fall around his head as on the hyacinth flower. As when a man lays gold on silver, some skilful man whom Hephaestus and Pallas Athena have trained in every art, and he fashions graceful work. So did she cast a grace upon his head and shoulders. Forth from the bath he came, in bearing like the immortals, and once more took the seat from which he first arose, facing his wife, and spoke to her these words. Lady, a heart impenetrable beyond the sex of women the dwellers on Olympus gave to you. There is no other woman of such stubborn spirit to stand off from the husband who, after many grievous toils, comes in the 20th year home to his native land. Come then, good nurse, and make my bed, that I may lie alone, for certainly of iron is the heart within her breast. Then said to him heedful Penelope, Nay, sir, I am not proud nor contemptuous of you, nor too much dazed with wonder. I very well remember what you were when you went upon your long-oared ship away from Ithaca. However, Eurycleia, make up his massive bed outside that stately chamber which he himself once built. Move the massive frame out there, and throw the bedding on, the fleeces, robes, and bright-hued rugs. She said this in the hope to prove her husband. But Odysseus spoke in anger to his faithful wife. Woman, these are bitter words which you have said. Who set my bed elsewhere? A hard task that would be for one, however skilled, unless a god should come and by his will set it with ease upon some other spot. But among men, no living being, even in his prime, could lightly shift it. For a great token is inwrought into its curious frame. I built it, no one else. There grew a thick-leaved olive shrub inside the yard, full-grown and vigorous, in girth much like a pillar. Round this I formed my chamber, and I worked till it was done, building it out of close-set stones and roofing it over well. Framed and tight-fitting doors I added to it. Then I lopped the thick-leaved olive's crest, cutting the stem high up above the roots, neatly and skilfully smoothed with my axe the sides, and to the line I kept all true to shape my post, and with an auger I bored it along. Starting with this, I fashioned me the bed till it was finished, and I inlaid it well with gold, with silver, and with ivory. On it I stretched a thong of ox-hide, gay with purple. This is the token I now tell. I do not know whether the bed still stands there, wife, or whether somebody has set it elsewhere, cutting the olive trunk. As he spoke thus, her knees grew feeble, and her very soul, when she recognized the tokens which Odysseus truly told. Then, bursting into tears, she ran straight toward him, threw her arms around Odysseus' neck, and kissed his face, and said, Odysseus, do not scorn me. Ever before you were the wisest of mankind. The gods have sent us sorrow, and grudged our staying side by side to share the joys of youth and reach the threshold of old age. But do not be angry with me now, nor take it ill that then, when I first saw you, I did not greet you thus, for the heart within my breast was always trembling,
I feared some man might come and cheat me with his tale. Many a man makes wicked schemes for gain. Nay, Argive Helen, the daughter of Zeus, would not have given herself to love a stranger if she had known how warrior sons of the Achaeans would bring her home again back to her native land. And yet it was a god prompted her deed of shame. Before she did not cherish in her heart such sin, such grievous sin, but from which began the woe which stretched to us. But now, when you have clearly told the tokens of our bed, which no one else has seen but only you and I, and the single servant Actorus, whom my father gave me on my coming here to keep the door of our closed chamber, you make even my ungentle heart believe." So she spoke, and stirred still more his yearning after tears, and he began to weep, holding his loved and faithful wife. As when the welcome land appears to swimmers whose sturdy ship Poseidon wrecked at sea, confounded by the winds and solid waters, a few escape the foaming sea and swim ashore. Thick salt foam crusts their flesh. They climb the welcome land and are escaped from danger. So welcome to her gazing eyes appeared her husband. From round his neck she never let her white arms go, and rosy-fingered Dawn had found them weeping, but a different plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena. She checked the long night in its passage, and at the ocean stream she stayed the gold-throned Dawn, and did not suffer it to yoke the swift-paced horses which carry light to men, Lampus and Phaeton, which bear the dawn. And now to his wife said wise Odysseus, "Oh, wife, we have not reached the end of all our trials yet. Hereafter comes a task immeasurable, long, and severe, which I must needs fulfill. For so the spirit of Tiresias told me, that day when I descended to the house of Hades, to learn about the journey of my comrades and myself. But come, my wife, let us to bed, that there at last we may refresh ourselves with pleasant sleep." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "The bed shall be prepared whenever your heart wills, now that the gods have let you reach your stately house and native land. But since you speak of this, and God inspires your heart, come, tell that trial. In time to come I know I shall experience it. To learn about it now makes it no worse." Then wise Odysseus answered her and said, "Lady, why urge me so insistently to tell? Well, I will speak it out, I will not hide it. Yet your heart will feel no joy. I have no joy myself. For Tiresias bade me go to many a peopled town, bearing in hand a shapely oar, till I should reach the men that know no sea and do not eat food mixed with salt. These therefore have no knowledge of the red-cheeked ships, nor of the shapely oars which are the wings of ships. And this was the sign, he said, easy to be observed. I will not hide it from you. When another traveller, meeting me, should say I had a winnowing fan on my white shoulder, there in the ground he bade me fix my oar, and make fit offerings to Lord Poseidon, a ram, a bull, and the sow's mate a boar, and turning homeward, to offer sacred hecatombs to the immortal gods who hold the open sky, all in the order due. And on myself, death from the sea shall very gently come and cut me off, bowed down with hale old age. Round me shall be a prosperous people. All this, he said, should be fulfilled." Then said to him heedful Penelope, "If gods can make old age the better time, then there is hope there will be rest from trouble." So they conversed together. Meanwhile Eurynome and the nurse prepared their bed with clothing soft, under the light of blazing torches. And after they had spread the comfortable bed with busy speed, the old woman departed to her room to rest, while the chamber servant, Eurynome, with torch in hand, brought them to their chamber, and then went her way. So they came gladly to their bed of early days. And now Telemachus, the neatherd and the swineherd, stayed their feet from dancing, and bade the women stay, and all betook themselves to rest throughout the dusky halls. But while the pair joyed in their new-found love, they joyed in talking too, each one relating, she, the royal lady, what she endured at home, watching the wasteful throng of suitors, who, making excuse of her, slew many cattle, beeves, and sturdy sheep, and stores of wine were drained from out the casks. He, high-born Odysseus, what miseries he brought on other men, and what he bore himself in anguish, all he told, and she was glad to listen. No sleep fell on her eyelids till he had told her all. He began with how, at first, he conquered the Ciconians, and came thereafter to the fruitful land of lotus-eaters. Then what the Cyclops did, and how he took revenge for the brave comrades whom the Cyclops ate and never pitied. Then how he came to Aeolus, who gave him hearty welcome and sent him on his way. But it was fated that he should not reach his dear land yet, for a sweeping storm bore him once more along the swarming sea, loudly lamenting. How he came to Telepolis in Laestrygonia, where the men destroyed his ships and his mailed comrades, all of them. Odysseus fled in his black ship alone. He told of Circe, too, and all her crafty guile, and how, on a ship of many oars, he came to the mouldering house of Hades, there to consult the spirit of Tiresias of Thebes. How he looked on all his comrades, and on the mother who had borne him and cared for him when little. How he had heard the full-voiced siren's song. How he came to the wandering rocks, to dire Charybdis and to Scylla, past whom none goes unharmed. How then his crew slew the sun's kine, how Zeus with a blazing bolt smote his swift ship, Zeus thundering from on high. And his good comrades perished, utterly, all, while he escaped their evil doom. How he came to the island of Ogygia, and to the nymph Calypso, who held him in her hollow grotto, wishing him to be her husband, cherishing him, and saying she would make him an immortal, young forever. But she never beguiled the heart within his breast. How when he came through many toils to the Phaeacians, who honored him exceedingly, as if he were a god, and brought him on his way to his own native land, giving him stores of bronze and gold and clothing. This was the latest tale he told, when pleasant sleep fell on him, easing his limbs, and from his heart removing care. Now a new plan the goddess formed, clear-eyed Athena, when in her mind she judged Odysseus had enough of love and sleep. Straightway from out the ocean stream she roused the golden dawn to bring the light to men. Odysseus was aroused from his soft bed, and gave his wife this charge. "Wife, we have had in days gone by our fill of trials. You mourning here my grievous journey home, me, Zeus and the other gods bound fast in sorrow, all eager as I was, far from my native land. But since we now have reached the rest we long desire together, do you protect whatever wealth is still within my halls. As for the flocks which the audacious suitors wasted, I shall myself seize many, and all the Achaeans shall give me more besides, until they fill my folds. But now I go to the well-wooded farm, to visit my good father, who for my sake has been in constant grief. On you, my wife, wise as you are, I lay this charge. Straight with the sunrise a report will go abroad about the suitors whom I slew here in the hall. Then go to the upper chamber with your waiting women. There abide. Give not a look to anyone, nor ask a question." He spoke, and girt his beautiful arms about his shoulders. And he awoke Telemachus, the neatherd, and the swineherd, and bade them all take weapons in their hands for fighting. They did not disobey, but took their brazen harness. They opened the doors. They sallied forth. Odysseus led the way. Over the land it was already light, but Athena, hiding them in darkness, led them swiftly from the town. Book 24. Peace. Meanwhile, Cyllenian Hermes summoned hence the spirits of the suitors. In his hand he held a wand, beautiful, made of gold, with which he charms to sleep the eyes of whom he will, while again, whom he will, he wakens out of slumber. With this he started them and led them forth. They followed gibbering after. As in a corner of a monstrous cave the bats fly gibbering when one tumbles from the rock out of the cluster as they cling together, so gibbering these moved together. Protecting Hermes was their guide down the dank pathway. Past the ocean stream they went, past the white rock, past the portals of the sun and land of dreams, and soon they reached the field of asphodel, where spirits dwell, spectres of worn-out men. Here they came upon the spirit of Achilles, son of Peleus, and of Patroclus too, of gallant Antilochus, and of Ajax, who was first in beauty and in stature of all the Danaans after the gallant son of Peleus. These formed a group around Achilles, to whom approached the spirit of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, sorrowing. Around thronged other spirits of men who by his side had died in the house of Aegisthus, and there had met their doom. And the spirit of the son of Peleus first addressed him. O son of Atreus, throughout your life we said you were exceeding dear to Zeus the Thunderer, beyond all other heroes, because you were the lord of those mighty men there in the land of Troy, where we Achaeans suffered. Yet all too early you were doomed to meet fell fate, which no one that is born avoids. Oh, would that in the pride of your full power, there in the land of Troy, you had met death and doom. Then would the whole Achaean host have made your grave, and for your son in after days a great name had been gained. Now you must be cut off by an inglorious death. Then said to him the spirit of the son of Atreus, Fortunate son of Peleus, godlike Achilles, who died at Troy afar from Argos. Around you others fell, the Trojans and Achaeans, bravest sons, battling because of you, while in a cloud of dust, proud, you lay proudly, all your horsemanship forgotten. All through the day we battled, and never would have stopped our fighting, had Zeus himself not stopped us with a storm. And after we had borne you to the ships from out the fight, we laid you on a bier, and washed your comely body with warm water and with oil. The Danaans standing round you shed many burning tears and cut their hair. Out of the sea came forth your mother with the immortal sea nymphs, when she heard the tale, while over the water ran a wondrous wail. A secret trembling fell on all the Achaeans. Then all had hastened off and boarded the hollow ships, if one had not detained them who was wise in ancient lore, Nestor, whose counsel had before been proved the best. He with good will addressed them thus, and said, Hold, Argives, do not flee, you young Achaeans. It is his mother coming from the sea with the immortal nymphs, to look on her dead son. By these his words the bold Achaeans were withheld from flight, while round you stood the daughters of the old man of the sea, lamenting bitterly, and in immortal robes they clad your body. Meanwhile the Muses, 9 in all, with sweet responsive music sang your dirge. Then not an Argive could we see but was in tears, the piercing song so moved them. For 17 days, alike by night and day, we mortal men and deathless gods continued mourning. On the 18th we gave you to the flames. Many fat sheep we slew beside you, and many crook-horned kine. In vesture of the gods you burned, with much anointing oil and much sweet honey. Many Achaean heroes moved in their armor round your blazing pyre, footmen and charioteers, and a loud din arose. And when, at length, Hephaestus' flame had made an end, at dawn we gathered your white bones, Achilles, laid in pure wine and oil. Your mother gave the golden urn, a gift, she said, of Dionysus, and handiwork of famed Hephaestus. In this your white bones lie, illustrious Achilles, mingled with those of dead Patroclus, son of Menelaus, and parted from Antilochus, whom you regarded more than all your other comrades excepting dead Patroclus. Over them all, the powerful host of Argive spearmen built a great stately tomb at a projecting point on the broad Hellespont, so that it might be seen far off upon the sea by men who now are born or shall be born hereafter. Your mother, having besought the gods for splendid prizes, offered them in the open lists to the bravest of the Achaeans. In former days you have been present at the burial of many a hero, when at a king's death young men girt themselves and strove for prizes. But here you would have marveled in your heart far more to see the splendid prizes offered in your honor by silver-footed Thetis, for you were very dear to all the gods. Thus, though you died, you did not lose your name, but ever among mankind, Achilles, your glory shall be great. While as for me, what gain had I in winding up the war? On my return, Zeus purposed me a miserable end at the hands of Aegisthus and my accursed wife. So they conversed together. And now the guide approached, the speedy comer, leading the spirits of the suitors whom Odysseus slew. Amazed, the two drew near to see, and the spirit of Agamemnon, son of Atreus, perceived the son of Menelaus, renowned Amphimedon, for Menelaus of Ithaca was once his entertainer. Then thus began the spirit of the son of Atreus. Amphimedon, what has happened that you come to this dreary land, all of you chosen men, and all alike in years. One who would pick the best man of a town would choose no others. Was it on shipboard that Poseidon smote you, raising ill winds and heavy seas? Or did fierce men destroy you on the land, while you were cutting off their kine or their fair flocks of sheep, or while you fought to win their town and carry off their women? Tell what I ask. I call myself your friend. Do you not recollect how I, with godlike Menelaus, came to your house to urge Odysseus to follow us to Ilios on the well-benched ships? A whole month long we spent, crossing the open sea, and found it hard to win the spoiler of towns, Odysseus. Then answered him the spirit of Amphimedon, great son of Atreus, Agamemnon, lord of men. All that you say, heaven-favoured one, I recollect, and I in turn will very plainly tell how a cruel end of death befell us. We wooed the wife of Odysseus, long away. She neither declined the hated suit, nor did she end it, because she planned for us death and dark doom. This was the last pretext she cunningly devised. Within the hall she set up a great loom, and went to weaving. Fine was the web, and very large. And then to us she said, Young men, who are my suitors, the royal Odysseus now is dead. Forbear to urge my marriage, till I complete this robe. Its threads must not be wasted. A shroud for Lord Laertes against the time when the fell doom of death that lays men low shall overtake him. Achaean wives about the land, I fear, might give me blame if he should lie without a shroud, he who had great possessions. Such were her words, and our high hearts assented. Then in the daytime would she weave at the great web, but in the night unravel after her torch was set. Thus for 3 years she hid her craft and cheated the Achaeans. But when the 4th year came, as time rolled on, when the months waned and the long days were done, then at the last one of her maids, who knew full well, confessed, and we discovered her, unravelling the splendid web. So then she finished it, against her will, perforce. When she displayed the robe, after weaving the great web and washing it, like sun or moon it shone. And then some hostile god guided Odysseus, whence I know not, to the confines of our country, where the swineherd has his home. Thither the son of royal Odysseus also came, returning by black ship from sandy Pylos. And when the two had planned the suitors' cruel death, they entered our famous town, Odysseus later, Telemachus coming on before. The swineherd brought Odysseus, who wore a sorry garb, like an old wretched beggar leaning upon a staff. Upon his back were miserable clothes, and none of us could know him as he suddenly appeared, not even our older men. But we assailed him with harsh words and missiles. A while he bore with patience this pelting and abuse in his own house, but when at last the will of aegis-bearing Zeus aroused him, he and Telemachus gathered the goodly weapons and put them in the store-room, fastening the bolts. Then, full of craft, he bade his wife deliver to the suitors the bow and the grey steel, to be, to us ill-fated men, means for our sport, and harbingers of death. Not one of us could draw the string of the strong bow. We fell far short of power. But when the great bow reached Odysseus' hands, we shouted all together not to give the bow, whatever he might say. Telemachus alone urgently bade him take it. Then long-tried royal Odysseus took the bow in hand, bent it with ease, and sent an arrow through the steel. Advancing to the threshold, there he stood and poured out the swift arrows, glaring terribly around. First he shot Prince Antinous, and then on others turned his grievous shafts with careful aim, and side by side they fell. Soon it was seen some god was the men's ally, for straightway rushing down the hall with all their might they smote us right and left. Then went up moans, a dismal sound, as skulls were crushed, and all the pavement ran with blood. Thus we died, Agamemnon, and still, uncared for, in Odysseus' halls our bodies lie. Our friends at home have had no tidings, or they had washed the dark clots from our wounds and laid us out with wailing, for that is the dead man's due. Then answered the spirit of the son of Atreus, Fortunate son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, you won a wife full of all worth. How upright was the heart of true Penelope, the daughter of Icarius! how faithful to Odysseus, the husband of her youth. Wherefore the story of her worth shall never die, but for all humankind, immortal ones, shall make a gladsome song in praise of steadfast Penelope. Not like the daughter of Tyndareus did she contrive vile deeds and slay the husband of her youth. Of her a loathsome song shall spread among mankind, and bring an ill repute on all the sex of women, even on well-doers too. So they conversed together where they stood within the house of Hades in the secret places of the earth. But Odysseus and his men, after departing from the town, soon reached the rich, well-ordered farmstead of Laertes. This place Laertes had acquired for himself in days gone by, after much patient toil. Here was his home. Round it on every side there ran a shed, in which ate, sat, and slept the slaves who did his pleasure. Within there lived an old Sicilian woman, who tended carefully the aged man here at his farm, far from the town. Arriving here, Odysseus thus addressed his servants and his son. "Go you at once into the stately house, and slay forthwith for dinner the fattest of the swine. But I will put my father to the proof, and try if he will recognize and know me by the sight, or if he will fail to know me who have been absent long." So saying, he gave his armor to his men, who then went quickly in, while Odysseus approached the fruitful vineyard to make his trial there. Dolius he did not find, in crossing the long garden, nor any slaves or men, for they were gone to gather stones to make a vineyard wall, and Dolius was their leader. His father he found alone in the well-ordered vineyard, hoeing about a plant. He wore a dirty tunic, patched and coarse, and round his shins had bound sewed leather leggings of protection against harm. Upon his hands were gloves, to save him from the thorns, and on his head a goatskin cap. And so he nursed his sorrow. When long-tried royal Odysseus saw his father, worn with old age and in great grief of heart, he stopped beneath a lofty pear-tree and shed tears. Then in his mind and heart he doubted much whether to kiss his father, to clasp him in his arms and tell him all, how he had come and found his native land, or first to question him and prove him through and through. Reflecting thus, it seemed the better way to try him first with probing words. With this intent, royal Odysseus walked straight toward him. Laertes, with his head bent low, was digging round the plant, and standing by his side his gallant son addressed him. "Old man, you have no lack of skill in tending gardens. Of these your care is good. Nothing is here, shrub, fig tree, vine, olive, or pear, or bed of earth, in all the field, uncared for. But one thing I will say, be not offended. No proper care is taken of yourself, for you are meeting hard old age, yet you are sadly worn and meanly clad. It is not as if for idleness your master had cast you by, and nothing of the slave shows in your face or form. Rather you seem a royal person, like one who, after taking bath and food, might sleep at ease, as is the due of age. Come then, declare me this, and plainly tell, whose slave are you, whose farm you tend? And tell me truly this, that I may know full well, if this is really Ithaca, to which we now are come. As the man said just now who met me on my way. He was not over-wise, however, for he did not deign to talk at length, nor yet to hear my talk when I inquired for my friend, and asked if he were living still, or if he were already dead and in the house of Hades. But let me speak of that to you, and do you mark and listen. In my own country, once, I entertained a man who had come thither, and none among the travelling strangers was more welcome in my house. He called himself by birth a man of Ithaca, and said his father was Laertes, son of Arcesius. I brought him home and entertained him well, and gave him generous welcome from the abundance in my house. Such gifts I also gave as are fitting for a guest. Of fine wrought gold I gave him 7 talents, gave him a flowered bowl of solid silver, 12 cloaks of single fold, as many rugs, as many goodly mantles, and as many tunics too. Further, I gave him women trained to faultless work, any 4 shapely damsels whom he himself might choose. Then answered him his father, shedding tears, "Certainly, stranger, you are in the land for which you ask, but lawless, impious men possess it now, vain were the many gifts you gave. Yet had you found him living in the land of Ithaca, with fair return of gifts he had sent you on your way, and with a generous welcome. For that is just when one begins a kindness. But come, declare me this, and plainly tell. How many years are past since you received this guest, this hapless guest, my son? If really it was he, ill-fated man, whom far from friends and home fishes devoured in the deep, or else on land he fell a prey to beasts and birds. No mother mourned for him, and wrapped him in his shroud, nor father either, we who gave him life. Nor did his richly dowered wife, steadfast Penelope, wail by her husband's couch as the wife should, and close his eyes, though that is the dead man's due. Tell me, however, truly, and let me know full well, who are you? Of what people? Where is your town and kindred? Where is the swift ship moored, which brought you hither, you and your gallant comrades? Or did you come a passenger on some strange ship from which they landed you and sailed away? Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, Well, I will very plainly tell you all. I come from Alybus, where I have a noble house, and am the son of Lord Aphidus, the son of Polypemon. My own name is Eperitus. God drove me from Sicania, and brought me here against my will. Here my ship lies, just off the fields outside the town. As for Odysseus, 5 years ago he went away and left my land. Ill-fated man. And yet the birds were favourable at starting, and came on his right hand. So I rejoiced and sent him forth, and he, rejoicing, went his way. Our hearts then hoped to meet again in friendship, and to give each other glorious gifts. So he spoke, and on Laertes fell a dark cloud of grief. He caught in his hands the powdery dust, and strewed it on his hoary head with many groans. Odysseus' heart was stirred. Up through his nostrils shot a tingling pang as he beheld his father. Forward he sprang, and clasped and kissed him, saying, Lo, father, I am he for whom you seek. Now in the 20th year come to my native land. Then cease this grief and tearful sighing, for let me tell you, and the need of haste is great, I slew the suitors in our halls, and so avenged their galling insolence and wicked deeds. Then, in his turn, Laertes answered, If you are indeed my son, Odysseus, now returned, tell me some trusty sign, that so I may believe. But wise Odysseus answered him and said, Examine first the scar, which a boar inflicted with his gleaming tusk upon Parnassus, whither I had gone. You and my honoured mother sent me thither to see Autolycus, my mother's father, and to obtain the gifts which he, when here, agreed to give. Then come and let me tell the trees in the well-ordered vineyard, which you once gave, when I, being still a child, begged you for this and that as I followed you round the garden. Among these trees we passed. You named them and described them. You gave me 13 pear trees, 10 apples, 40 figs, and here you marked off 50 rows of vines to give each one in bearing order. Along the rows clusters of all sorts hang, whenever the seasons sent by Zeus give them their fullness. As he spoke thus, Laertes' knees grew feeble, and his very soul, when he recognized the tokens which Odysseus truly told. Round his dear son he threw his arms, and long-tried royal Odysseus drew him fainting toward him. But when he gained his breath, and in his breast the spirit rallied, finding his words once more, Laertes said, O Father Zeus, surely you gods still live on high Olympus, if the suitors have indeed paid for their wanton sin. And yet I have great fear at heart, that all the men of Ithaca may soon attack us here, and may send tidings through the Cephallenian cities. But wise Odysseus answered him and said, Be of good courage. Let not these things vex your mind. But let us hasten to the house which stands beside the orchard. Thither I sent Telemachus, the neatherd and the swineherd, that there they straightway might prepare our meal. So talked the two, and walked to the fair house. And when they reached the stately buildings, they found Telemachus, the neatherd and the swineherd, carving much meat and mixing sparkling wine. Soon in his room the Sicilian servant bathed brave Laertes, and anointed him with oil, and round him wrapped a goodly cloak. And Athena, drawing nigh, filled out the limbs of the shepherd of the people, and made him taller than before, and larger to behold. Out of the bath he came, and his son wondered to see how like the immortal gods his bearing was. And speaking in winged words, he said, "Certainly, father, one of the everlasting gods has made your face and figure nobler to behold." Then in his turn said wise Laertes, "O father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, would I were what I was when I took Nericus, the stately citadel of the mainland, leading my Cephalenians, and would that thus I yesterday had stood beside you in our hall, my armour on my shoulders, beating back the suitors. Then had I shook the knees of many in the hall, and you had felt your inmost heart grow warm." So they conversed together. Meanwhile the others, after ceasing from their labour of laying out the meal, took seats in order on couches and on chairs. They all were laying hands upon their food, when in came aged Dolius and his sons, tired from their work. Their mother, the old Sicilian woman, had gone and called them, for she provided for them, and diligently tended the old man, now that old age was on him. When the men saw Odysseus and marked him in their minds, they stood still in the hall astonished. But Odysseus, kindly accosting them, spoke thus, "Old man, sit down to dinner, and lay aside surprise, for eager as we were to take our food, we waited long about the hall, ever expecting you." He spoke, and Dolius ran, both hands outstretched, and seizing Odysseus' hand, kissed it upon the wrist, and speaking in winged words, he said, "Dear master, because you have come home to us who sorely missed you, and never thought to see you any more, but gods themselves have brought you. Hail and rejoice. Gods grant you blessing. And tell me truly this, that I may know it well. Does heedful Penelope understand that you are here, or will we send her tidings?" Then wise Odysseus answered him and said, "Old man, she understands already. Why should you think of that?" So he spoke, and Dolius took his seat upon a polished bench. Likewise the sons of Dolius, gathering round renowned Odysseus, greeted him with their words and clasped his hands, and then sat down in order by Dolius their father. Thus were they busied with their dinner in the hall. Rumour, meanwhile, with tidings ran swiftly through the town, reporting the suitors' awful death and doom. And those who heard gathered from every side with moans and groans before the palace of Odysseus. Out of the house they each brought forth his dead, and buried them. And all that came from other towns they gave to fishermen to carry home on their swift ships. Then they went trooping to the assembly, sad at heart. And when they were assembled, and all had come together, Eupeithes rose and thus addressed them. For he cherished in his heart a sorrow for his son that could not be appeased, his son Antinous, the first whom royal Odysseus slew. With tears for him he thus addressed them, saying, "O friends, this man has wrought a monstrous deed on the Achaeans. For some he carried off in ships, good men and many, and then he lost his hollow ships and lost his people too, and now he has come home and killed the very noblest men of Cephallenia. Up then, let us set forth before he swiftly goes to Pylos and sacred Elis, where the Epeans rule, or we shall be disgraced henceforth forever, for it will be a shame for future times to know, if we take no revenge on those who slew our sons and brothers. Life, to my thinking, then would be no longer sweet. Nay, I would die at once and join the men now slain, but forth, ere they escape from us across the sea." Tears in his eyes he spoke. Pity touched all the Achaeans. But Medon now drew near, and with him the sacred bard, from the palace of Odysseus. For slumber left them. They stood still in the midst, and wonder fell on all, while Medon, a man of understanding, thus addressed them. "Hearken to me now, men of Ithaca, for not without consent of the immortal gods Odysseus planned these deeds. I myself saw a deathless god stand by Odysseus in all points like to Mentor. And this immortal god appeared before Odysseus, cheering him on, and then to the consternation of the suitors he stormed along the hall, and side by side they fell." As he spoke thus, pale fear took hold on all. but to them spoke the old Lord Halitherses, the son of Mastor, for he alone looked both before and after. He with good will addressed them thus, and said, "Hearken now, men of Ithaca, to what I say. By your own fault, my friends, these deeds are done, because you paid no heed to me, nor yet to Mentor, the shepherd of the people, in hindering your sons from foolish crime. They wrought a monstrous deed in wanton willfulness when they destroyed the goods and wronged the wife of one who was their prince, saying that he would come no more. Let then the past be ended, and listen to what I say. Do not set forth, or some may find a self-sought ill." He spoke, but with a mighty cry up started more than half. Together in their seats remained the rest, for his counsel had not pleased them. Eupeithes they approved, and they straightway ran for weapons. Then when they had arrayed themselves in glittering bronze, they gathered in a troop outside the spacious town. Eupeithes in his folly led them. He thought to avenge the murder of his son, yet was himself never to come back more, but there would meet his doom. Meanwhile Athena said to Zeus, the son of Cronos, "Our father, son of Cronos, most high above all rulers, speak what I ask. What is your secret purpose? Will you still further stir up evil strife and dread din of war, or do you establish peace betwixt the two?" Then answered her cloud-gathering Zeus, and said, "My child, why question me of this? For was it not yourself proposed the plan to have Odysseus crush these men by his return? Do as you will. I tell you what is wise. Now royal Odysseus has avenged himself upon the suitors. Let a sure league be made, and he be always king, while for the death of sons and brothers we bring about oblivion. So shall all love each other as before, and wealth and peace abound." With words like these he roused Athena, eager enough before, and she went dashing down the ridges of Olympus. Now when the men had stayed desire for cheering food, then thus began long-tried royal Odysseus, "Let someone go and see if our foes are drawing near." He spoke, and out the son of Dolius ran, as he was bidden, and went and stood upon the threshold, and saw the men all near. Then straight to Odysseus in winged words he called, "Here they are, close at hand! Quick, let us arm!" As soon as he spoke, there sprang to arms the 4 men with Odysseus, and the 6 sons of Dolius. Laertes, too, and Dolius put on armor, grey though they were, still warriors at need. Then when they had arrayed themselves in glittering bronze, they opened the doors and sallied forth, Odysseus leading. But Athena drew near, the daughter of Zeus, likened to Mentor in her form and voice, whom long-tried royal Odysseus saw with joy. And to Telemachus his son he straightway said, "Now shall you learn, Telemachus, by taking part yourself, while men are battling, where the best are proved, how not to bring disgrace upon your line of sires. For they from ancient times were famed for strength and bravery through all the land." Then answered him discreet Telemachus, "In this my present mood, dear father, you shall see me, if you will, bring no disgrace upon our line, even as you say." So said he, and Laertes too was glad, and said, "Oh, what a day for me is this, kind gods! Right glad am I, my son and son's son vie in valor." And standing by his side, clear-eyed Athena said, "Son of Arceisius, far the dearest of my friends, call on the clear-eyed maid and father Zeus, then swing your long spear and straight let it fly." With words like these Pallas Athena inspired him with great power. He prayed to the daughter of mighty Zeus, then swung his long spear and straight let it fly, and struck Eupeithes on the helmet's brazen peak. This did not stay the spear. The point passed through. He fell with a thud. His armor rattled round him. On the front ranks Odysseus fell, he and his gallant son, and smote them with their swords and their pointed spears. And now they certainly had slain them all, and cut them off from coming home, had not Athena, daughter of aegis-bearing Zeus, shouted aloud and held back all the host, "Hold, men of Ithaca, from cruel combat, and without bloodshed straightway part." As thus Athena spoke, pale fear took hold on all. Their weapons all flew from their trembling hands and fell upon the ground as the goddess gave her cry. To the town they turned, eager to save their lives. Fearfully shouted long-tried royal Odysseus, and gathering his might swooped like a soaring eagle. Then, too, the son of Cronos cast his blazing bolt, and down it fell by the dread father's clear-eyed child. And now to Odysseus said clear-eyed Athena, "High-born son of Laertes, ready Odysseus, stay! Cease from the struggle of uncertain war. Let not the son of Cronos, far-seeing Zeus, be moved to anger." So spoke Athena. Odysseus heeded and was glad at heart. Then for all coming time betwixt the two a peace was made by Pallas Athena, daughter of Aegis-bearing Zeus, likened to Mentor in her form.